Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is set in the Netherlands in 2018. Donnie Odegaard, a Minnesota resident, was alarmed to see a police officer on her doorstep. A terrible sense of déjà vu overcame her at that moment, transporting her mentally back 3 years. She immediately realized the officer's visit was related to her 21-year-old daughter, Sarah. Sarah Pappenheim was born on January 30th, 1997 in Minnesota. She was the second child of Donnie Odegaard and Jerry Pappenheim. Josh was the family's oldest child. He and Sarah were very friendly, and their close relationship grew stronger as they got older. When Sarah was in 2nd grade, her family relocated from Minneapolis to Redding, California. She graduated from Foothill High School in 2015, where she also played drums in the school band. Sarah was passionate about music in general, and drums in particular. She was an accomplished drummer who regularly participated in weekly jam sessions at reading venues. Sarah not only stood out for her drumming abilities, but she was also one of the few female drummers performing on stage. Sarah moved back to Minnesota with her mother and brother when she was 18 years old. By this point, her parents had divorced. She went on to play drums in various Minnesota venues before meeting famous blues guitarist and singer Bernard Allison through music. He was impressed by Sarah's performance, and she began to occasionally attend his concerts. By the age of 19, Sarah had become a local celebrity among blues fans, and her stunningly wide smile earned her the nickname Ronald McDonald. Josh was deeply hurt by his parents' divorce. He had been dealing with depression and mental health issues for several years. Nobody close to the guy at the time could have predicted how it would all end. It was February 2016. On a seemingly ordinary day, Donnie heard a knock on the door and opened it to find police officers on the doorstep, asking Josh Pappenheim who she was. The woman responded that she was his mother, and the officer broke the sad news that divided her life into before and after the age of 20. Josh ended his own life. His death was a devastating blow to his loved ones. Donnie later recalled crying so much that her tear ducts dried up. Josh's obituary still contains a message from her in which he promises to love her son forever. Sarah and Josh were extremely close. She was devastated by his departure, as well as the fact that her brother chose to die rather than allow the pain to consume her. Sarah decided to study psychology so that she could help people with mental health issues in the future. She had long been in contact with a man named Nico Carson. Sarah decided to travel to the Netherlands, where the guy lived. She enrolled at Erasmus University in Rotterdam, where she started studying psychology. Nico assisted Sarah in coping with her brother's death, with her studies and in general, as a native speaker in any way he could. Sarah's love of music persisted even as she focused on her studies at work. She wrote to Bernard Allison, with whom she had previously performed on stage and maintained a friendship, that she had nearly saved enough money to purchase the drum kit she had desired for so long. Bernard Allison and his band went on a European tour in January 2017. Sarah arrived at Allison's performance in Germany on January 30th, her 20th birthday, with Nico, and as soon as Bernard noticed her, he called her to the stage. After wishing her a happy birthday, he invited Sarah to sit at the drum kit and participate in a performance, just like the good old days. This recording was made on that same day. Sarah lived on the 3rd floor of a complex in Rotterdam, about a mile from the university. 2018 was coming to an end, and she wanted to spend Christmas back home in the United States. Her flight was scheduled to take place a week before New Year's Eve, but on December 12th, everything changed. Donnie Odegaard saw a police officer on her doorstep, as she had in 2016 when her son died. When the officer began questioning her about her daughter, the woman's legs shook. She knew in her heart what was being said. She couldn't believe it had happened again. When the officer realized Sarah Pappenheim's mother was in front of him, he broke the news to her daughter had died. Donnie lost consciousness after hearing these words. She has 2 children. Her son died when he was 20, and she has now also lost her daughter. Sarah was 21 years old. As previously stated, the girl lived in a 3rd-floor complex populated primarily by students. Sarah had rented an apartment there for the past year and shared it with another student, who was also a double bass player. Sarah Joel Schelling was a talented musician, and music was their common ground. Sarah was a very outgoing person who was always smiling, unlike her roommate. Joe's only friend was Sarah. Even though he had a temper and occasionally quarreled with her, Sarah did not want to abandon him with his problems and relocate to another apartment because she remembered what had happened to her brother. She told her mother that she could always calm Joel down when he became angry at someone. However, over time, the situation deteriorated. Sarah wrote to her friend Adam in Wisconsin 6 days before she died, saying she was afraid of her roommate because he had threatened to physically eliminate 3 people he didn't like. Sarah wrote, "I have to go to the police." Sarah had called her mother a few days before her death and informed her that her roommate's behavior was becoming increasingly bothersome. Dunny instructed her daughter to look for another place to live right away and to stay as far away from Joel as possible until she moved out. Sarah and Joel's next-door neighbors called the police on Wednesday, December 12, 2018, at 12:20 p.m. after hearing them fight loudly, and Sarah screamed in horror. When the police arrived and entered the apartment, they discovered Sarah unconscious on the floor, with multiple stab wounds all over her body. Unfortunately, attempts to resuscitate her failed and she died. Her roommate was not present. Apparently, he had fled, and the police began looking for him. Interviewing neighbors from the same floor, officers discovered that Joel Schelling had left the apartment in a hurry, carrying a double bass with him. This musical instrument is of imposing size, so it was highlighted in the description sent out less than 2 hours after the crime occurred. Joel Schelling, 23, was arrested at the Eindhoven train station, approximately 60 miles from Rotterdam. His parents lived in Eindhoven, and he was on his way to see them. He called his mother while on the train and confessed to her that he had killed Sarah. The judge arrested him for 14 days. During that time, it was determined whether Schelling had any mental disorders. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy discovered 27 stab wounds on Sarah's body, including several in the neck, abdomen, and back. Donny Odegaard left for the Netherlands just 2 days after her daughter died. She had to make a decision about returning Sarah's body to her home country. People who cared for the family assisted them in raising $40,000, which was necessary. Donny's first question was whether Sarah had contacted the police to report that her roommate was planning to attack 3 people. It turned out that Sarah had not contacted law enforcement. She did, however, contact social workers who assist people who are experiencing psychological difficulties. The social workers paid Schelling a visit and got the impression that he was normal because he answered all of the questions calmly and directly. The next day, Sarah was once again forced to contact social services. Schelling became enraged and began beating himself with a hammer, claiming that he would soon have to kill several people. Sarah was afraid Joe would find out that she was the one who had sent the social workers to ask him. The specialists did not have time to respond to Sarah's second request, as she had already passed away. Schelling was accused of causing Sarah Pappenheim's death. He admitted his guilt but said he did not remember taking her life. According to him, he remembered how they began to fight. And then, when he came, he was already in the shower, cleaning himself. The hearing in the case began in March 2019. Sarah's mother, Dunny Odegaard, flew to each hearing, where she could only understand what the participants were saying with the help of an interpreter. At the trial, Schelling stated that he suffered from delirium and heard voices in his head. When the judge asked him if the voices had ordered him to fight with Sarah, he replied that he did not know and could not remember. He also said he did not remember what he and Sarah began fighting about. Before the verdict was announced in December 2019, experts said Schelling suffered from various disorders and needed long-term treatment, and at the same time, they concluded that he should be held responsible for taking Sarah Pappenheim's life. The medics reasoned that Schelling remembered the beginning of the fight and scuffle with Sarah and could have made a choice to stop or to grab the knife. He chose the latter and should be punished. The prosecutor demanded 10 years in prison for the defendant, but the judge in Rotterdam sentenced Schelling to 6 years in prison, followed by indefinite imprisonment in a psychiatric hospital. The court went on to explain that it rejected the prosecution's argument for 10 years in prison because of the suspect's relatively young age and his extreme diminished capacity when he took the victim's life. The suspect cannot therefore be fully blamed for the proven fact. Upon sentencing, the court released a detailed statement explaining that, considering the severity and unpredictability of the crime as well as the serious psychological disorders of the suspect, the court deems recidivism of a violent crime very likely because the suspect suffers from chronic disorders that require prolonged treatment and guidance in a clinical setting. It characterized the psychiatric detention as a punitive measure for Schelling, who has said he's willing to participate in treatment for depression and other disorders. He will remain held under treatment until the court, which will review his status every 2 years, determines if he is well enough to be released. The court also ordered Schelling to pay €68,700 in compensation to Sarah's family. Dunny Odegaard was furious at the sentence, saying this is not justice. Schelling was expecting a minimum of 10 years in America. The woman said Schelling would have faced life imprisonment or capital punishment so that he would never have the opportunity to do something like this again. She also expressed concern that after just 4 years, Schelling could be released from prison on parole, promising to do everything in our power to keep him behind bars as long as possible. There was also an investigation into the social workers Sarah had called in, and it was concluded that they could not be blamed because they were not competent enough to determine the disorders that Schelling was diagnosed with. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in Toronto, Canada. On Saturday, November 25th, 2017, Tess Rishi, 22, did not return home after meeting with a school friend. Her family filed a missing persons report, but the young woman was not found by police officers. Tess Rishi was born on November 30th, 1994. The youngest of 5 girls. Rishi grew up in North Bay before moving to Toronto at the age of 19. According to one of her sisters, Verena Rishi, Tess enjoyed her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess installed surf tables throughout the city. But her dream was to work as a flight attendant and travel the world. She was taking steps to accomplish just that. She had completed the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto, and was also looking for work at one of Toronto's major hotels. Unfortunately, Tess was unable to find a suitable job. Her family provided financial support for her and never refused her requests for assistance. Some Canadian sources also claim that when Tess was unable to find work at an airline or hotel, she began learning Italian and searching for au pair jobs in Italy on the internet. Tess also ran her own YouTube channel. The last video she posted there was on February 23, 2014, nearly 4 years before the events we'll be discussing today. Tess discussed her experiences and the challenges she faced in a YouTube video, saying, "I guess what I'm trying to do with this video is tell my story. Because I knew I would be searching everywhere while going through this, I could try to find somewhere where someone would understand and be able to relate to what I was going through. But I never found that my boyfriend decided it was okay to strike me, whether it was a strike, a punch, a hair pull, or whatever. And as he told his friends, he just threw a purse at me, and I'm like, even that's embarrassing. I heard no, which is very sad, and it makes me very sad because we were up in his bedroom, and that's when he struck me. I'm trying to justify I have no idea what it is, it's just that I've never been beat so badly or imagined, perhaps so badly, so hard every day." Unfortunately, Tess' personal life problems resurfaced a few years after she recorded this video. That fall, heartache ruined her life. Tess's emotional breakup with her boyfriend Julian occurred on November 23, 2017. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who is 8 years her senior. They were close. On November 24th, Rachel said, "She was my soulmate." Tess spent the majority of the day at Rachel's home in Toronto. They discussed their breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. Rachel prepared some meals that evening. She had to persuade her sister to eat, as she had lost her appetite due to stress. Despite this, Tess made plans for the night. intending to meet an old school friend named Riley Simard, who, like Rishi Simard, was from North Bay. She moved to Toronto during the summer of 2017. The two had not seen each other in years, but now that they lived in the same city, they began to talk again. Simard suggested they go to Cruise and Tango's, a popular drag bar in the Church and Wellesley area. Rachel's partner called Richie an Uber so she could meet Simard downtown. Richie remembered seeing her sister run down the front path to the Uber. That fleeting glimpse was the last time she saw her alive. Richie arrived at Cruise and Tango's around midnight. Simard wasn't there yet. The club was packed with people. Tess texted her sister to let her know she arrived safely. It was commonplace. Rishi's phone was her second best friend. Her sister stated that the next morning, Rishi sent her younger sister a text message that she did not expect to receive immediately because Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m. Rachel had still not heard from her. Soon after, she realized that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel attempted to call, but all of the calls went directly to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also attempted to contact Tess, but her phone was turned off. Christine received a message stating that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. However, she soon canceled it. Tess entered her mother's credit card information when she signed up for Uber. Christine received a message every time her daughter took a taxi. Tess was always in touch with her family, so when her phone did not turn on during the day, they became concerned that something had happened to her. She kept her phone with her at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's Scarborough apartment. At the same time, she began contacting her friends. It was approximately 9 p.m. On Saturday, Tess was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about everything, so Rachel began calling hospitals and the police by the evening the next day. The police had no information for Tess and his family. Several officers tried to locate Tess Rishi, but no one had seen or heard from her in the previous 2 days. Tess' mother, Christine, and one of her sisters drove from North Bay to Toronto on Monday to help with the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess' picture in the hopes that someone would see her. The family did everything within their power. Unfortunately, the police did not show their best side when investigating Tess' disappearance. But we'll talk about it later. At the same time, Tess's friend Riley, with whom she had visited the bar, returned home safely that night. When they asked Riley where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk so much that bar security asked them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2 a.m. and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually joined them. Riley couldn't recall his name. On Wellesley Street, they requested hot dogs. Tess requested a vegetarian hot dog, which resulted in a dispute with the seller. Tess thought they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed it on the vendor cart, forcing her, Tess, and the other guy to flee to Donald Street. While there, they noticed a woman on the house porch and began talking to her. Her name was Michelle Teep. Their conversation lasted approximately 20 minutes. Tess informed Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and expressed how difficult it was for her. Michelle attempted to support Tess. Furthermore, they exchanged phone numbers. Teep said Rishi appeared to be trying to have a good time. But when she looked into her eyes, she noticed sadness. The breakup with Julian seemed to be weighing her down. I assured her that everything would get better. And just hang in there. Teep spoke at 4 a.m. Riley got a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said her goodbyes to Tess and walked towards Yonge Street before returning home. Tess was disappointed when Riley left her at 4:02 a.m. She requested an Uber. As a result, one can assume that after her friend left, Tess decided to return home, and the driver arrived at 4:14 a.m. But Tess wasn't present. Christine distributed flyers with Tess' picture in the area where she was last seen on Wednesday, November 29th, just 1 day before her 23rd birthday. Knowing Riley had parted ways with Tess on Dundonald St. Christine decided to investigate this area. She turned to Brazeau, a nurse at St. Michael's Hospital, whose daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. They set out to find Rishi amidst a growing search and social media campaign to locate her. That's when Brazeau made an unsettling discovery. Looking down an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street. In 2017, Brazeau immediately recognized Ricci's body lying on the concrete. This building was under construction and was partially fenced. It looked like this. I experienced complete shock, horror, and disbelief. I couldn't process or understand what I was seeing. Brazeau spoke through tears. I felt terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like sand on her skin. Brazeau let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway to Church Street. Hermiston was further up the sidewalk at this point, unaware that her daughter's body was so close. Brazeau began to call out to her. "Christine, come back here," she said. "There's a girl in the stairwell you must return." Hermiston turned and raced down the driveway, coming to a halt at the stairwell. After a few moments, she began screaming and begged God for help. Tess' death created a heartbreaking challenge for her entire family. They discovered her body 300 yards from the bar where she had spent time before disappearing, and only 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised many questions about the police's work. After all, her body was a few blocks away from the bar the entire time. However, after Christine discovered Tess's body, an anonymous police source provided the media with new information. Tess allegedly advertised her intimate services on the internet and worked at a strip club. The grieving mother claimed that Toronto police did not conduct a thorough search for Ricci because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read Hermiston's angry response to what police sources told the media after her body was discovered. She was not making a living from the sex trade. It's an outright lie. They leaked that so it appeared she lived a high-risk life and was in a lane with someone, which was not their fault. Although Tess worked as a waitress at a strip club, she quit less than 2 weeks after being hired. The advertisement for intimate services was simply an account on a dating website. Even after they discovered Ricci's body, there was no explanation for what had happened to her. The police did not immediately suspect foul play. However, the homicide unit took over the case after an autopsy revealed that she died from neck compression. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on the girl's clothing and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they discovered traces of male DNA. Thus, the police began looking for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were attempting to determine the identity of the man the girls met that night. After all, he was the one Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about what happened that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and heading to the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building near where Brazeau discovered the body. After reviewing the recordings, the police noticed Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the police, the camera captured Tess and an unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following video, shot 46 minutes later, shows the man leaving the scene alone. Tess was never seen in the footage again. As a result, the police believed this man was the primary suspect in the Tess Ricci case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto Police Department released photos of this man taken with the assistance of a video surveillance system. They hoped somebody would recognize him. The photos taken with an ATM camera were of poor quality. Ricci found an ATM near the hot dog stand. The police discovered the man's identity that evening. Interestingly, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I am the guy in the photo." He said Tess was with Kaylin Schlatter, 21, that night. Schlatter was 21 years old in the fall of 2017 and lived in North Toronto with his parents and younger brother. He had finished a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked for his father in Schlatter Construction. His parents and one of his lawyers went to the police station, where he spoke briefly with detectives before refusing to testify. His parents brought food and a bottle of water for him. They eventually provided the police with some crucial evidence while still at the station. Schlatter an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police quickly seized it and transported it to a forensic medical facility. It took some time. However, they eventually determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and the DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Rishi's body were from the same person. Police had planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the investigation. Schlatter was arrested at approximately 11 p.m., dated February 4, 2018. After watching the Super Bowl with his family at Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke, he was taken to the 13th Division and placed in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. On February 5th, 2 more men were placed in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea they were both undercover cops and that he was about to give them a slew of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells that included a toilet, sink, and bed. Schlatter was placed in a cell between the 2 cops, with all 3 men facing the same wall. Even though they couldn't see each other, they talked for hours. Schlatter told these officers about his love of card games and his ability to seduce women. Despite his young age of 21, he claims to have slept with over 40 women. However, he did not state that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not encounter Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first saw them. This recording was made just before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley, and here's Tess, along with Kaylin Schlatter, who told undercover officers about Tess. He initially stated that she was still alive when he left, however. Schlatter later added that something may have occurred because alcohol clouded his mind. He believed he lacked the necessary abilities. The police charged Kaylin Schlatter with Tess Rishi's murder, but he denied it. In June 2018, 2 police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly did not conduct a thorough search of the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, or notify the supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston claimed, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite this, both officers remained with the police department, but Kaylin Schlatter was penalized. During the 7-week trial in 2020, his defense attempted to prove his innocence by claiming that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and remaining invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even provided the name of another suspect. However, the police thoroughly investigated and interrogated this person and found no evidence linking him to Tess' death. The DNA evidence pointed to only one person. Kaylin Schlatter was a slight man who spoke softly in court. He claimed to have a speech defect that causes him to slur his words and stutter, and he even attempted to explain the presence of his DNA on his belongings. He claimed she offered him a place to hide from prying eyes. Tess Rishi ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. The driver arrived at the pickup location at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't present. Instead of allowing Rishi to meet her Uber driver, Schlatter approached her again. They sat on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess appeared to be upset after the argument, so I approached her to see if she was okay. Schlatter stated that Rishi had asked him to sit and talk. It is impossible to verify his account because there is no sound on any security footage from the area. Schlatter testified that Rishi was upset about her breakup, so he began discussing the end of one of his previous relationships to make her feel better. She listened carefully, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. That was a lie. The police investigated Tess's mobile phone records and discovered that no one had called her during their conversation. Later, she asked if it was okay to kiss me. Schlatter suggested we stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either because no kisses were visible on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Ricky asked him to accompany her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and descend into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered Tess' words to be a lie because the Uber driver was waiting for her at the time. They suggested Schlatter offer to escort Tess to her car, but he had other plans. We'll never know what Kaylin Schlatter told Tess Rishi as they walked up Church Street, convincing her to walk into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she had recently met. Schlatter claimed he and Tess went down the stairs and began kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any farther. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, causing him to ejaculate into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she declined and told him to leave, which he did. Schlatter insisted that Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police were unable to verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what had happened that night. One of them had already died. Riley, Tess's friend, and Michelle Teep testified for the prosecution during the trial. A woman with whom they spoke that night. They both recognized Kalen Schlatter, who spilled his guts to 2 undercover cops. He allegedly revealed sensitive information to a cellmate while they were detained at a Toronto detention center for approximately 2 months in 2018. Because of a publication ban, the man can only be referred to as IS. He has a criminal record dating back decades, including several breaks and domestic assaults. The informant stated that he initially felt sorry for Schlatter because he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why I invited him to share his cell while we were in protective custody. However, over time he has grown to dislike his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and missed his mother, but he expressed no regret for Ricci's death. Aya spoke. He claimed Schlatter told him about his kiss with Ricci, and he lost control when she refused to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that such conversations took place. His lawyer described him as a manipulative, pathological liar. Putting aside all of the testimony and relying solely on physical evidence, one can conclude that Tess Ricci was strangled, with only one person's DNA found on her clothes: Kalen Schlatter. In her closing statement to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless child and an innocent young man, as difficult as it may be to accept and as unsettling as it may be to believe that the criminal justice system can make mistakes. Riva claimed Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He's easy to blame. Schlatter was found guilty by a jury on March 23, 2020, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Ricci's mother, sisters, and other supporters, who were left reeling and crying in court. While they finally have some of the answers they've been looking for, their lives will be forever changed. Evil not only took Tess that night, but it also sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future, depriving the world of so much love and potential, according to Irina's sister Ricci. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will always be together. Tess Ricci's family sued Schlatter, the police, and others in June 2020, citing psychological trauma caused by Tess's death. Do I want to go into the house, hide, and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. Christine Hermiston said, I can't because I can't get over the fact that they let her lay there for 4 days. She will never forget that image. Hermiston stated that she should not have had to travel from North Bay, Ontario, to Toronto to perform her police duties. Tess was the family's glue, and her death has torn them apart. Her mother mentioned that we had trouble looking at each other. We all feel like we failed Tess. We feel a great deal of guilt. And that is why we are still fighting for Tess. We will not let her down again. They are asking for a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video depicts events that occurred in Massachusetts during 2016. On Sunday, August 7th, 2016, Vanessa Marcotte, 27, was visiting her mother, Rosanna, in Princeton, Massachusetts. On that sunny and warm day, she decided to go for a run because she was usually very active, taking walks outside and practicing yoga. In a few hours, she was supposed to catch a bus to New York City, where she worked and lived. Vanessa went for a run but did not return home. Her mother, Rosanna, was concerned about her daughter's prolonged absence, as this was unusual behavior for Vanessa, so she sought assistance from the police. This case received a lot of national media attention because this type of incident had not occurred in the small town of Princeton in 30 years. In addition, just a few days ago, another runner and fitness blogger, Karina Vetrano, 30, was involved in a similar incident in a New York City neighborhood. Vanessa Teresa Marcotte was born June 17, 1989, in Leominster, Massachusetts. Summa cum laude, excelled in school and earned her bachelor's degree in communications from Boston University in 2011. After graduation, she worked for WordStream, an online marketing software startup in Boston. Later, she worked as an account manager in Google's New York City office. Vanessa had the opportunity to visit her mother and aunt in Princeton, a small rural town of about 4,000 people in another state, about once every 2 months. She was the only child in the family, so her mother, Rosanna, eagerly anticipated each meeting and was delighted when her daughter discovered an opportunity to visit her on Sunday, August 7, 2016. Vanessa left her mother's house on Brook Station Road around 1 p.m. to go for a run, returning to New York later that day via commuter bus. The area where she was going to run was familiar to her. Vanessa's mother called the police after several hours had passed and she had not returned home. The officers immediately launched a search, beginning with the area where Vanessa's route most likely took her. At 8:20 p.m., a police dog picked up the trail and led the search team to a densely vegetated area. A woman's body was discovered about 60 yards from the road, less than a mile from Rosanna Marcotte's home. Vanessa Marcotte was later identified as the victim. A preliminary examination of the body left detectives convinced that Vanessa's death was criminal in nature. Her clothes were removed, and burn marks appeared on her legs, hands, and face. As is evident, the location where the body was discovered is quite remote. There are no houses, only the road and the woods on either side of it. Vanessa's cell phone and headphones were also missing. Police thoroughly searched the surrounding area, but were unable to locate any of these items. Investigators suspected the perpetrator took them on purpose because they could have left traces of their DNA. A fire-damaged sneaker lay on the grass next to the body. Other locations also contained fire traces. Detectives concluded that the perpetrator attempted to destroy DNA traces using gasoline. Vanessa's death was determined by forensic experts to be due to strangulation. She fought for her life. As a result, DNA from an unknown individual was discovered under her fingernails. The fact that Vanessa's clothes had been removed clarified the motive for the crime. To summarize, the medical examiners discovered evidence of male contact. DNA samples were tested, but no matches were found in local or national databases. Princeton is a small town with a population of less than 4,000 people. This type of crime was extremely uncommon, and it shocked the entire local population. Authorities urged residents of Princeton and the surrounding areas to be vigilant and cautious, and asked anyone who saw anything suspicious to call the Massachusetts State Hotline. Colin Ortiz, Princeton Police Department. At a press conference on August 11th, Worcester District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. confirmed that the perpetrator was most likely male and had sustained minor cuts, bruises, and scratches during his struggle with Vanessa prior to her death. Vanessa's co-workers, as well as her family and Princeton residents, were shocked by what happened. According to a Google representative, Vanessa Marcotte was a beloved member of the Google team, having worked in our New York office for the past year and a half and being known for her ubiquitous passion for volunteer work and love of Boston sports. We are deeply shocked and saddened. Our thoughts are with her family and friends. Her alma mater also paid tribute to her. Colin Riley, Boston University's executive director of media relations, said, "We're so sad for her family and friends. They are in our thoughts and prayers." Police investigated a possible link between Vanessa Marcotte's death and an incident involving another runner, Karina Vetrano, that occurred a few days earlier in New York. Toronto went for a late afternoon run in Queens Spring Creek Park, which is less than a block from her house. She ran alone, despite her father's concerns. She was last seen alive sometime after 5 p.m. Just before entering the park, after failing to respond to repeated calls and text messages for Toronto's father, she notified a neighbor, the New York City Police Department's police chief, who launched a search around 11 p.m. Her father discovered her body face down about 15 feet from the trail, as was the case with Vanessa Marcotte Karina Vetrano, whose body was exposed, and the cause of death was also strangulation. Despite the similarities, investigators did not believe there was a link between the two cases. 6 months later, police arrested Chanel Lewis, a 20-year-old Brooklyn resident, after his DNA was found to match that of Karina Vetrano's body. On April 23, 2019, Lewis was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. But who is responsible for Vanessa Marcotte's death? Investigators believe the person who killed Vanessa lived in or frequented Princeton and was familiar with the area. Detectives also believed Vanessa Marcotte did not know the perpetrator and that their paths crossed by chance. Meanwhile, law enforcement sought assistance from the public, with separate 24-hour phone lines set up. Vanessa eventually stopped outside a local convenience store for a drink of water after 1 p.m. on August 7th and was last seen walking and talking on her cell phone. Investigators believe Vanessa was attacked within the next 2 hours of being seen outside the store. Her phone was turned off at 2:11 p.m. and has not been turned on since. Police officers were receiving and checking many clues, including searching the area where the body was discovered several times and the surrounding area, but the results were not satisfactory. It wasn't until 3 months later that the police learned more about the case. A new witness reported that on August 7th, he saw a dark-colored Ford SUV parked on the curb near where Vanessa's body was discovered, with the hood up. The driver appeared to be Hispanic, aged between 25 and 35. The witness first drove by the SUV around 12:45 p.m. At the time, the driver was standing next to his vehicle, talking on the phone, and the witness drove past the same location again around 2:05 p.m. The SUV remained in the same location, but its hood was down, and no one was visible inside or near it. Authorities began looking for a Hispanic man who owned a black SUV and allegedly lived near Princeton. On February 23, 2017, more than 6 months after Vanessa's death, Worcester County District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. provided additional information about the investigation, stating that the DNA found on Vanessa's body had been sent to a lab and a profile was created. Based on DNA evidence and witness testimony, the suspect was identified as a Hispanic male between the ages of 20 and 30, with an athletic build, medium height, and short or shaved hair. It was also assumed that the suspect owned or had access to a dark-colored SUV on the day of the crime and sustained visible upper body injuries within days of the attack. About 3 weeks later, a police officer patrolling the streets of Worcester County spotted a man who matched the suspect description. This man was driving a vehicle that looked exactly like the one seen the day Vanessa Marcotte died. The police officer quickly jotted down the license plate number on his hand. After determining the identity of the car owner, the police went to his house. That man was Angelo Colin Ortiz, who was 31 years old. Colin Ortiz, a Puerto Rican native with no criminal record, was married with 3 children and had been in Worcester for less than a year. He worked for FedEx's third-party contractor, made deliveries in Princeton, and was familiar with the town and its surroundings. Colin Ortiz was described as perverted by his Western neighbors, who claimed he frequently made vulgar remarks to residents. A former female Princeton postal worker also claimed that Colin Ortiz frequently made crude remarks in Spanish about her and other women to his co-workers. When the police asked Angelo about Vanessa Marcotte, he said he didn't know her. Furthermore, he couldn't recall whether he was in Princeton on the day Vanessa was attacked. He was asked to provide a sample of his DNA, and he agreed by signing documents indicating his willingness to provide his DNA for analysis. The lab took some time to run the test, which revealed that Colin Ortiz's DNA matched the one discovered under Vanessa Marcotte's fingernails on April 15, 2017. The man was apprehended and charged 3 days later. Prosecutors allege that on the day of the crime, Colin Ortiz purchased $5 in gasoline from a store 6 miles away at 2:35 p.m. Vanessa had already died by that point, so the man returned to the scene to try to destroy the evidence, specifically his DNA on Vanessa's body. The district attorney contended that the DNA evidence was obtained in accordance with all applicable procedures, which aided in the prosecution of the charges. However, Ortiz's attorneys claimed that their client's DNA sample was obtained in an irregular manner. They claimed that the language barrier prevented their client from fully comprehending that he was not required to provide the police with a sample of his DNA. And Ortiz stated that he was unaware that he could have refused to provide one. In an affidavit supporting the motion to suppress, Ortiz stated that, while he is a U.S. citizen, he was born in Puerto Rico and does not speak, read, or understand English. Ortiz wrote this on March 16, 2017. 2 large white state police officers arrived at my home with someone who spoke a strange version of Spanish. The trial dragged on for years until, on January 11, 2022, Judge Janet Kenton Walker denied the defense's motion to suppress DNA evidence. Ortiz declined to plead guilty to first-degree murder. However, in a plea bargain he pleaded guilty to deprivation of life in the second degree, which carries a shorter sentence. He also pleaded guilty to the robbery charge, which carries a 20-year sentence. Prosecutors said the Market family agreed to the plea bargain to avoid a harsh trial. We are grateful and relieved that the trial ended as we had hoped, and that this man will now be unable to harm anyone in the same way that he harmed Vanessa. The Marcotte family said in a statement issued by the district attorney's office, "Let's keep this monster off the streets. I'll be dead before he has a parole hearing." Vanessa Marcotte's father revealed that Angelo Ortiz, 36, was sentenced to life in prison in October 2022. He will serve 20 years on the robbery charge before being sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 25 years before parole eligibility. That would require at least 45 years in prison before parole eligibility. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story first appeared in Mendoza, Argentina, in 2016. On January 10, 2016, Marina Menegazo, 21, and Maria Jose Coney, 22, embarked on a long-awaited journey. However, it eventually became one of Latin America's most high-profile investigations in the last decade. In 2016, Maria Jose Coney, 22, studied economics at the National University of Cuyo, while Marina Menegazo, 21, studied speech therapy at Aconcagua University. Both girls volunteered with an organization that assisted people who were forced to live on the streets for various reasons. Friends and acquaintances described them as 2 happy girls who were very close to their families. Marina Menegazo and Maria Jose Coney went on a trip with 2 other friends, but eventually separated. The girls departed on January 10th. Follow Maria Jose Coney's Instagram posts to see their route. On January 13th, the girls visited the Peruvian city of Cusco, which was once the Inca Empire's capital. The following day, January 14th, an image was published, also taken in Cusco. The image below was published on January 15th. The photo was taken from a railroad bridge near the Machu Picchu hydroelectric power plant. Machu Picchu is an ancient Inca city, also known as the city above the clouds. It is one of Peru's most famous attractions and is on the UNESCO World Heritage List. According to the girl's Instagram activity, she spent several days in the area. On January 18th, Maria shared 2 additional photos from that location. On January 19th, the girl posted this image as a goodbye to Cusco. 4 days later, on January 23rd, the girls had already arrived in Ecuador. Maria shared a photo from Montanita Beach for the next 10 days. The girls first traveled along Ecuador's coast before heading into the interior. On February 4th, Maria shared an image from San Antonio, and on February 6th, a photo from Bonobos. On February 10th, Maria shared a photo of all 4 girls. The journey that began on January 10th was coming to an end, and it was a farewell post as 2 girls from this company returned home to Argentina. Maria Jose Coney and Marina Menegazo had about 10 days of vacation and were not in a hurry to return home. Instead, they returned to Montanita, which marked the beginning of their relationship with Ecuador. On February 22nd, Maria shared a photo of herself and Marina. This was the last post on her Instagram account. On February 22nd, the girls contacted their families in Argentina. They said they'd be home soon. On February 25th, they had to take a bus from Ecuador to Lima, Peru, spend the night at a friend's house, and then fly from Lima to Santiago, Chile's capital. They would then travel by bus to their hometown of Mendoza, Argentina. At the same time, the girls informed their relatives that they would be difficult to reach by phone for a few days due to a poor signal. Relatives became concerned when they were unable to contact Maria and Marina for several days and saw no activity on their social media accounts. Marina's sister was the first to raise awareness about this case on social media. She posted a photo of two girls with the caption, "My sister and her friend disappeared on Monday, the 22nd, in Montevideo, Ecuador. Please share this information." The girls' families wanted to know if they had left the country and boarded the plane. However, they were unable to obtain a response from the airline representatives. The latter stated that they would only disclose this information if the families provided a court order. Furthermore, the friends at whose house the girls planned to spend the night before leaving said they did not show up. Maria and Marina's relatives contacted Ecuador's emergency services to report their disappearance. They also contacted the consulate of Argentina and requested assistance. The consulate got involved in the case on February 27th. Argentina's authorities sent fingerprints from both girls to Ecuador for a reason. On February 25th, an unidentified woman's body was discovered in Montevideo and transported to Guayaquil. Fingerprints from an unidentified body were compared to those obtained by Argentine police. They determined that this belonged to Maria Jose Coney. This Saturday, February 27th, police discovered Marina Menegazo's body while investigating the location of Maria's body. It was just 43 yards from Maria's body. Both bodies were in plastic bags secured with duct tape. According to the Ecuadorian police, they did not find Marina's body right away because the criminal attempted to conceal it by placing something on top of it. The autopsy revealed that Maria Jose Coney died due to blunt force trauma to the head. Ecuadorian authorities described her injuries as genital, including a broken femur and toe. Furthermore, marks on Maria's wrists indicated she was tied up. Marina, a man of God, died as a result of 6 neck stab wounds. She had the same spots on her wrists, indicating that she was tied up. According to reports, the girls died on February 23rd. Toxic, illogical analysis revealed that their blood contained a high concentration of the drug used in psychiatric treatment. Given the circumstances surrounding the death, the police determined that the girls did not voluntarily take this drug. Perhaps they didn't even realize they had taken it. It was possible that someone had mixed it into their food or drinks. But just 24 hours after discovering the second body, there was a new development in this case, which elicited mixed reactions from the girls' families. The President and Minister of Interior of Ecuador announced that the police had solved the case. Alberto Segundo Mina Ponce, 33, and Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, 39, were arrested and pleaded guilty, providing details about the events. The police discovered bloodstains in the home of one of the accused, Mina Ponce. Marina's phone, backpack, and other belongings were near the house. Aside from the quick arrest, the most unusual aspect was the two men's immediate confession. It resonated with those who followed the case. The men gave their version of what happened. Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, Jose Serrano, stated that the girls left the hotel where they had rented a room on February 22nd. At 2 p.m., someone stole all of their money at the hotel, so they intend to hitchhike to Lima. However, the hotel's owner refuted this version, claiming that no one stole from the girls. Maria and Marina's families did not believe the story. After all, they had their credit cards with them. As a result, the girls would use them in times of financial difficulty. Nonetheless, no activity was on the cards. Perhaps someone stole their cash and credit cards. Nonetheless, we can access the funds in the account without the card. For example, girls could have paid for a trip online, but they did not. According to Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, the girls entered one of the bars and requested a couple of glasses of water to quench their thirst. The bar owner confirmed this version, stating that she gave the girls water because they didn't have any money. It's unclear if someone stole all of Maria and Marina's money, which could lead to further developments. The minister cited the testimony of suspects who, I remind you, fully admitted their guilt. So Ponce claimed that on that day, around 8 p.m., Rodriguez told him about two Argentine girls in a bar. They approached the girls together and started a conversation, during which Marina and Maria revealed that they were hitchhiking to Lima due to financial constraints. This version also raises many questions. The girls had purchased airplane tickets from Lima to Santiago, Chile. Why would they save money on credit cards and try to hitchhike over 1,000 miles when they could miss their flight? As previously stated, they purchased tickets for February 25th. This conversation, according to Ponce, occurred on the evening of February 22nd. Sounds dubious, right? However, witnesses discovered by the local police confirmed all of these strange versions, as it was already late and the girls needed a place to stay the night but didn't have enough money for a hotel or hostel. Ponce invited them to spend the night at his house. The girls agreed, and the police located a taxi driver who confirmed driving Marina, Maria, and Ponce to the home. This image depicts the house where Ponce lived next, as reported by Ecuadorian authorities. Ponce returned to the bar and began drinking alongside Rodriguez. Marina and Maria were alone in the house during that time. The heavily inebriated men returned home around 2:30 a.m., but Maria and Marina were not present. The police discovered that the girls went to a store near the house to purchase soda. The exact type of drink is unknown. The police found another witness who confirmed this, a store cashier. If this is correct, it means the girls still had some money. Ponce testified that when the girls returned to the house, he remained in the room with Maria Coney, while Rodriguez was in another room with Marina Menegazzo. Ponce attempted to persuade Maria Coney to intimacy, but she refused and fled the house. Then he grabbed a stick and hit the girl on the head, killing her instantly. At the same time, he heard a scream from another room. When he entered the room, he discovered that Rodriguez had taken Marina Men of Gaza by surprise. Rodriguez immediately left the house, and according to Ponce, he began planning how to dispose of the bodies. Ponce attempted to clean up all traces in the house, wrapping the bodies in plastic bags and duct tape. In the afternoon, he borrowed a cart from someone he knew and drove them to a wasteland near the ocean shore, about 440 yards from home. Let me reiterate that everything mentioned is the official version of the Ecuadorian authorities. At the same time, it was unclear where the marks on the girls' wrists originated. There was also no explanation for the toxic, illogical analysis that claimed both girls' blood contained traces of a powerful drug. Given the circumstances and inconsistencies in the case, the girls' family began to question the version presented by Ecuadorian authorities. They believe the case is related to human trafficking and that Ecuadorian authorities were covering for someone. Marina and Maria's families had multiple reasons for doubt. First, the girls ran out of money but did not use their credit cards. Second, they were under the influence of drugs. Only 3 witnesses saw Maria and Marina that day: the bar owner, a taxi driver, and a cashier who allegedly sold them soda. The town had 5,000 residents. Furthermore, the families were perplexed as to why the bodies were discovered 2 days apart, despite being 43 yards apart. Maria and Marina sought assistance from Ponce and Rodriguez, which appears unusual. In Montanita, there are many Argentine tourists, so it would be logical for the girls to approach someone from their country and ask for help. When Ecuadorian police brought him to the crime scene, the brother of one of the victims reported seeing used syringes on the floor. When he inquired about them, they mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, the syringes were not even visible in crime scene photos, and the experts who investigated the scene denied their existence. According to the family, the 2 men were merely a front for something larger, such as human trafficking. The authorities ordered a second autopsy and a new toxic, illogical examination. Furthermore, both defendants' versions of events changed several times. According to one version, Mina Ponce denied that he and Rodriguez had committed the crime. He claimed that the man who killed the girls was an illegal substance dealer of Venezuelan origin who lived in the area. He only knew the man's pseudonym, El Chamo. This man has been detained by the police. However, the latter stated that he had nothing to do with what happened and was willing to take a polygraph test or provide a DNA sample. He wanted to prove he was not in that house at all. Several DNA samples were discovered at the crime scene, including DNA from Mina Ponce, DNA from the two deceased girls, and several unidentified samples. These unidentified samples did not belong to Rodriguez, the alleged second perpetrator, or to El Chamo, who was eliminated as a suspect after undergoing all DNA tests. The second autopsy, performed by Argentine experts, revealed that both girls were in such a state that they were unable to defend themselves. Before their deaths, they were both forced to be intimate. The autopsy also revealed other information. Maria Jose had bruises and scratches on one side of her body, indicating she had been thrown out of a moving car. A new toxicological analysis confirmed that both girls were under the influence of a potent psychiatric medication. This drug works by suppressing a person's will. What happened next had repercussions throughout Latin America. Unfortunately, as so often happens, people blamed the girls for their deaths. Furthermore, they were blamed by both ordinary internet users and well-known public figures. The Ecuadorian Deputy Minister of Tourism was among those who blamed the girls for what happened to them. Maria Cristina Rivadeneira's era coincided with the news of Maria and Marina's deaths. Berlin hosted a tourism-themed fair. Rivadeneira told a German news agency that given the girls' travel patterns, something would happen to them sooner or later. She stated that she had never visited Montanita because it did not match her social status. It was essentially victim blaming at the state level. And this is a very sad fact. Following Rivadeneira's interview, the Ecuadorian government apologized to the families of Maria and Marina and fired her. Hugo Narton, an Argentine psychiatrist, was among the most condemned, referring to the girls as favorable victims and claiming that such people encourage others to commit crimes. Following a barrage of criticism, the doctor claimed that people misunderstood him and that he never absolved criminals of responsibility. Guadalupe Acosta, a Paraguayan student, posted on Facebook on behalf of Maria and Marina in response to internet comments blaming them for their situation. It went viral, receiving 700,000 reposts in the first week of publication. Yes, yesterday I was killed. The post began with the words, "I refuse to be touched," and they cracked my skull open with a stick. They put me in a black plastic bag wrapped in duct tape and threw me on the beach, where they discovered me a few hours later, but the humiliation was worse than death. After they discovered my lifeless body, no one asked who had ended my dreams and hopes in life. No. Instead, they began asking me useless questions. What clothes did you wear? Why were you alone? Why would a woman travel alone? You were in a dangerous environment. What were you expecting? They informed our parents that we had taken something forbidden and had done something wrong. After my death, I realized that I was not equal to a man. The fact that I died was my fault, and it will always be so. However, if the headline mentioned two young male travelers, people would express their sympathy. With their phony and hypocritical double-standard speech, they would demand the harshest punishment for criminals. However, it is different for women. I asked you on behalf of myself and other women who have been silenced by the world. I asked you for every woman whose life and dreams have been crushed. Raise your voice. Let us fight. I will be with you in spirit. And I promise that one day there would be so many of us that there would not be enough bags in the world to keep us all quiet. The trial started on August 8, 2016. There were numerous failures in the case. The prosecutor changed 3 times, significantly delaying the proceedings. The prosecution presented witness statements and over 200 pieces of physical evidence recovered from the crime scene. The police discovered some of the girls' belongings, including biological fluids and phones, in the house where the crime occurred and nearby. During the trial, Ponce maintained his innocence and claimed he confessed under duress from the police, and this only strengthened the girls' family's suspicions that the Ecuadorian authorities were hiding something. Rodriguez also changed his testimony, claiming that some Colombian drug dealers were responsible for the girls' deaths. During the first week of the trial, The prosecutor stated that he suspected other people were involved in the case after the police discovered 3 more samples of male DNA at the scene, in addition to Rodriguez and Ponce's DNA. The court sentenced Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez to 40 years in prison, the maximum sentence under Ecuadorian law. In November 2016, Ecuadorian authorities announced that they had arrested another person whose DNA was discovered at the crime scene. José Luis Pérez Castro, 34, was the name of this man. His defense claimed that he had lived in this house for a few weeks before the incident, and that the blood on the wall was the result of a dental infection. He allegedly spit on the wall. The lawyers also stated that the police discovered his DNA on the girls' bodies because they had touched a piece of furniture or items that he had previously touched. When this man's dentist appeared to testify, his defense began to crumble. Castro contacted him only 2 weeks after the police discovered Marina and Maria's bodies. He asked the dentist for a note about a dental infection. However, the doctor refused to write it because he discovered no health problems after examining Castro. In the end, the dentist simply kicked him out. The patient wanted a medical certificate, but he was in pain. There must be some kind of disease, but I didn't notice it when I went to the dentist. Did the man's defense crumble following these words? Contrary to prison rules, Castro appeared on social media while awaiting trial, referring to the circumstances that led to his imprisonment. "I'm waiting for this injustice to end. I have great faith that God will lead me out of this with victory," Castro wrote on his social media account. José Luis Pérez Castro, like Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez, was sentenced to 40 years in prison despite his repeated denials of guilt. The girls' families questioned the story presented by Ecuadorian authorities, despite the fact that the family had ensured that police officers from Argentina participated in the investigation. The Ecuadorian authorities' version has not changed in any way, according to assurances from Ecuadorian police that the search for other men whose samples were found in the house continues to this day. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A wedding is one of the most anticipated and emotionally charged events in a woman's life. However, not all happy endings are fairy tales. Some people live happily ever after and die on the same day. Today we find ourselves in Somerset, England. This region of southwest England is known for its well-preserved medieval castles, ancient towns, and King Arthur legends. However, these are not the only legends that surround the modern country. On the morning of September 12, 2012, a local resident named Orlando was rushing home from a late-night shift at a gas station. He had promised his wife that he would take their young daughter Maria to daycare. Loud music was playing in the car to keep him awake as trees along the road passed by one after another. Coming out of a sharp turn, he noticed black smoke. Orlando slowed down. Smoke billowed from a nearby parking lot, where a car had caught fire. Orlando came to a halt and ran to get a better look, but the fire prevented him from getting any closer. When firefighters arrived 4 minutes later, the car had completely burned out. The arriving police cordoned off the area with safety tape to keep the gathering at a safe distance. The area was deserted so early in the morning, and there were no witnesses nearby to describe the incident at its exact moment. A charred body was discovered while examining the scene. The police had to identify the victim and determine the cause of his tragic death. There were no signs of a car accident or skid marks anywhere nearby. Likewise, no tire tread marks from another vehicle were discovered. The police initially believed that a car would self-ignite or spontaneously combust due to malfunctions. A lengthy investigation and several expert analyses lay ahead. The remains were taken to a forensic laboratory to determine the deceased's identity and the cause of death. Fragments of the burned vehicle were also delivered to the forensic laboratory to determine any malfunctions and the cause of the fire. The police began their investigation by searching the missing persons database and reviewing recent reports of disappearances. Forensic experts were quick to identify the deceased. Catherine Wells Burr, 23, is a local resident. Rafal Nowak filed a missing person report on the same day in connection with the young woman's disappearance. Rafal Nowak reported that he left for work at 5:30 a.m., while his girlfriend Catherine slept soundly at home. Despite working for the same company, his shift began 2 hours earlier. Catherine did not show up for work after that, and Rafal could not locate her among any of her relatives. He contacted the police. The investigation began. The police questioned the victim's parents and sister, as well as Rafal Nowak, who reported her missing, and all of her co-workers and friends. They were able to reconstruct a sequence of events that led to the young woman's tragic death by gradually piecing together information about her final days and, eventually, years of life. Phil and Jane Wells gave birth to Catherine Wells Burr in the United Kingdom in 1989. In the summer of 2010, she was the second child in her family, following an older sister named Lynn. During a university break, Catherine met one of the employees, Rafal Nowak, 31, on a new vacuum cleaner production line. Catherine was immediately drawn to the tall, ruggedly handsome blonde. He was a Polish immigrant who had a former wife and son back home. He had moved to England 4 years ago in search of a better life. Catherine and Rafal soon began dating. They began by meeting for lunch at the production site cafe, but these lunches quickly evolved into romantic dinners. Rafal courted Catherine admirably, giving her lovely bouquets, taking her to the movies, and going on walks. Rafal opened up to Catherine about his past and reasons for moving to the UK. Catherine's trusting heart, the blonde man's relationship progressed so quickly that within a few months, Catherine introduced Raphael to her parents, who were overjoyed with their daughter's choice and hopeful for the couple's future happiness. Soon, the lovers were planning their wedding for 2011. Catherine graduated with honors from Bath Spa University and secured a promising position as a business analyst at Pneumatic International, the manufacturer of Henry vacuum cleaners. She quickly advanced in her career, creating job opportunities for her parents and sister. Catherine was intelligent and well-educated. She always knew how to approach people, was concerned about her colleagues' problems, and was very aware of those around her. Her kind gaze and radiant smile won over those who admired the young leader. Catherine Wells Burr's career was rapidly progressing. Her substantial earnings, combined with those of her partner Rafal Nowak, enabled them to buy a large home with a terrace in Willow Way. Regardless of their financial situation, the house was purchased with a mortgage, for which the young couple obtained insurance coverage in accordance with their agreement with the bank, demonstrating their youth, successful careers, and love. It appeared that they had everything necessary for happiness. However, the fateful day of September 12, 2012, marked a turning point in their lives, transforming everything from before to after. The investigation continued, revealing new and previously unknown details about Catherine and Rafal's lives. Over time, the veil of deception that had hung over their relationship from the beginning began to lift. Rafal Nowak, 29, left behind his wife and child in Poland, fleeing to avoid large debts. He moved to the UK, where he met Anna Lagwinowicz. They have been close since 2008. Then Catherine entered the picture for a while. Raphael considered both women, but ultimately chose Catherine Wells Burr because she was a better fit for a family and financial stability. While Catherine genuinely desired a happy marriage with the man she loved and the start of a family, Nowak was plotting a scheme to end her life, intending to leave the life insurance payout and the large house to himself and his mistress, Anna Lagwinowicz, for which Catherine had contributed a sizable portion. The plot for this crime was meticulously planned and carried out with even more cruelty and cold-bloodedness. After a few hours, Raphael approached Catherine's boss to inquire about her whereabouts. In front of Catherine's colleagues and relatives, he pretended to be terrified and devastated. Catherine was not found at either her parents' or her own home, and her car was also missing. Rafal recalled receiving threatening letters from a mentally unstable admirer for quite some time. Following this, her family called the police. The family was in the living room of the young couple's home, waiting for her return, when they learned that a burning car with a body inside had been discovered. Rafal stated that the evening before her disappearance was completely normal. The couple had gone for a walk after work, stopped at a store for groceries, ate dinner, and then went to bed together after watching TV. Catherine didn't seem scared or disturbed. However, a more thorough investigation reveals that her death happened earlier. Catherine was strangled around 2 a.m., most likely in her own bed, while sleeping. Her lifeless body was then placed in a car, driven a short distance from the house, and set on fire in an attempt to destroy evidence. However, Rafal Nowak had a solid alibi. He was at work since 5:30 a.m., and Catherine was asleep in bed when he left. The burning car was found between 6 and 7 a.m., however. Raphael was still at home at 1:30 a.m., which significantly shifted the case's trajectory. Rafal Nowak became the primary suspect in Catherine Wells-Burr's murder. Evidence allowed Nowak to be detained pending further investigation. Rafal claimed Catherine was being stalked by someone who had repeatedly written to her, driving her insane. During the investigation, it was discovered that Catherine did have accounts on several adult websites, indicating a hidden side of her life that her close friends were unaware of. Intimate photos and flirtatious interactions with men were discovered, along with a letter from a secret admirer. However, no matter how long you try to hide the truth, it eventually comes to light. In an attempt to mislead the investigation and lead it down a false trail, Rafal forgot to destroy the evidence that showed his direct involvement in Catherine's death. Importantly, this provided the prosecution with a motive. When investigators examined Nowak's phone, they discovered that he had never stopped communicating or meeting with Anna Lagwinowitz, whom they had met frequently in recent months. In addition, it was discovered that the man had a financial interest. Shortly before Catherine's death, they both insured their lives for £123,000. Catherine and Raphael were the sole beneficiaries of the insurance contracts and received the payouts for each other. The receipt of substantial life insurance emerged as the primary motive in Catherine's death, while the arson of her car complicated the investigation. On the day of her disappearance, Catherine texted Anna Lagwinowitz. In addition, surveillance cameras revealed that a few days before the crime, Anna and a relative, her uncle, filled a full canister of gasoline at a gas station. As a result, a third party became involved in the case. Anna Lagwinowitz, 32, and her 38-year-old uncle Tadevzez Dimitrisin were arrested on suspicion of committing an intentional crime and setting fire to hide evidence. The trio planned the crime meticulously over several months. They meticulously planned the act, creating accounts on pornographic websites, uploading photoshopped images of Catherine, and fabricating and saving exchanges with various men, all to derail the investigation with a false trail. They couldn't ignore the indisputable evidence for long. When Rafal and Anna realized that continuing to deny was futile, they began blaming each other. The man insisted that Anna devised and carried out the plan to eliminate a rival because she was jealous. In contrast, she accused Nowak of committing the crime out of greed, hoping to secure the insurance payout in the house. In order to avoid detection, the conspirators spin a web of heartless lies around an honest and joyful young woman. They posted her fake profiles on websites where people look for casual, intimate encounters. The conspirators went to great lengths to conceal their crime, not only setting her body on fire but also creating a completely false backstory for her. They intend to portray Catherine as a promiscuous woman filled with secrets and desires. They convincingly portrayed a mysterious lover who could have taken her life. At 5:17 a.m., one of the conspirators sent a text message from the Wells Bar phone. On the day of her demise to this fictitious man, she stated that she was on her way to meet him. However, forensic experts determined that when the fire started in the car, Catherine was dressed only in her favorite nightgown, not in an outfit suitable for a meeting with a man. They discovered a missing pillow on her bed, and the only pillowcase was washed and hanging on a clothesline, leading the police to believe she had been suffocated. Detectives discovered a SIM card in Anna Lagwinowitz's car that was linked to the number Catherine was supposed to text that morning. Anna Lagwinowitz discovered notes she had written while seeking inspiration for messages allegedly sent by the mysterious person in his apartment trash bin. When Nowak fell in love with Anna Lagwinowitz, she realized the game was over. They both claimed Catherine's death was the work of a hired criminal. A week before the trial began, Anna Lagwinowitz asked a fellow inmate to secretly pass on a fake confession from an imaginary hitman who claimed Nowak paid him £20,000 to kill Catherine. Anna Lagwinowicz's story may have provided chilling insight into what happened to their victim. According to this fictitious hitman, Catherine's body was found in the car's trunk. Nowak was ecstatic that he had ended Catherine's life. Hitman wrote, "I helped him put her in the driver's seat. Nowak removed the tape from her mouth, and she put on her shoes. He buckled her seatbelt and kissed her goodbye. At 6 a.m. I approached Catherine's car and set it on fire, per Nowak's instructions. Rafal Nowak played the role of a loving boyfriend admirably in the days preceding Catherine's death, holding hands and kissing her in front of family members. He told her mother, Jane, "I have lost my world, I have lost my future." Rafal Nowak refused to admit his role in the young woman's death and went on to tell her mother, Jane Wells, that her daughter was receiving emails and text messages from an ex-boyfriend who said that if he couldn't have her, no one could finish the story. He even claimed she discussed taking her own life. "We are still Nowak," allowed the distraught Wells Bar parents to console him, who assumed he was also mourning the young woman he loved. Ruffal's acting was so convincing that Catherine's mother, Jane, hugged him after her death and gave him permission to call her. She stated that after the police informed her in the early stages of the investigation that he was viewed as a witness rather than a suspect, she made the decision to provide him with every possible support. "I figured if Catherine loved him so much and he was a member of our family, he deserved to come back." The lengthy trial began under the chairmanship of Justice Sharp. During the trial, the jury learned that the three defendants hoped to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 sterling and half ownership of a two-bedroom home in Mangold, Somerset, worth £137,000 sterling, following Catherine Wells Burr's death. According to the court, Rafal Nowak showed no emotion when police discovered the woman's body in burned car on September 12th. Anna Lagwinowitz, who frequently shook her head and laughed on the defendant's bench when Nowak suggested she was responsible for the crime, refused to testify. Tadevzez Dimitrisin also did not testify in his defense during the trial. Sharp told the defendants that the murder was a terrible, merciless crime, cold-bloodedly committed with a gross breach of trust. Neither of the three expressed any emotion during the sentencing. Judge Justice Sharp sentenced the three Polish nationals to mandatory life sentences with a minimum of 32 years in prison and no possibility of early release. "You took the life of a beautiful young woman who had everything she needed to live. All for money," Sharp said. Rafal Nowak, "The photos of you holding Catherine's hand the night before her death, buying groceries for what you knew would be her last dinner is incredibly chilling. Your emotions were directed solely at yourself. Anna Lagwinowitz, your actions were deceitful, manipulative, and cruel. You played a full role in this heinous crime. And your meeting with Tricia today was a profit-motivated murder. There were significant aggravating circumstances, but no mitigating circumstances." The judge went on to say that many tears have been shed in this court, but the only ones that should be shed are for Catherine and her family. Her mother, Jane, father Philip, and sister Lynn. The judge expressed heartfelt sympathy to Catherine's parents. They had no idea that Rafal Nowak's facade concealed a person devoid of remorse and decency. It was all about money. The judge stated that Nowak and Catherine had no ties that bound them together. They weren't married and didn't have children. Money, selfishness, and greed drove the crime against Catherine. In the case of Anna Lagwinowitz, it came from jealousy and a desire for vengeance. At the parents' request, Judge Justice Sharp read statements from Catherine's mother and sister. Her mother wept in court as her statement was read. It stated that Catherine was a caring, loving, genuine, generous, loyal, thoughtful, exceptional, and amazing young woman. She had a bright and promising future, full of potential. Phil and I, her parents, were extremely proud of the young woman she had become. Catherine's death was a cruel, calculated act of villainy, and the hatred directed toward her will haunt us for the rest of our lives. I never got to say goodbye, tell her I loved her, or hear Catherine say, "I love you, Mommy." She now considers Nowak to be an evil person who should spend the rest of his life in prison. Catherine's father, Philip, added, "We took him into our home, he became like a son and betrayed us all." Rafal Nowak, who was covered in tattoos, wept in the witness box during the trial, insisting he had nothing to do with his true love's death. A father of one with a wife and a teenage son in Poland told the jurors that everyone is blaming me for something I did not do. The court heard that Nowak was emotionless when police discovered Catherine Wells Burr's body in her burned car on September 12th. Last year, her mother, Jane Wells Barr, told jurors that after his initial release from police custody, he did not mention Catherine and instead requested a steak dinner. Mrs. Wells stated that as soon as they purchased a home together and obtained life insurance, her daughter's fate was sealed. "I told the cops there was a bounty on her life. Indeed, she had signed her own death warrant when she signed the mortgage. It was over." Thus, Rafal Nowak, a 31-year-old factory worker, was found guilty of the crime against his girlfriend, suffocated her with a pillow while she was sleeping. Afterward, he plotted with his secret lover and her uncle to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and a share of the house. His secret lover, Anna Lagwinowicz, 32, and her uncle, 38-year-old Ty Devotion Nutrition, drove Wells Burr's body to a remote location and set it on fire. It is believed that, like Anna Lagwinowicz and her uncle, 38-year-old Tadevzez Dimitrisin, who also lived in Taunton, Wells' body was transported in her Ford Focus to a remote location 7 miles from the city. They set fire to the car at 6 a.m. when Nowak had already arrived at work, giving him a solid alibi. The Royal Court of Bristol jury found Rafał Nowak, Anna Lagwinowicz, and Todd of Tadevzez Dimitrisin, all of whom are originally from Poland, guilty of the crime. The crime was the result of months of secret meetings and phone calls between Rafał Nowak and his Polish lover Anna Lagwinowicz, with Catherine completely unaware of her involvement in what turned out to be a love triangle. After the verdict, the accused spent months leading detectives on a false trail, creating fake profiles for the girl on adult websites and sending her messages from a supposed mysterious lover. Catherine Wells Burr's parents advocated for stricter immigration controls following her tragic death. Philip and Jane Wells, who separated after their daughter's tragic death, stated that Rafał Nowak, who was convicted of assaulting his wife in Poland, would not have been allowed to enter the UK if immigration rules were as stringent as those in the United States of America. They blamed the European Union and argued that the UK should tighten its entry requirements for foreign nationals. Jane Wells, 46, stated that people entering this country are not checked. We had no idea Rafał had been charged with assault while he was in Poland. I am absolutely certain that our government must wake up and stop allowing such negative elements as Rafał Nowak to roam freely throughout the country. Catherine Wells Burr's family wept in court as the sentence was announced. The 3 perpetrators displayed no emotion. The criminal trio received life sentences with no possibility of parole. They now have their entire lives ahead of them to plan criminal schemes, but they will have no opportunity to put them into action. Thus, through their own efforts, the Polish immigrants exchanged their dreams of a successful and prosperous life for free prison cells. After the verdict was announced, the victim's mother gave her final words about her daughter. She was a lovely girl. Absolutely stunning. We were overjoyed when she received her first-class degree from the University of Bath Spa. She was determined, hardworking, and beautiful. We don't know how to live without her. She had a lot to live for. She had so much potential. She had so much hope for a happy life, but she was robbed of it. We got robbed. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In February 2018, the quiet town of Deltona, located in eastern Florida off the Atlantic coast, was shaken by the brutal murder of a young man named Patrick de la Cerda. The 25-year-old man was discovered dead in his home, and the severity of his injuries indicated that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against him. The Patrick de la Cerda case is an example of a near-perfect, elaborate and planned crime that may have gone unsolved. Although the murderer was identified almost immediately, there was no direct evidence to prove his guilt. As later claimed, investigator Chad Weaver, who investigated the case, knew from the start that it would be a true detective worthy of a screen adaptation. What happened? Who is Patrick de la Cerda? Patrick de la Cerda was born in June 1992 in Miami, one of Florida's most picturesque cities. His mother, Patricia Runza, was born and raised in France, while his father, Max de la Cerda, was a native of Spain. But in the 1980s, he moved to the United States, where he married and had a son. The de la Cerda family was extremely friendly and cheerful. Patrick grew up in an environment of love, caring, and mutual respect. He was a very nice, intelligent, and sociable guy who did well in school, could easily become the soul of any company, and had a lot of friends. Furthermore, the boy was very close to his parents from childhood, and they spared no effort or money to ensure that their son received a good education and grew up to be a worthy man. The family patriarch had spent his entire life working in the construction industry and was a highly skilled professional. The family was not wealthy, but they were well off by city standards. After graduating from high school, Patrick decided to pursue a career in construction to continue his father's legacy. When the young man was in university, his parents decided to divorce after nearly 25 years of marriage. It should be noted that they parted in a quiet and peaceful manner, with no scandals, property division, or other issues. The mother relocated to the quiet town of Deltona in the state's east and remarried shortly thereafter. The adult son decided to stay in Miami with his father, where they both work and are well known in the construction industry. Despite the divorce of the parents, all family members remained close and friendly to one another. They were constantly in contact with one another, calling and communicating on a regular basis, and we were always available to assist when needed. Patrick paid regular visits to his mother in Deltona, where he told her about everything going on in his life, including his joys and experiences meeting the girl of his dreams. Due to his French and Spanish heritage, Patrick had a bright appearance and enjoyed great success with fair sex from a young age, but it had always been an example of the family in which he grew up, so he did not seek frivolous and fleeting affairs. He dreamed of a bright mutual feeling and his own strong family. De la Cerda met the girl of his dreams by chance on the internet, on one of the popular sites where lonely hearts find each other. He registered and created an account at the suggestion of a friend, but he didn't fully believe that he could meet his soulmate there. One June evening in 2017, he was browsing the site's girl profiles without much enthusiasm when his attention was drawn to a photo of a searing brunette with an unusually bright appearance. She had big, bottomless eyes and a lovely smile. Patrick was completely enchanted and decided to write to the stunning stranger. She responded to his message, and they began to communicate more comfortably. The girl's name was Jessica Devnani. She was born in 1988 in Orlando, Florida, which is located in the state's central region. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in one of the local universities to study banking, and after graduation, she worked at a bank branch in her hometown of Orlando. Jessica was also immediately drawn to the handsome young man. They exchanged phone numbers after a few days of active correspondence on the website. For the next few weeks, they called each other every evening and talked for hours about anything. The couple quickly established mutual sympathy and trust, so the young people decided to meet in person. Because they lived in different parts of the state, they chose a location about halfway between them for the meeting. Already on the first date, Patrick realized Jessica was the girl he had been looking for, and now refuses to let go. She liked him right away, and Jessica was perplexed by the age difference because she was 4 years older than Patrick. On the way home, Patrick called his mother and told her that he had met the girl of his dreams, whom he wanted to marry and start a family. Patricia recognized the joy and excitement in her son's voice and knew he was serious. She was happy for him. This long-distance relationship lasted several months and posed a significant problem because the couple could only see each other on weekends and in neutral locations. Usually, they rented a hotel room in a cozy, secluded location and simply enjoyed each other's company. However, everyone flew home on Sunday night because they had work the next morning. Marriage proposal. To be closer to his sweetheart, Patrick relocated to Deltona, where his mother lived, in December 2017. He purchased a house in a quiet neighborhood and began repairing it, preparing a cozy nest for his chosen one's move. Jessica couldn't leave work right away, so they planned a housewarming party for early spring next year. On New Year's Eve, when the couple met, the young man decided to surprise his girlfriend. He set up fireworks in the backyard of the house, and, as Jessica watched the fireworks, she got down on one knee and held out a box with a ring, asking her the most important question: will she become his lawful wife? Jessica was overjoyed and, unsurprisingly, agreed with him. Patrick admitted that he had been looking for an engagement ring for a long time, but had not found the right one in any of the jewelry stores. He believes that none of them are attractive or refined enough for such an occasion. He chose the best of what was available in order to make a proposal before the new year, but then ordered another from the jewelry workshop, an exclusive ring designed by the young man himself. Something had happened to Patrick. 2 months have passed since the engagement. Preparations for the wedding and upcoming housewarming were underway. Their parents approved of the couple's decision, and they were ecstatic to be embarking on a new chapter in their lives. The young people intend to hold a lavish celebration in Miami on the Atlantic Ocean's shores, or in France, the groom's mother's homeland. On February 27, 2018, Patrick's father, Max de la Cerda, got a call from a courier. The father's phone number was added as an additional contact. The courier confirmed that his son's order had been delivered to the specified address, but the customer does not open the door or answer the phone. This was so unlike Patrick, so the father was immediately concerned. However, because he was at work at the time, he was unable to pick up the order while also checking on his son's well-being. Max decided to ask his future daughter-in-law. He called Jessica and his voice was filled with anxiety as he explained that he could not reach his son. Jessica had attempted to contact her fiancé since the morning, but he did not return messages or make calls. When she mentioned this to Patrick's father, Max concluded that something had happened to Patrick. Jessica immediately dropped everything and dashed to the groom's house. When she pulled up, she immediately noticed Patrick's car in the driveway, indicating that he hadn't left. She had her own key. Jessica entered the yard and called out to her lover several times. However, there was no response. Jessica carefully opened the front door and discovered a terrifying image. Her fiancé lay practically at the entrance in a pool of his own blood. He showed no sign of life. Jessica immediately called 911, but when paramedics arrived, they were unable to help Patrick and declared him dead. By the time the cops arrived, Jessica was sobbing in the backyard of the house where Patrick had proposed 2 months prior. When one of the officers approached her, she simply looked at him and told him she knew who had murdered her lover and destroyed her entire life. A wealthy and powerful ex-boyfriend can help you understand this difficult situation, and to understand who would want to kill a young guy who appears to have no enemies or ill wishes, you must go back in time to when he and Jessica first met. The girl was then in a relationship with Gregory Bender, a wealthy businessman who ran his own investment fund. Jessica met Gregory while she was a student. He was 20 years older than her, and he literally turned the young ladies' heads. The businessman wooed her beautifully, gave her expensive gifts, and took her to luxurious resorts. Jessica believed she had found her one and only love, but she soon noticed some oddities in his behavior. Gregory sought to exert control over his girlfriend by closely monitoring where she went and who she communicated with. If Jessica had an admirer, he quickly got rid of him with threats and intimidation. At the same time, he told her very little about himself. This relationship lasted nearly 8 years, and Gregory never revealed his chosen one to his family or friends. Gregory rarely invited his girlfriend to his house, and they only met, spent time together, or went on vacation when he wanted to. He argued that he was extremely busy. Jessica, of course, wanted to have a normal family and have children. But Bender insisted that it was not yet time for that, and when she tried to end the relationship, Gregory gave her a ring and proposed marriage. Jessica agreed, but nothing had changed. They continued to live apart and only saw each other when the groom said so. Gregory was involved in a car accident that left him in a hospital bed. Jessica rushed over to him when she heard about it, but first she stopped by his house to get some items for Gregory. Jessica encountered a woman she had never seen before and inquired as to her identity. Rather than responding, the stranger asked her a similar question. Jessica showed the ring on her finger and announced that she was the bride of the house's owner. The woman then laughed and showed her the ring, claiming to be Bender's legal wife, Damara Sanchez. Bender? After such a shocking revelation, Jessica decided to immediately end her relationship with the businessman who had cheated her for so long. However, the boyfriend began to literally pursue Jessica, begging her to return and promising to divorce Damara in the near future so that they could marry. She renewed her faith in this man, but time passed and nothing about their relationship changed. Jessica became tired of this affair and filled out a questionnaire on a dating site where she met Patrick. After beginning to communicate with him, she made the firm decision to end her relationship with Gregory, which she informed him of, but he refused to let go. Obsessive stalker. Bender initially persuaded Jessica to return to him and try to restart their relationship, promising to divorce his wife. He then proceeded to make threats and harass others. When he realized that all of this was pointless, he decided to look for a rival about whom he knew nothing. He had to hire professionals to hack into Jessica's account and discover who she was communicating with. Gregory began sending Patrick threatening messages and demanding that he break up with Jessica, whom he referred to as his fiancée, after discovering his identity and obtaining his contact information. Patrick did not react to the threats and remained calm, believing that the situation would not escalate beyond threats. But Jessica was terrified because she realized her ex-boyfriend could expect anything from her. He was a wealthy and well-connected man with an extensive collection of firearms at his disposal. Jessica suggested that Patrick end their relationship before anyone was hurt, but he refused. Then they decided to contact the police, providing evidence that Bender was stalking and threatening them. The couple obtained a restraining order against Gregory, preventing him from approaching them or attempting to make contact in any way. Gregory was also ordered to surrender all firearms stored in his home. Things settled down for a while, and the lovers began to believe that the stalker had left them alone. Jessica, on the other hand, persuaded Patrick that it was necessary to install CCTV cameras around and inside the house because she was concerned that Gregory would break the bane, conduct a crime scene investigation, and test the first theory. But let's return to the tragic events of February 27, 2018. During the initial examination of the crime scene, the criminalist immediately ruled out the robbery theory and stated that, based on the nature of the mutilation, this murderer had a personal motive and literally despised his victim. A 25-year-old man was found with gunshot wounds in his thigh, chest, and head. The experts also discovered injuries and bruises consistent with a fall from a ladder. The body was lying on the floor between the front door and the stairs to the second floor. Investigators suspected that the killer had snuck into the house and was waiting for the owner on the second floor. When an unsuspecting Patrick entered and climbed the stairs, the intruder stepped out to meet him and fired the first bullet into his leg. The wounded young man rolled down the stairs, and the perpetrator followed him down, firing another bullet into his chest before killing the victim with 2 follow-up shots to the head. The murder weapon was not discovered, but it was a rather uncommon model of pistol that was difficult to obtain. The first shell casing was discovered on the second floor of the house. 2 more similar shell casings were discovered downstairs, but the 4th casing was not present, so it was assumed that the perpetrator took it with him, possibly as a trophy. Despite Jessica's claims that she knows who killed her fiancé, the first person suspected was the murdered man's neighbor, with whom he had a serious disagreement a few months prior. The man was a combat participant and veteran of the United States Army who was injured and severely concussed during the war, resulting in a mental disorder. He was an expert with firearms and could easily obtain a rare model of gun in December 2017. The veteran mistook his new neighbor for a burglar and opened fire. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but the neighbor was admitted to a psychiatric hospital due to an exacerbation of his condition. After he returned home, he continued to follow Patrick, calling him a spy and promising to expose him. The mentally ill neighbor may have a motive based on his unhealthy imagination. So the man was detained and decided to interrogate Patrick. He made no secret of his dislike for him. However, at the time of the murder, he had a complete alibi, which was confirmed by several people looking for evidence and attempting to provoke the perpetrator. So the original version of the robbery was canceled because everything in the house was in its proper place, and the money and valuables remained untouched. Only hard disks containing recordings made by video surveillance cameras were missing, making it impossible to determine who entered and exited the house that day. In addition, no evidence was discovered at the crime scene. Forensic experts were unable to locate a single fingerprint, shoe print, or DNA trace. The murder was meticulously planned, and while the investigation had little doubt that Gregory was responsible, it appeared at the time that he would get away with it. The police decided to go undercover and ask Jessica to call her former lover and invite him to a candid conversation. Jessica agreed without hesitation, dialing Bender's number and making a spectacle of herself. She blamed him for what had happened, cried, and repeatedly asked why he had done it. However, Gregory appeared to have figured out what the investigators were up to from the start and persisted in pretending he didn't know. When Jessica revealed that he had killed her fiancé, the businessman pretended to be surprised, and after expressing his condolences to the ex-girlfriend, he attempted to persuade Gregory to confess in order to enrage him or force him to make a mistake, but it never worked. The police had no reason to stop or question the man. He could only be called to testify, but he followed the restraining order and appeared to have let his ex-girlfriend go long ago. The killer's notes. While the investigation was treading water looking for leads, the police received a call from Daymara Sanchez Bender, who claimed to have important information about the Patrick de la Cerda case. The woman was immediately invited to the station for an interview, during which she stated that shortly before the crime, she noticed a strange notebook on her husband's desk in his office. Looking into it, I discovered a detailed plan of some stranger's house, along with a strange algorithm of actions. She had not paid attention to it at the time. However, when Damara saw a news report about a young man's brutal murder and the story showed the plan of his house, she immediately remembered the sketches of her unfaithful husband, with whom she was on the verge of divorce, and decided to tell the investigators that this information gave the police enough reason to search the alleged perpetrator's home. The mysterious notebook about which the businessman's wife spoke was found in the office, but the pages containing the house plan and other records had been removed. However, they were quickly discovered in the office. But, in a trash can that Gregory had apparently failed or forgotten to empty, he simply ripped out the pages, crumpled them up, and tossed them away. Apparently, he was confident that his house would not be searched because the sheets of paper contained no evidence against him. In addition to the layout of the house, there was a detailed plan of the crime itself, indicating that the criminal had planned extensively and thoroughly, working out every detail. It was specifically mentioned that the phone should be turned off, gloves should be worn, and shoe soles should be lubricated with a special compound to avoid leaving traces on the floor. The records revealed that Gregory followed his victim, knew when Patrick returned home, and was aware of the presence of surveillance cameras in the house and yard. In addition, Gregory disposed of the crime weapon, dirty clothes, shoes, and gloves. He was only disappointed because his own records had not been destroyed in time, and by his wife's curiosity. In addition, a fourth missing shell casing was discovered on the table in a cigar box that the gunman was supposed to have taken as a trophy. Forensics determined that it was the same shell casing from the crime scene. The trial and defense attorneys attempted to shift the blame onto Jessica, but the evidence was sufficient to arrest Gregory and begin the trial. The main issue was that all of the evidence found could be considered circumstantial, because the criminal weapon was never found. There was no evidence that the accused had ever visited the victim's home, and there were no witnesses. Bender's trial didn't start until May 21, more than 3 years after the atrocity. During this time, he hired the best lawyers who had enough time to fully prepare for the case. The businessman was upbeat and appeared to believe he'd get away with it. Jessica was a key witness. She detailed her long-term relationship with Gregory, including how she discovered he was married and attempted to end it, as well as the harassment and threats he made against her and Patrick. She provided saved screenshots of correspondence and phone records. In response, Bender's attorneys attempted to shift all of the blame to Jessica. The defense claimed that Jessica provoked Gregory with her behavior by registering on a dating site and beginning a new relationship while still in a relationship with Gregory, which hurt his pride and ego. Jessica was also accused of mercantilism, with some claiming that she enjoyed receiving expensive gifts from wealthy suitors. In the main evidence sheets containing records of the murder plot, the lawyers described it as a fantasy of a wounded man seeking vengeance on his rival. At the same time, the defense claimed that the defendant's involvement in the crime was limited to plans and fantasies, so no traces of him were discovered. Furthermore, the lawyers claimed that the search of their client's home was illegal and violated, so the second evidence was a shell casing that he could simply plant in the process. The crime weapon was also not discovered, and Jessica identified the model of the gun from a picture, claiming that she had previously seen it in her boyfriend's collection, but she could be mistaken because she was not well versed in weapons, according to her ex-wife's testimony and final verdict. At one of the sessions, the defendant's now ex-wife, Damara Sanchez, was called as a witness. The man who had previously appeared indifferent suddenly became animated and confessed his love for her. The ex-wife was moved by this confession and appears to have changed her mind about testifying against Gregory. She erred in her testimony, citing forgetfulness, and finally stated that she had lived with the man for many years and doubted his ability to commit murder. Despite defense attorneys' attempts to challenge the legality of the defendant's home search, his ex-wife's unexpected statement, and a lack of direct evidence, the jury found Gregory Bender guilty of first-degree murder after hours of deliberation. He received a life sentence and will never be eligible for parole. As the judge read the sentence, the defendant stared at Jessica, seemingly without blinking. He was literally glaring at her, making her feel sick and nearly causing a panic attack. She sat next to her late fiancé's mother and, at one point, started sobbing and choking. Despite numerous attempts by Bender and his well-paid lawyers to appeal the verdict, and have the case reviewed. All of their appeals were denied. Not least among these factors was the case's widespread societal resonance, because a wealthy millionaire businessman murdered a simple working man in cold blood and attempted to evade justice. Patrick de la Cerda's story received widespread media coverage. Gregory Bender is still behind bars at the moment. Jessica Devnani says she feels safe and will continue to live for Patrick and honor his memory. She wears the ring that he gave her as a gift. In addition, Patrick never gave her the exclusive piece of jewelry he promised. Jessica has a close relationship with her deceased fiancé's parents, who treat her like their own daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story that happened in Pennsylvania in the year 2017. On June 28, 2017, witnesses began calling 911 to report a car accident on one of the highways. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a Chevy Malibu that had gone off the road. Unfortunately, the driver, Bianca Robertson, 18, did not survive. However, her death was not an accident, as initially assumed. Bianca Nicole Robertson was born on October 17, 1998, in Pennsylvania. She graduated from Bayard Rustin High School in Westchester with all A's. Bianca was a member of the Black Student Union at Rustin, where she also received several awards and was on the honor roll her senior year. She received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Jacksonville, Florida, and plans to major in criminal justice and become an FBI forensic agent. She has previously been a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She studied flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. She was also an artist. Bianca, who lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, was excited to experience the freedoms and challenges of dorm life. Her mother explained that, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart. Bianca was preparing to relocate to Florida and looking forward to a new chapter in her life. After purchasing everything, Bianca and her family went to the parking lot. They all got into separate cars. They intended to meet at home later, but her mother and grandmother had other plans, and Bianca immediately returned home. She had to drive approximately 10 miles. Bianca was very familiar with this road. However, this was the young woman's last car ride. About 10 minutes after she left the Walmart parking lot, witnesses to the accident began calling 911. The first responders arrived at the scene right away. Bianca Robertson was the driver of the Chevrolet Malibu. The paramedics were unable to help her, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. At first glance, Bianca's head injuries appeared to be the result of a severe blow when the car veered off the road. Many people driving along the highway at the time of the accident came to a stop near the scene before the police and ambulance arrived. After interviewing eyewitnesses, the police discovered one crucial detail. One of the witnesses claimed Bianca went off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck, which then fled the scene without stopping. "I hope it isn't Bianca." That was what the grandmother told herself as she drove past the car crash scene, intended to meet her granddaughter at home. She had no idea that the traffic she was stuck in was caused by a crash involving her granddaughter. When Bianca's grandmother returned home, 2 police officers had already arrived to report the car accident that claimed her granddaughter's life. Bianca's mother, Michelle, could not believe what was happening to her. The death of a child is one of the most devastating events that parents can experience. Michelle, a nurse in Delaware County, said she never imagined anything like this would happen. After losing her 22-year-old son, Michael James Rowley, to a heart condition in 2013, she hoped her pain would ease. Instead, it's doubled. "I'm not even sure who I am right now. I'm just existing," Michelle said. "They were my breath. My reason is to get up. I don't have any children right now." Michelle Robertson has lost her second child, and this is heartbreaking. She claimed she did not leave the house for quite some time and was constantly crying. Michelle and Rodney Robertson, who divorced in 2006, have become amicable co-parents thanks to Bianca. "Our divorce was not pleasant," Rodney admits. "Bianca didn't like the way I was talking to her mother, so she corrected me. Because we loved her, It caused everything to calm down. Bianca was devoted to her family, and she particularly enjoyed being her daddy's girl. If I had a favorite, it would be Bianca who, as her father put it, was looking forward to being on her own. Bianca's parents said she was pleased to be getting closer to realizing her dream of becoming a forensic specialist for the FBI. She was focused on her future, and nothing was going to stand in her way, said Bianca's father, who proudly stated that his daughter had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 4 schools to which she applied, and one of the 3 to which she was accepted. She was also accepted at Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Detectives requested CCTV footage to confirm Bianca's claim that her car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. After all, if Bianca's death was caused by a collision with another vehicle, it was more than just an accident. It was a crime. If this was the case, the police had to find the perpetrator. But what they quickly discovered was even more shocking. While the detectives waited for the footage, there was another watershed moment in this case. Everyone assumed Bianca died after going off the road and hitting her head. However, during the autopsy, forensic experts determined that the cause of her death was not a car accident. They discovered a bullet in Bianca's head. It drastically altered everything. What appeared to be an accident, followed by a collision with a red pickup truck, turned out to be death from a gunshot to the head. After receiving the autopsy report, the detectives visited Bianca's family. They had to inform Bianca, her parents, that her death was not an accident. It was an even bigger surprise for everyone, particularly her mother. Michelle was puzzled. Why would anyone do that to her daughter? The family was unable to identify anyone who could wish Bianca harm. She had a friendly relationship with everyone. Robertson needed answers, and investigators were doing everything they could to find the person responsible for Bianca's death. The detectives found nothing suspicious while reviewing footage from cameras at Walmart, where Bianca and her family had gone on the day of her death. They scrutinized every move Bianca and her family made, from getting out of their cars to leaving the parking lot. The detectives ruled out the possibility that someone at Walmart chased Bianca and fatally shot her. After all, she did not get into any fights while shopping at Walmart. They simply bought what they needed, loaded it into Bianca's car, and left. It is possible that Bianca died as a result of an incident that occurred while she was driving down the highway toward her home. "We loaded all of the bags into Bianca's car," her mother explained, referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu the family purchased from CarMax for her 16th birthday. Bianca did not ask for much, but when she did, she asked for big things, such as a car, according to her mother, who added that Bianca had chosen the car when she received her permit. "She got what she wanted," Michelle Robertson stated. "I do not call it spoiled, I call it loved." But Bianca was willing to work for her goals. She got her first job at McDonald's at the age of 15. She left fast food after 2 weeks to work as a dietary aide at the Whitehorse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle said she has a stack of letters and cards from residents who loved Bianca. Soon after, the police obtained the traffic surveillance footage. There were no cameras near where Bianca veered off the road, but one was about a mile away. Let us look at Google Maps. Here's where Bianca got off the road. As you can see, the 2 lanes merge into one at this point. When the investigators watched the recording, they discovered evidence that confirmed Bianca's story about a disagreement with the driver of the red pickup truck. The video captured their cars driving side by side. They're approaching the point where the 2 lanes merge into one. Perhaps the conflict arose because one did not yield to the other. Knowing the outcome of the confrontation, the investigators suspected that the driver of the red pickup truck fired the fatal shot. Unfortunately, the footage was of low quality. The pickup truck's license plates were obscured, as was the driver's face. However, from that point forward, the driver of the red pickup truck was the primary and sole suspect in Bianca Robertson's death. Detectives needed to identify this man, but all they had at the time was a blurry image. None of Bianca's family members knew anyone with a red pickup truck. The police returned to speak with those who were present at the scene of the incident, and those who dialed 911. None of them noticed the license plate on this car. Friends and stuff, rangers young and old, too many to count, have reached out to the Robertsons in support, beginning with a vigil 2 days after her death. They've heard from teachers who have known Bianca for years. "Bianca changed my mind about how I would teach." According to one educator, Michelle, Bianca was our Save the World child. Michelle confronted Bianca, saying that if a parent put a child out, she would sneak them into our house. Bianca might say something like, "Mom, wouldn't you want someone to do the same for me?" Bianca once saw a car accident and asked her mother if they could stop and help. If she noticed someone dining alone, her first thought was to invite them to the family table. The investigators determined the direction of the pickup truck's movement after the incident by reviewing recordings from cameras located further away from where Bianca's car crashed. They needed a higher quality recording to determine the car's make, model, and license plate. The police also asked the media to spread information about the red pickup truck, hoping that the public could help identify its owner. Detectives determined that following an incident, the driver of a red pickup truck turned onto Paoli Pike. They began walking around the neighborhood, visiting houses and shopping centers. I was looking for cameras that could have recorded the pickup truck. They discovered one surveillance camera, and the footage was of high quality this time. While analyzing the recording, the detective noticed a red pickup truck driving down the road about 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report an accident involving Bianca Robertson's car, but the license plate could not be seen. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was the same car or another that matched the description. While the investigators searched for additional recordings and moved from one door to the next, another breakthrough occurred in the case. 2 days after the incident, a woman called the police and said she had seen the car they were looking for. She also saw the face of the person sitting behind the wheel. This woman stated that her red pickup truck overtook her, came to a stop at the Paoli Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was critical to the investigation because it limited the search area. Furthermore, it indicated that the pickup truck in this video was not the vehicle they were looking for. It was simply a similar-looking truck. The woman who contacted police assisted the forensic artist in creating the suspect's sketch. She described him as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police were hoping that someone would recognize this person and report it to them. They presented the suspect's sketch to Bianca's family. However, they didn't know anyone who resembled the sketch. The investigators also began to suspect that Bianca's death was a hate crime. Knowing that the red pickup truck had turned left at this intersection, the detectives went around the shops and houses on this street, hoping to find a high-quality recording that could answer some questions. Soon, they discovered what they were looking for. The owner of the house, which is less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from a surveillance camera pointed at his driveway. After calculating the approximate time it would take to get there from the crime scene, the police quickly located the required vehicle. Although the footage was of higher quality than the previous one, the angle of view prevented law enforcement officers from identifying the vehicle or the driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from the camera at a closer distance, and luck was on their side. Although they couldn't see the license plate, they did notice the car's distinguishing features. The vehicle had a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. These distinguishing characteristics could greatly simplify the search for this vehicle. The police wanted to expedite the process. As a result, they used the media to request assistance from the general public. They offered a $5,000 reward for information that could help them locate the truck or its driver. The investigators were confident that someone would recognize this particular vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Robertson died, a lawyer called the police station and said he had a client who wanted to turn himself in, mentioning the latter's involvement in the incident that resulted in the death of 18-year-old Bianca Robertson. This incident occurred on Wednesday, around 5:30 p.m. Bianca Robertson: I am 18 years old and recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School. I am on my way to Jacksonville University. Her entire summer and life were spent in front of her loving family. She was driving on Route 100. Route 100 is a 2-lane highway that connects to Route 100 Spur just a few miles away before merging with Route 202. And where it merges, it reduces from 2 lanes to 1. That is the same merge that people in southeastern Pennsylvania perform thousands of times per day. People all over the world do this without issue. But last Wednesday, as Bianca was merging from 2 lanes to 1, a man in a red pickup truck joined her, and they were jockeying for position, which irritated him. So he pulled out his gun and shot Bianca in the head. The driver of the red pickup truck was identified as David Desper, 28, of Pennsylvania. He arrived at the police station with his lawyer, Desper refused to testify but consented to a search of his home. He also told them where his pickup truck was. Desper was arrested and charged with killing Bianca Robertson. The police found the pickup truck at the location indicated by Desper stickers on the side windows, and the rims made it clear that it was the vehicle they were looking for. During a search of Desper's home, investigators discovered the gun used to shoot Bianca Robertson in the head. The police were certain they had found the culprit. However, the motive for this crime was unknown. On July 7, over 800 heartbroken family, friends, and community supporters gathered at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the borough of Westchester, 25 miles west of Philadelphia, for her homegoing service. During the funeral service, a church banner read patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and self-control. Among those who paid tribute were her brothers, officials from Bayard Rustin High School, where she had recently graduated as chief admissions officer at Jacksonville University, where she was set to enroll in the fall, and friends. What emerged was a portrait of an extraordinary young woman, with speaker after speaker after speaker praising her brilliance and virtues. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. compared the shooter to George Zimmerman and Michael Dunn. Zimmerman killed black teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2012. Zimmerman was acquitted of murder in 2013. In 2012, Dunn fatally shot Jordan Davis, another black teenage male, in Florida. A verbal altercation over music in the teenager's car escalated when he fired shots into the vehicle while it was driving away. He was convicted and sentenced to life plus 90 years in prison. The black community is unconcerned about whether Bianca's murder was motivated by rage or racism. All we know is that we have lost another bright young black star. The pastor announced that another good sister had passed away. At the September 2018 trial, they asked David Desper to explain his motivation for committing the crime. Instead of responding to this question, he asked for forgiveness from the Robertson family. Bianca's parents were not looking forward to confronting her alleged killer. Rodney had ordered t-shirts featuring Bianca's face on the front for family and friends to wear as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. They also had bracelets engraved with the words, "Bianca Robertson, a rose in God's garden," and a banner reading "Justice for Bianca Nicole Robertson, who was murdered on Wednesday, June 28, 2017. I'm not sure how I'll react when I see him. My daughter was shot by the man who held the gun. I know I won't do anything stupid. Rodney claimed Desper simply stole her dreams. He did not have that. Right, Michelle claimed I couldn't get her back. I need to get her back, and I can't. I need to comfort her, but I can't. I'm her mother, and I can't do that while he's still here. She shed more tears, and he was able to talk to his parents and hug them. He is 28. She's just a teen, a baby. The prosecutor suggested that the traffic jam was caused by Bianca's failure to yield to Desper when the two lanes merged. He then rolled down the passenger side window and pulled the trigger. Recognizing the consequences of his actions, Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to flee to Delaware. However, when his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck made the news, he decided to hire a lawyer and turn himself in. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence of a bias-motivated crime. As a result, they did not charge the man with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan added that there was no evidence that we were aware that this was a race or hate crime. Many people disagree with that assertion. Before the sentencing, the defense described Desper as a harmless, almost juvenile 28-year-old who enjoyed playing with cars in his spare time. They called him a big kid and claimed that Desper essentially gave the government the case by turning himself in. According to the defense, Desper was driving home when a car unexpectedly approached him. He took the gun and shot it. They claimed there was no monster or threat. If you're a 28-year-old man driving a car with a loaded firearm, you're not a big kid, argued prosecutor Chris Miller. It turned out that Desper's mother had shared a Facebook post about police searching for the man who killed Bianca Robertson. She later realized it was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and prayed for her. "I apologize for what my son did." She said this while her son sobbed. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he confronted his daughter's murderer. "My questions to the defendant are simple. Why in God's name did you shoot my daughter because she was young and black? Because she was a girl? You wanted to be the first on the road because you had a bad day?" All of my dreams for Bianca were coming true. He continued, "Until the day the defendant murdered my daughter, all I had of Bianca were my memories." David Desper admitted to third-degree deprivation of life. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the option of applying for parole in 20 years. Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft wiped away tears as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft imposed the maximum sentence for that level of homicide, which ranged from 20 to 40 years. Desper attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at a story from 2003 in the American state of North Dakota. On November 22, 2003, Drew Shodin, 22, was walking to her car after finishing her shift and talking on the phone with her boyfriend. The conversation was abruptly interrupted. Drew's boyfriend paid little attention to this, which he later regretted deeply. The young woman was soon featured on national television, and her experiences influenced a change in US law. Drew Katrina Shodin was born September 26, 1981 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She was the younger of Alan and Linda's 2 children. Drew's parents divorced when she was 3 years old, but they remained friends until she was 10. Linda and her second husband, Sid Walker, raised her and her brother Sven in a comfortable home on Whitefish Lake, which is known for being one of Minnesota's most scenic vacation spots. Drew excelled in high school, becoming an honor student, joining the golf team, and being voted homecoming queen in 1999. But her true passion was for art. Her homeroom was filled with sketches of rock star models and friends. After graduating from high school, she attended the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks, a city of approximately 50,000 people. Friends described Drew as someone who loved life and was always willing to help others. Drew often traveled around the country, but her dream was to visit Australia, which she planned to do in the spring of 2004. To save money for the event, Drew worked 2 jobs in her spare time: a sales associate at Victoria's Secret and a waitress at a nightclub in Grand Forks. On Saturday, November 22, 2003, Drew's shift at the Victoria's Secret store in Columbia Mall ended at 4 p.m. Later that day, she was scheduled to work at a nightclub. Before leaving the mall, Drew decided to go shopping and purchased a purse from a specific store. She called her boyfriend Chris Lang as she walked to her car in the parking lot. Suddenly, after Drew said, "Okay," the call was disconnected, but Chris did not give it much thought. He did not call back because they were not discussing anything important. About 3 hours later, Chris's phone rang again, this time from Drew. When he answered it, he only heard noises, such as the wind and phone buttons being pressed. 3 weeks later, in an interview with a television station, Chris described the thoughts that raced through his mind when his conversation with Drew was cut short. "I was unaware of the urgency of this phone call at the time," he said. "I never thought this would happen. There was no sense of urgency. It was simply a cell phone call that was cut off for a variety of reasons. I had no idea this terrible thing was happening." Drew was living in a college dorm, sharing a room with her friend Meg Murphy. Around the same time, Chris got a strange phone call. Meg received a call from the nightclub, where they were trying to figure out why Drew hadn't arrived for work and wasn't answering the phone. She was a responsible employee who always arrived at work early, so her absence immediately raised concerns. However, Meg had no idea where Drew was and was surprised that she hadn't shown up for work, so she went looking for her friend Meg. She first called mutual acquaintances, then the local hospital, where she was informed that Drew had not been admitted. "I called the police around 9 p.m. because I couldn't find anything out." Knowing Drew worked at Columbia Mall, a police officer was dispatched to the location. At this point, the mall had already closed. Driving around the parking lot, the officer noticed Drew's car. After inspecting it, he discovered that the car was unlocked. There was no evidence of a struggle or other crime. A black nylon sheath for a folding knife was discovered on the ground near the car. It was unclear whether it was related to Drew's disappearance. However, such a discovery was not encouraging. Papers, a wallet, and a new purse purchased that day were found on the car seat, implying that even if Drew had committed a dirty deed, It was not a robbery. Neither the friend's boyfriend nor his parents knew where Drew could be, so investigators began to suspect a kidnapping. First and foremost, have detectives checked out Chris Lang. He was almost immediately ruled out as a suspect because he lived in Minnesota, 300 miles from Chris in Grand Forks. The police discovered that one of Drew's phone calls was abruptly cut off, and the second was made a few hours later, when noises and the sound of a button being pressed could be heard. The detectives arrived the next day when the mall where Drew worked was open to review the security camera footage. As it turned out, there were no security cameras in the parking lot where the missing girl's vehicle was parked, but, thankfully, there were several security cameras inside the mall. Detectives went through the footage and discovered a scene in which Drew went into one of the local stores after work and bought herself a purse. She was calm and not in a hurry to go anywhere. At 4:55 p.m., she was wearing a pink sweater and carrying a jacket. Drew paid for her purchase at the register before putting on her jacket and leaving the store. On her way out, she called Chris. The call was made at precisely 5 p.m., and as we now know, at 5:04 p.m., Drew and Chris's conversation was abruptly cut off after she sat down. Okay, knowing that the call was cut off after 4 minutes, one of the detectives decided to try an experiment. He set a 4-minute timer and began walking slowly from the store where Drew had purchased her purse to the parking lot where her car was parked. When the alarm went off, indicating that 4 minutes had passed, the detective was in the parking lot near where the car was discovered. This indicated that something occurred while Drew was in her car. However, as previously stated, there were no cameras overlooking the parking lot, making it difficult to investigate. Drew's disappearance drew media attention, and as a result, a large number of people learned what had happened to her, many of whom resolved not to be indifferent to someone else's misfortune. In addition to police officers, more than 1,000 volunteers helped in the search for Drew. Officers from the FBI also joined the investigation. Drew's last phone call was traced to the small town of Fisher, Minnesota, which is only a 30-minute drive from the mall where she worked. As you can see on the map, the area surrounding these two towns is covered in fields. Police used helicopters, all-terrain vehicles, horses, and dogs to investigate these fields. The landowners were asked to inspect their properties themselves, but the results were inconclusive, and no leads were found at first. The search radius grew with each passing day, and 4 days later, an ominous discovery was made. A boot was discovered under a bridge in Crookston, and a roommate reported that Drew had left the house wearing those boots on the day she went missing. Forensic investigators confirmed that the shoe belonged to the missing girl. Crookston is a small town with fewer than 10,000 people. It is approximately 30 miles from Grand Forks where Drew vanished. Further searches in the Crookston area produced no results because there was nothing of investigative interest to be discovered. A $20,000 reward was initially offered for information that could help determine Drew's whereabouts, which was later increased to $140,000. At this point, the only clue that could lead to Drew was surveillance footage from Columbia Mall. The detectives sat down again to review hundreds of hours of footage from various cameras, but this time they decided to focus on Drew. They speculated that whoever abducted her may have been following her and appearing in the videos. The investigators spent hours watching the monitors before spotting the person who had piqued their interest. They noticed a man walking aimlessly through the mall. He didn't buy anything and appeared to be more interested in the people around him than in the merchandise for sale. At 3:41 p.m., he sat on a bench near the mall exit and watched people walk by. After about 10 minutes, he stood up from the bench and, wearing black gloves, walked out into the lobby, where he looked into a camera hanging overhead. This photograph was taken 72 minutes before Drew's conversation with her boyfriend was interrupted, and she vanished. Investigators noticed that the man only got up from his seat and walked away after a blonde woman passed him carrying a grocery cart and heading toward the parking lot. The detectives did not believe this was a coincidence. Rather, they believed that the man had chosen an appropriate victim and followed her. The woman's identity was unknown, but police were aware that only one person, Drew Stoden, had gone missing from the mall parking lot that day. Given the slight resemblance between Drew and the woman this suspicious man was following, it has been suggested that if the kidnapper was indeed this man, and if he had failed to kidnap this woman, his next target could have been Drew. She had left the mall around 5 p.m., when it was already dark, potentially giving the perpetrator an advantage. At this point in the investigation, the case involved 3 cities: Grand Forks, where Drew was kidnapped; Fisher, where her phone was last active; and Crookston, where the shoe was discovered. With this information in mind, the FBI began reviewing the records of all registered sex offenders from the cities and surrounding areas. When the photos in the files were compared to the image of the suspicious man from the mall, only one man met all of the criteria, and that was Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who had a lengthy criminal record of committing crimes against women. The 50-year-old man had spent the previous 23 years in prison. Rodriguez was the second oldest of 5 children, born in Laredo, Texas, in February 1953. 2 migrant workers, Dolores and Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., claimed to have had an unhappy childhood, describing his home life as unpleasant because his parents were harsh on him and unreasonable in their demands. His family moved from state to state for 15 years before settling in Crookston in 1963. Rodriguez became increasingly isolated as he grew up, exacerbated by language barriers. His preferred language was Spanish, and he struggled with English, which made school particularly difficult. He eventually dropped out of school in 9th grade and started working as a laborer at the American Crystal Sugar Company plant in Crookston. Rodriguez claimed that he was molested by older women in his youth, which he blamed for his hostility toward women. In October 1974, at the age of 21, he asked a woman for a ride home, but instead directed her to Crookston's driveway, where he grabbed her by the throat and attempted to force her to please him. The following month, he approached another woman sitting in a truck outside a Crookston movie theater. He threatened her with a knife and took her to a remote location in the countryside, where he forced her to have sex with him. Then in 1979, he attempted to kidnap a 69-year-old high school English teacher. While out walking in Crookston one night, the woman fought back as Rodriguez attempted to force her into his car. In a fit of rage, he stabbed her with a knife in her elbow and abdomen, but she managed to escape and flee to safety. The woman, who was artistically talented, was able to create a composite sketch of Rodriguez that closely resembled him, resulting in his capture. He was convicted of attempted kidnapping and aggravated assault and served a 23-year prison sentence before being released in May 2003. He had been released from prison 6 months before Drew disappeared and was classified as a third-degree sex offender, which meant he was at the highest risk of reoffending. Before being released from prison, Rodriguez and his family expressed their concerns to Minnesota Department of Corrections officials. Even his family feared that he was reverting to his old ways. Despite their fears, Alfonso was released after serving his full sentence. After his release, Rodriguez lived with his mother in Crookston, only a few miles from the bridge that should be recalled. Another disadvantage for Drew was the discovery of his shoe. The detectives decided to speak with Alfonso Rodriguez, who of course denied any involvement in Drew's disappearance. The man confirmed that he was at the Columbia Mall on the day she went missing, claiming that he had gone to the movie theater and seen the film once in Mexico. What he didn't realize was that no movie theaters in Grand Forks were showing the film that day. Police searched Rodriguez's car and realized with regret that Drew was most likely dead. At this point, it appears unlikely that we will find Drew alive. Grand Forks County Sheriff Dan Hill told reporters that he believes the mission is more of a recovery than a rescue at this time. Dark red dried stains were discovered in several locations inside Rodriguez's car, which forensics later determined to be Drew's blood drops. According to the affidavit, blood was found on the passenger side rear window, the back seat, and other areas of the passenger compartment. The blood did come back. It was a DNA match to Drew. The sheriff discovered a folding knife in the trunk that matched the sheath found in the parking lot next to Drew's car using DNA from his toothbrush. A receipt was also discovered, indicating that Rodriguez purchased this knife, complete with sheath, from a hardware store located several hundred yards from the parking lot where Drew vanished. Although Drew was not discovered alive or dead, investigators gathered sufficient evidence to charge Rodriguez. The man was arrested 8 days after she went missing on December 1, 2003. Rodriguez, who was imprisoned in Grand Forks, claimed he had no involvement in Drew's disappearance and refused to speak with law enforcement or provide information about her whereabouts, despite the evidence against him. During a brief bond hearing several days ago, bail for Rodriguez's release was set at a staggering $5 million. While he remained silent in custody, the The search for Drew continued unabated, focusing on these 3 towns. The abundance of snow in the area made the searchers' work more difficult. This is an unprecedented move. During a press conference on December 9, the governors of North Dakota and Minnesota promised to help with the search for Drew by hiring several hundred National Guard members and other state employees. North Dakota Governor John Hoeven stated that Drew's disappearance has affected everyone in North Dakota, and Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty expressed his pride in the community's cooperation and collaboration with police officials. Despite all efforts, there were no results, and due to worsening weather conditions, the authorities decided to call off the search. In the spring, the intensive search continued. Those looking for Drew hoped to find her as the winter snow began to melt. After 5 months of searching, they were eager to get Drew home. Finally, on April 17, 2004, Drew's body was discovered. It lay in a field in Crookston, just a few miles from the bridge where the boot had been discovered. Drew's family was overcome with grief after learning of the heartbreaking discovery. Her father told reporters, "We were waiting for that call. And when that call came, we all stopped living for a moment. It was her parents' worst nightmare, and it would follow them for the rest of their lives." The field where the body was discovered had already been searched, but due to the large drifts, they were unable to locate it immediately. Drew was naked below the waist, making the motive for the crime clear. Her hands were tied behind her back, with a rope around her neck and a cut. Under the rope, there were remnants of a plastic bag, indicating that the bag had been placed over Drew's head and then tied around her neck with a rope. Hair matching Rodriguez's DNA was discovered on Drew's jacket. Before her death, the young woman had been brutally beaten and repeatedly stabbed. The medical examiner identified 3 possible causes of her death. It was either suffocation due to the cut on her neck or hypothermia, the 3rd possible cause. After months of silence, Drew's family was finally able to say goodbye to her on April 24, 2004. The mourning ceremony was attended by approximately 1,500 people. North Dakota, where Drew was kidnapped, abolished the death penalty in 1975, and Minnesota, where the body was discovered, did not use it as a punishment either. However, because Drew had been transported across state lines, the crime was considered a federal crime, and thus the prosecutor's office had the authority to seek the death penalty against Rodriguez. On August 30, 2006, Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. was convicted in the Drew case, and the jury recommended that he be sentenced to death on February 8, 2007. During the hearing, Judge Ralph Erickson told the unconfessed Rodriguez that his senseless and violent actions made the jury's decision difficult. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. became North Dakota's first person sentenced to death in nearly a century. On June 28, 2013, after 6 years on death row, Rodriguez confessed to kidnapping and murdering Drew. However, the story does not end here. Ralph Erickson, the district judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, became a U.S. Court of Appeals judge, and at the age of 21, he overturned his own conviction of Rodriguez and ordered a new sentencing phase. Rodriguez's guilt is beyond doubt, as evidenced by a variety of DNA tests. In this case, the death penalty is at issue. Erickson overturned the death sentence, citing, among other things, defense attorney's failure to properly examine Rodriguez's mental health and forensic expert Michael McGee's testimony, which the judge admitted misled him. This is the expert's testimony, which stated that Rodriguez violated Drew's sexual integrity within 24 to 36 hours of her abduction. There was no direct evidence to back up this claim, such as Rodriguez's seminal fluid on Drew's body. According to the judge, the expert expressed an opinion that was not supported by the facts, which misled the judge and influenced his decision. Nonetheless, in overturning the death sentence, Erickson noted that even in the absence of Rodriguez and his seminal fluid, the circumstances in which Drew's body was discovered, naked below the waist with her hands tied behind her back, indicated a sexually motivated crime. Judge Erickson stated that the failure to examine Rodriguez's mental health, both generally and at the time of his crime, violated his constitutional rights. After Rodriguez died, his sentence was overturned. The federal prosecutor's office issued a statement indicating that they would seek the death penalty for him again. However, 2 years later, in 2023, the prosecutors abandoned their plans and accepted Alfonso Rodriguez's death sentence, which was commuted to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The United States of America issued a statement to that effect through Max Schneider, United States Attorney for the District of North Dakota, withdrawing the notice of intent to seek a death sentence against defendant Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., which was filed on October 28, 2004. Schneider stated in a March 14 court filing that the United States will no longer seek the death penalty in this case. My thoughts today are with Drew Joden's family, especially her parents, Linda Walker and Alan Joden's side Schneider. They're genuinely good people and loving parents who, in the aftermath of an unimaginable loss, have worked closely with our office for nearly 2 decades. We continue to wish them the greatest level of peace possible. I'd also like to commend the trial team, which included former U.S. Attorney Drew Wrigley, as well as our office's appellate attorneys and support staff. They have consistently upheld the Department of Justice's high standards throughout the last 2 decades with their work on this tragic case. As a result of their efforts, Mr. Rodriguez has been convicted of murder and will remain so. The directive to withdraw the death notice has altered how the United States Attorney's Office will handle this case. What will not change is that Mr. Rodriguez will die in a federal prison. This case prompted changes in sex offender registration laws. On July 27, 2006, President George W. Bush signed the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act, which included Drew's legislation. Drew's law changed the name of the National Sex Offender Public Registry to the Drew Joden National Sex Offender Public Website, which informs the public about the whereabouts of registered sex offenders across state, territory, and tribal boundaries. On June 22, 2013, it was announced that Alfonso Rodriguez had been transferred from a death row prison in Terre Haute, Indiana, to Coleman's high-security facility in Centerville, Florida. This appears to be his final resting place. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will discuss the events of 2014. Carly McBride, 31, disappeared under mysterious circumstances after visiting her ex-boyfriend's house. After receiving a missing person report, the police launched an investigation. However, the authorities took nearly 2 years to respond to the question, where has Carly vanished? Carly was born on April 14, 1983, into the family of Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child who had a strong bond with her parents. Carly became increasingly troubled as she grew older, and she began abusing alcohol and illegal substances. Nonetheless, she made an effort to overcome her harmful addictions. Carly was 31 years old and lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia, in 2014. She was a mother to 2 children. William is 7 years old, and Cadence is 3 years old. Carly had children with various men, but I couldn't find any information about her relationship with her former partners. However, we know that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was among the last people to see Carly. Carly sought treatment in 2013 to overcome her drug addiction. While there, she met Sale Kenneth Newson, and their friendship developed into something more. In August 2014, Carly and Sale began spending almost all of their time together. The couple fought occasionally, but they appeared to be happy on the surface. On September 30, 2014, Sale drove Carly to Muswellbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter Cadence lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered her former partner's home around 12:30 p.m. Sale did not stay with her, but they agreed that he would return in a few hours. However, when Sale arrived to pick up Carly, she was no longer present. Carly's ex-partner Andrew Easton claimed they fought, so Carly departed. She planned to visit the nearest McDonald's, which was about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. She was perplexed that Carly had not called to tell him where she would be waiting for him. Sale began addressing her as himself. Since all attempts had failed, Sale drove towards McDonald's, where she allegedly planned to stop along the way. He looked around, hoping to see Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested that her phone had died, but Carly was nowhere to be found. She wasn't at or near McDonald's, where she was supposed to have gone. Sale drove around Muswellbrook streets for a while, but it was in vain. Carly appeared to vanish into thin air. When she did not return home to Belmont that evening, Sale called the police. The detectives questioned him about what had happened. It would be precisely the same thing each time. I would drop her off, and she would exit and head to the front door. She'd hold her daughter in her arms, turn around, and wave me away. Newson said she would call and text me twice during each visit to let me know she was fine. But on that particular day, I dropped her off around 12:30 p.m., and everything changed, and I did not hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her. I called her, but the phone simply rang. Newson said he arrived at the house around 4:30 p.m. As usual, I went to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and was walking about a mile away to a McDonald's. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's home, or was Andrew Easton concealing something? His story suggested that he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly had actually left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people who lived along Carly's route to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has fueled suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's home could confirm or deny his claim that Carly left around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from McDonald's surveillance cameras, the investigators discovered no evidence that she was ever present. Police investigated the fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, the chief investigator in this case stated that nothing particularly remarkable had been discovered and that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about Carly McBride's disappearance to contact the police department. She was last seen in blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, police investigated the house where Carly was last seen. A group of police officers went there, hoping to find evidence that would shed light on what had happened to the mother of 2 children. However, after searching Andrew Easton's house, the police discovered no new clues. Nothing indicated that a crime had been committed in that house. However, investigators discovered something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account was deleted a few hours after she vanished, prior to the official report of her disappearance. The mysterious deletion of her social media account sparked many questions, including whether the account deletion and Carly's disappearance were linked. Was she the one who deleted her account? Or did somebody else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages contain information about what happened, which is why the account was deleted. To learn the answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping that they could help restore Carly's account and determine who deleted it. Facebook's data analysis takes place at its headquarters in Menlo Park, California. However, Sergeant Wright stated that McBride's Facebook friends could assist the New South Wales police. We're wondering if anyone had contact with Carly via Facebook or other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone notices anything unusual, please come forward and let us know. He made this statement in light of the timing of the Facebook page's closure, and in the context of the disappearance, we believe it is highly suspicious. However, it may contain important information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents couldn't believe their daughter had just fled to begin a new life. Kylie Smith, a close friend and flatmate, said nothing unusual occurred while she spoke with Carly on the phone and traveled to Muswellbrook. She was very down to earth. I would describe her as a free spirit. She was easygoing and just enjoyed life. Miss Smith claimed she was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she knew and would contact you. She also made a plea. Every day, we wake up with no idea what has happened. I don't know where she is. She stated that you must have a conscience to come forward with some news. Please give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was prior to her disappearance. The search involved dogs, police divers searching the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride months ago, and the investigation yielded no results. Carly did not leave any digital footprints. She never turned on her phone after her disappearance. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use any bank cards. Investigators began to believe Carly was no longer alive. Carly's parents asked for help finding their daughter 9 months after she went missing. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could help by requesting any information relevant to the investigation. Lorraine Williams, Miss McBride's mother, cried during the public appeal and begged for assistance in finding her beloved daughter. Anything, no matter how small. Please come forward and assist us, she advised. Steve and Lorraine stated that their family faced difficulties following Carly's disappearance. We are doing our best. According to Mr. McBride, the situation with Carly's children is quite complicated. Both children have two different fathers. And to be honest, we haven't had much close contact with those kids. So we're just hoping that changes so we can continue to communicate with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour stated that officers had worked tirelessly since Miss McBride's disappearance. We are sorting through a plethora of information. However, we continue to appeal. Inspector Seymour stated that the breakthrough moment may come from someone who believes they have innocuous information. Carly's parents gradually realized that they would likely never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter to the man who robbed her of her daughter. I don't think there's a single person who doesn't know what happened to my bum or hasn't noticed what happened that fateful day. Please help us with her children. They are innocent and beautiful babies. Whoever you are, you have taken away their mother, their only source of fun and happiness in their lives, their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm, and reassuring kisses and big, warm hugs, along with her contagious belly laugh and radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst, and frustration are dragging us all down, causing us to wake up terrified that we will get a call saying they have found my baby. Whoever you are, you chose that day to take my daughter away from us. You, the bottom, feeding runt, have left us with question after question. We don't know how or why we're grieving. We're in a kind of grief limbo. Our little beautiful and poor babies need to know where their mother is. They are the innocent victims of the terrible nightmare we are living. Please come forward so that they can move on and become the amazing people their mother would have wanted them to be. We cannot honor or respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is luring you in, and you will be a good catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my baby and put her to rest. It is a fundamental human right, with the dignity and respect she deserves. Then her babies, with their beautiful but broken hearts and heads, can begin to heal, and they may be able to live a life free of anguish, pain, and anxiety. You did not give my daughter a chance. Please let her children know that they ache for William, and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please assist us in providing them with a sense of grief and loss throughout their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her lovely sister, and I am honored to be their mother. Nobody deserves this in life, but my baby is drawing you in. You're breaking as we're aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and therefore our truth. Please, speak up. Because the police were unable to connect Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner, Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another possible suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they discovered that Carly and Sale's relationship was far from perfect. The man was extremely jealous, which was a frequent source of their disagreements. Despite their brief relationship, Newson told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, claiming she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the previous 14 years. He desperately sought any information, helped launch a Facebook page offering financial incentives, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. Despite these public declarations of love and devotion, Newson almost immediately began intimate relationships with other women. Furthermore, just hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly vanished on September 30, and on October 2, Sale spent the night with another woman, but in public, he acted like a heartbroken man who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered an argument between Sale and Carly 2 days before her disappearance. Carly allegedly received Facebook messages from other men, which sparked the fight. However, all of this was just circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to charge Sale Newson in April 2015. The authorities searched 3 addresses, 1 in Muswell Brook and 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in Upper Hunter Shire, Hunter Region, New South Wales, Australia. The distance between Scone and Muswell Brook is approximately 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances, as well as arresting James Cunneen, a 24-year-old man. However, the police stressed that the charges were unrelated to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance. despite the fact that they arose during the investigation. We should keep this name in mind. Carly has been missing for nearly 2 years. The police continued their investigation, but there were no new leads to help solve the case. But then there was a breakthrough. On August 7, 2016, local pedestrians discovered the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. A forensic examination confirmed that these were Carly McBride's remains, a mother of 2 from Belmont who went missing on September 30, 2014, at Muswell Brook. The police delayed announcing the discovery of her body by 4 days in order to gather more evidence. Superintendent Guiana reiterated police suspicions that Carly, 31, had been kidnapped from the street by an unknown person. We do not believe this was a random act. So we're looking into her past and as many people as we can find, he said outside the school and police station, but he didn't name any suspects in the case because it's still too fresh. It took us 2 years to achieve this breakthrough, and we have a large volume of new evidence that needs to be thoroughly evaluated. He stated that we have worked very hard on this over the last 2 years. The team here is eager to resolve this for Carly's family, and we now have so much new evidence that it will require a significant amount of work, but we are well underway. He stated that the heartbroken parents had expressed their desperate need for answers through tears. "Please come forward with any information," Lorraine sobbed. "We still want to know who did this to my baby." The couple stated that they now have some closure after her body was discovered, and they are extremely grateful to the police and public health for finding their last daughter. The investigators worked for 10 months before issuing an arrest warrant for Newson on June 19, 2017. He was arrested and brought to the police station. Newson denied having any involvement in Carly McBride's death. However, Sale Newson was not the only one who faced charges. Police suspected that 26-year-old James Cunning helped Newson dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newson, and James Cunning met at an alcohol and drug rehabilitation center. Each left the center at a different time and for different reasons, but they remained in contact. The trial of Sale Newson began in August 2018 and lasted several years because the police only had circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors say Newson met Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several times in the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts determined that Carly McBride died as a result of multiple blunt force traumas. She suffered 23 skull fractures, 13 torso fractures, including spinal and rib fractures. According to the judge, Carly McBride died as a result of blunt force injuries from Newson. Judge Arrace also mentioned that Newson told police during an interview that he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His primary sport was that of boxing. "I had 20 fights and 20 victories. I trained alongside world champions, but as I improved, I became too old." He informed the police that the deceased died as a result of severe brain trauma caused by a high level of force applied to his head. The judge stated, "I am satisfied that the offender caused death through the use of fists, feet, or both, or the use of objects." While looking for a Newson's house, the police discovered the map and a shoebox beneath the bed. This map featured a circle drawn around the towns of Muswell Brook and Scone. Carly's remains were discovered exactly within this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Muswell Brook with Senior Constable Mohini, indicating that the first 2 numbers represented the location of point-to-point, 2-point cameras. After the police discovered Carly's remains in 2016, Newson contacted her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newson mentioned that the found skeleton lacked hand bones. However, the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at John Hunter Hospital, as the authorities assumed Newson knew because he was familiar with the crime scene, and he was the one who left Carly's body where they discovered it 2 years later. Furthermore, the clothes on Carly's remains matched those she wore on the day she disappeared. It appeared she died shortly after leaving her former partner's home. The police couldn't find her phone. When police investigated a suspicious mobile phone, they discovered that he had deleted Google location services between September 18 and October 2, 2014. During the trial, the investigators discovered that the photo of Carly that Newson took on the way to Muswell Brook and later used in missing person flyers was edited and cropped before the police received the report of Carly's disappearance. When the search for Carly began, Newson offered a $20,000 reward for information on her location. However, his bank account showed that he was broke, implying that he offered the reward solely because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he would not be required to pay. Newson jumped right into the police investigation, attempting to deflect suspicion onto others and gathering information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also searched the surrounding streets for CCTV or witnesses, which the police claimed was done not to find information, but to suppress it and determine whether anyone had seen him intercepting Miss McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her in Muswell Brook and distributed missing person flyers, Newson was in city messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8, as well as that Newson claimed to know the area where Miss McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a police-staged crime. The images you're seeing now are not from a real crime scene, but rather a staged one that the police used to get a nuisance reaction from. The more investigators dug into Newson and interviewed him, the more they looked through his Facebook messages. The more he listens to his phone calls, the more he reflects on himself. After reviewing his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for instructions on how to delete Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account was deleted soon after. Although all of the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor stated that there were puzzle pieces that, when assembled, revealed a picture. These pieces eventually came together to form an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for Carly McBride's disappearance and the discovery of her body approximately 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was motivated by Newson's jealousy. When he picked up Carly from Muswell Brook, he discovered she had spent approximately 90 minutes with her ex-partner rather than spending time with her daughter as planned. Carly's daughter was not home at that time, and being alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly resulted in Newson attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Lorraine Williams, Ms. Zenz, McBride's mother, told a sentencing hearing that she had lived in a state of grief and anxiety for 2 years while waiting for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to return home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly, she was in the morgue. She described the worst day of her life with tears. Carly should be present, living her life with her children. Her sister, her father, and me, Ms. Williams, stated that after today, she will never hear, speak, or see the man who killed her beautiful daughter again. He no longer has the power to harm me, and I refuse to think about him anymore. Ms. Williams said she will miss Carly every second of her life, nearly 7 years after he reported her missing. Newson, 43, was found guilty in December 2021. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison, with parole eligibility in 2038. Following the sentencing, Newson turned to the judge and reiterated his innocence. "I understand that the verdict is final," he said, "Your Honor, I am innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing until today, I've cooperated with the police, the courts, the jails, and everything, and I've been convicted of a crime I didn't commit. Someone out there committed this crime, and it was not me. It was not me. And now I have a difficult task ahead of me in trying to clear my name through the courts." James Cunningham, who assisted Newson in disposing of Carly McBride's body, denied any guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury convicted him. According to the judge, Cunning lied to police during 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for nuisance and deleted data from his phone to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find his photo. However, it is known that when Cunning was charged in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for possessing illegal weapons and prohibited substances. In November 2020, the 31-year-old Cunning showed almost no reaction when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. Following the trial, Carly's parents stated that, while justice had been served, no matter the outcome, nothing would ever return their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After committing the heinous crime, Victor Alexander Porterreal Mendoza went to the home of his girlfriend's father, Reina, to retrieve forgotten children's clothing. He took a tablet belonging to one of the victimized girls and pawned it at a nearby pawn shop for approximately 500 pesos. The next day, he spent the equivalent of $10 while on vacation with his best friend Crystal at the beach. During the outing, he admitted that he had done something wrong to his lover, but without providing any specifics. Crystal later stated that she deduced the gravity of the situation based on Victor's tone, words, and expression. She allegedly tried to visit the house to see if Reina and her children were okay. Victor, on the other hand, declined the visit, citing the disorder and the family's difficult emotional atmosphere. That was enough for the girl to conclude that she had done her best in the circumstances. Crystal did not report to the police. Concerned neighbors contacted the police after the smell of decomposition emanating from Reina and Victor's home became too strong to ignore or explain with rotting garbage or dead animals on the property. The pungent, nauseating odor was undoubtedly emanating from the newly relocated couple's home, where flies gathered at the windows. Reina and Victor had just moved into the house and had yet to make friends with the neighbors. No one had the couple's phone numbers or other contact information. Furthermore, no one had seen Reina, Victor, or the children in several days due to an inability to contact the homeowners, and the frightening smell alarmed neighbors who called emergency services. A few hours later, law enforcement officers picked up the door lock and entered the residence. Inside, they were met with a truly terrifying sight. The 4 lifeless bodies of Reina and her daughters were discovered in a room next to their mother, while the son was found hanging from a rung in a closet. It is unclear how the press got to the scene so quickly. But no sooner had the detectives identified and located the man who lived with Reina than a report with shocking details about the family's death aired on one of the major metropolitan television channels. While working in his workshop, Victor Alexander Portorial learned that police had broken into his home and discovered the bodies of 4 victims. When he realized he was about to be detained, he sent a message to the workshop owner. "I ended the life of the person I loved the most. She loved me with all of her soul, and I loved her without any arguments. This is a very sad story." In messages to Miguel Orania and Mariciani, he shared Reina's relatives' contact information and asked them to forward it to the police. He explained that he only trusted Miguel to express his deep regret for what had happened and asked him to convey to the biker club his final wish, to leave as a biker at the funeral, accompanied by a large motorcycle. Victor's last message, after which he stopped responding to Miguel, has made me doubt everyone. Everyone wants to save me, but it won't happen. I am leaving this damned world. I don't care what happens. I am leaving. See you later. Miguel Arania contacted the police, told them everything, and revealed that his friend had reportedly committed suicide. Law enforcement officers located Victor's cell phone and responded to the scene. Victor Alexander Portorial Owl did not harm himself. Furthermore, he didn't even consider it. He didn't feel any remorse or guilt for what happened. The man was aware that he would be apprehended and, in some ways, planned his arrest to ensure his safety. He gathered his essentials in his backpack and headed to a small park near the workshop. For a while, he sat pensively on the sidewalk beside the park. A passerby approached him and asked if he needed assistance. He shakes his head from side to side. He said he was fine, stood up, walked into the park, and lay down on the grass in this position, gazing serenely at the sky and placing his hands behind his head. Victor lay down for nearly an hour. Around 8 a.m., a national police vehicle arrived. He did not move or resist arrest. The arrest lasted less than 5 minutes. Reina Isabel's Encarnación was born in 1985 in the Dominican Republic. Reina's parents separated a few years after her birth. Her father left the family but continued to support his ex-wife and daughter. Later, Reina's mother met another man, and the girl gained a stepfather who gradually became another father to her. Reina formed a strong bond with her mother's new husband, while maintaining a positive relationship with her biological father. Both men treated her with kindness and concern. Reina grew up to be a curious and energetic child. She loved learning and attending school. Her father's house was nearby, and she saw him frequently. This intelligent and cheerful girl appeared to have a bright future ahead of her. After finishing school, Reina enrolled in university and began her studies in commercial law. At the same time, she applied to the Autonomous University of Santo Domingo with the goal of obtaining a second degree in medicine. But she was denied admission, and had to postpone her dream until the following year. When Raina turned 20, she met Daniel Bowden, a man much older than her. Despite their considerable age difference, a romantic spark ignited between them. A few months into their relationship, Raina became pregnant, and they married. This union produced 3 children: Daniela, Aramina, and Angela. Raina had to give up her dream of pursuing a second higher education. At first, Raina and Daniel's marriage appeared ideal. However, as time passed, the age gap began to have an impact on their relationship, resulting in frequent disagreements. Daniel realized that their constant disagreements were detrimental to their children. After 8 years together, the couple decided to part ways. A long legal battle ensued, primarily over child custody. Unable to reach an agreement on their own, family court specialists intervened, deciding to conduct a psychological evaluation to assist the children in determining who they wanted to live with. The experts concluded that the father should be the guardian, based on his age, financial situation, and the opinions of the older children. However, the judge who made the final decision ignored the expert recommendations and awarded custody of the older children to Raina. Angela, Daniel's youngest daughter, was to be raised by one of his sisters. Tragically, this decision deprives the children of both a future and a life. The years that followed demonstrated that the judge should have followed the advice of experts. It turned out that Raina's struggle was about alimony rather than the children. After gaining custody of the older children, she immediately handed them over to her mother, believing this was the best option for everyone. She then filed a new legal dispute over alimony payments. Raina claimed that her ex-husband did not pay her any of the court-ordered money. Daniel countered that he had fulfilled all obligations, but he was unable to provide proof that the payments were made in cash. The legal battle lasted several months and ended in the mother's favor, with Daniel paying additional alimony. Significantly, during the second legal proceeding, Ren's mother testified on behalf of her former son-in-law, Daniel. She believed Daniel was a wonderful and responsible father who deserved better treatment. She emphasized that he and her daughter had spent 8 wonderful years together, with Daniel being a good, responsible husband and father. This is not to say that Raina abandoned her children entirely. She visited them almost every day at their grandmother's house and took them to her home on weekends. The rest of the time, she enjoyed life to the fullest, making up for lost youth. Attending one of the parties, she met her new love, Victor Alexander Porterreal. It's unclear what drew the young woman to Victor. He was 2 years younger than Raina. On the one hand, Victor made a strong first impression. A mystically inclined young man with long black hair and glowing white contact lenses, a biker and a metalhead. On the other hand, he was a filthy, unkempt, introverted, and insecure man. These peculiarities did not deter the girl. The couple quickly moved in together after falling in love. Raina's mother accepted Victor. The young man won her over with his affability and numerous stories about difficult life situations he had encountered. He frequently and in detail described his difficult childhood, when his mother abandoned him in the care of a strict and harsh father. Unfortunately, manipulating the maternal instinct did not notify the children's grandmother. On the contrary, it made her like the manipulator more. Victor was born in 1987. He did spend his early years with his father. It is unclear if he was cruel to him. Victor learned to adapt to circumstances, even if they were uncomfortable for him, and no one in his environment noticed anything unusual about him other than his appearance. Since childhood, Victor was never in conflict. He excelled in school, graduating with honors. He couldn't go to university because his parents couldn't afford it. As a result, he began looking for work and quickly landed an internship at a motorcycle repair shop. Since then, motorcycles have become his passion. Victor eventually acquired a Harley-Davidson motorcycle and joined the subculture of motorcycle enthusiasts and fans, a quiet, law-abiding citizen who has never received a parking ticket. Victor, however, terrified those around him, always dressed in black, with eye makeup, painted nails, and frequently wearing white contact lenses. Very rarely did his control fail, revealing the lurking monster. Following the incident, a neighbor described how he accidentally saw Victor pottery while catching a neighbor's chicken, slitting its throat, and drinking the hot blood directly from the bird's wound. Raina and Victor took the kids on weekends and occasionally on weekdays. The grandparents were relieved to have a break from their 3 noisy and active grandchildren. They noticed that their daughter's new partner was caring and attentive to the children. Reina never complained to her parents about Victor, and they never appeared to disagree, which pleased her parents greatly. The only blemish on this idyllic scene was a disturbing piece of information they had accidentally discovered. Victor had a 10-year-old daughter, and her biological mother had obtained a restraining order that prevented Victor from approaching her. Reina's parents didn't understand why her mother would do such a thing. Reina's stepfather followed Victor around several times, but discovered nothing unusual or incriminating. The young man did not consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and he was either at home or at work repairing motorcycles. He was never rude to the kids, even when left alone with them. In other words, despite suspicions, he appeared to be a normal person. Reina's parents dismissed the restraining order as her birth mother's eccentricities and settled down. The tale ended when the aunt, who had been caring for Angela, the youngest daughter, informed Reina that she could no longer care for her. Around the same time, Reina's mother developed health problems, forcing the grandchildren to relocate from their grandmother's home to Reina and Victor's. Suddenly, the 5 of them found themselves in a small apartment. However, the circumstances were extremely favorable. Reina was offered a new job at a higher salary. The reunited family relocated to a spacious rented home with several separate rooms. A happy family life began with a spacious home-loving partner and their mother. Isn't that an indication that everything was going well? Perhaps it was, but Reina soon lost her job, and the family experienced financial difficulties. According to Victor's mother, she had to provide financial assistance to the young couple because they didn't have enough money for food or rent. Meanwhile, as a mother, Reina was unaware of her daughter's difficulties. Reina only brought the children to her mother's house on rare occasions, and she asked her grandmother to feed them well, which she gladly did. In addition to the financial issues, the couple began to experience strange and clearly unhealthy symptoms. Reina had never complained to anyone about anything, but their relationship was anything but normal. Victor appeared on the street with short, cropped hair, not long before the terrible events occurred. It turned out that the couple had a serious fight the night before, and Reina had cut off his long black hair in retaliation while he slept. Victor also admitted that Reina threatened to leave him with the children if he did not find a well-paying job within a month. On Saturday, February 3, 2018, Reina went to her mother's house to pick up the children, who had been with their grandmother since Thursday. Reina's mother noticed nothing unusual about her daughter's behavior. On the contrary, she was sociable, and when they were both in a good mood, they had time to talk over a cup of tea while the kids packed their belongings. The following day, early Sunday morning, February 4, the girl and her mother had a brief phone conversation in which they discussed current events and agreed to call back later. Reina never contacted her again. After numerous phone calls and text messages to her daughter and grandchildren, the woman called Victor, who also did not answer. So the silence and ignoring of calls continued for several days. Finally, on Wednesday, February 7, Victor responded. He assured me that everything was fine and promised that Reina would call back soon to explain everything in detail. He advised her not to worry and to wait for the call. The daughter never called back, and the parents realized that something terrible had happened. A day later, they received a call from law enforcement officers who told Reina's parents the horrific details of what had occurred. Victor Alexander began testifying immediately following his arrest. He did not hide anything and did not expect leniency. According to him, he had intended to end his life but changed his mind. He believed he needed to pay for what he had done. The detailed testimony allowed for a nearly complete restoration of the chronology of events. On Sunday morning, February 4, the roommates got into another big fight in their shared bedroom. Victor delivered several blows to Reina's neck, chest, and stomach. As a result, she died. He then locked her body in the room and sent Daniela, Reina's oldest child, to the store, requesting that she buy him a pack of cigarettes. While the girl was gone, Victor went into the children's room and strangled Reina's daughter with a necktie while she was sleeping. When Daniela returned from the store, he treated her exactly as he had treated her sister. He then moved the children's bodies into the bedroom he shared with Reina. At the time, young Armand was quietly playing in the small courtyard behind the house. Victor approached the boy and explained that his older sister had gone to the store and it was too late. So he'd take him to his aunt's house before heading out to find Daniela. Armin obediently followed Victor to his and Johanna Mendoza's house, leaving the boy behind. The man returned to the house, hoping to conceal the consequences of his actions. It appears that it wasn't until he returned to the house that he realized he couldn't hide the truth and that it would eventually be revealed. A few hours later, he returned for the boy and informed his aunt that Daniela had been located and that it was time to return home. Victor killed Armin at home by hanging him from a rung in a closet. The man claimed that he committed this crime because they were all in a difficult financial situation that he was psychologically unable to deal with. Victor's acquaintances confirmed that he had recently complained about financial disagreements among family members. Victor's mother told investigators that her son's financial problems had driven him to despair and compelled him to commit such a terrible crime. The couple was already in a difficult situation, which was exacerbated over the weekend when they did not receive their expected paycheck. Mrs. Johanna Mendoza, the accused's aunt, believes that the situation of my son, who was still a young man, being demanded money by a woman and her children, pushed him over the edge. However, the crime's extreme brutality was inconsistent with the severity of the mental illness. The preliminary autopsy report clarified the situation, revealing that all of the female victims were not only deprived of their lives, but also abused. An investigation by the public prosecutor's office revealed that the victim, Reina Isabel Encarnacion, had repeatedly expressed concerns to the accused on WhatsApp about the inappropriateness of intimate acts towards Angela while she was sleeping. In one of her most recent messages, the woman threatened her cohabitant that she would go to the police. Reina's mother told the police that the detained young man had always treated the three girls with kindness. However, he had a special relationship with Angela. He carried her in his arms, frequently placing her on his lap and hugging and kissing her. He even gave her a special nickname. Señorita. Investigators assumed Victor killed the family members not because of financial problems, but to conceal the wrongful acts committed against Angela. Forensic evidence revealed that Reina, as well as the two girls, had been wrongfully abused. The experts were unable to determine whether the wrongful acts were committed before or after their deaths, because the bodies were discovered at a late stage of decomposition. A psychiatric examination revealed that Victor has antisocial personality disorder, which means he lacks both guilt and conscience. The heinous crime outraged and shocked the entire Dominican community. The trial began in January 2019 and concluded in just 2 days. Forensic experts, investigators, and various witnesses testified, with much of the information coming from Victor's friends. For example, Crystal, the defendant's best friend, claimed that on the day of his arrest, he gave her all of his social media passwords and his mother's telephone number. According to her, it appeared that the young man intended to leave his life. Another friend of the young man claimed that Victor confessed the crime to him in detail a few days before being arrested. The friend, however, mistook the confession for a joke because it was so shocking. In general, everyone who had ever seen or met the accused was astounded by his actions. Neighbors, teachers, and co-workers all saw him as a quiet guy with a distinct appearance, nothing more. He didn't appear confrontational, was not known as a brawler, and, according to them, never spoke ill of others. He wasn't particularly social. Victor had only one diagnosis as a child, attention deficit disorder. However, according to his mother, the condition did not cause any problems for the family or himself. At the trial, 18 witnesses, including 2 forensic experts, testified. The latter revealed such shocking details that Victor's mother demanded the full force of the law against her son. Justice must be served. He has to pay for everything he has done. She said this in court. She begged Reina's family to forgive her for having such a son and shared their sorrow. Victor Alexander Portorial pleaded guilty in court to murdering Reina Isabel Encarnacion and her 3 children. He also apologized to the victim's family and the general public for the crime. I accept the facts. Not everything that was said occurred exactly as described. I realized that I couldn't go back in time and reclaim the lives I had taken. I apologized to the community and all family members for what had occurred. I contributed to my arrest because I realized that if I killed myself, I would be unable to pay for my actions. Victor Portorial stated calmly that the man received the most severe sentence imposed by the Dominican Republic's judicial system in 30 years. At the time, the sentence was spoken. He was only 30 years old, which meant that, under the right circumstances, he could be released from prison and live the rest of his life freely. This possibility prompted the National Congress to speed up updates to the criminal code. The country's 1844 code excludes cumulative punishment for multiple crimes. Victor Alexander would have received a sentence of up to 60 years in prison if the updated criminal code, which is currently being debated in the National Congress, had taken effect. The death of Raina and her children highlighted the need to replace the code as soon as possible. Nonetheless, justice prevailed, and the perpetrator received the maximum sentence. Raina's mother, speaking on various television programs, stated that she was pleased with the outcome of the case. The biological father of the 3 children who were taken is still unsure what happened. He claimed that the tragedy involving his children would not have occurred if the judge had listened to the experts and granted him custody. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Costa Rica. Maria Luisa Cedeno, 47, was found unresponsive in a hotel room. The mysterious death of the woman prompted a large-scale investigation. Maria Luisa's body had bite marks from several different people. The hotel staff heard nothing. Only the woman's dog was barking, which gave reason to suspect something was wrong. Maria Luisa was born May 29, 1977, in La Fortuna de San Carlos, Costa Rica. Her family had 5 children, and she was the youngest. She graduated high school in 1994. Maria Luisa, a dedicated student, aspired to be the first in her family to graduate from university. Determined to succeed in life, she chose to study medicine. Maria Luisa graduated from the medical faculty at the University of San Jose. She holds master's degrees in both anesthesiology and surgical rehabilitation. Maria Luisa was a highly regarded anesthesiologist. Many people who devote their lives to achieving professional success do not have time for a personal life. Maria Luisa was one of those individuals. She dated a doctor whom she met while studying at university. However, their relationship did not last very long. They broke up in February 2020, which caused her to become depressed. The restrictions imposed everywhere due to the virus spreading around the world exacerbated the situation. Maria Luisa sought respite from her problems by spending the weekend at a peaceful coastal location. She reserved a room at the Law Mansion in Cape Coast Punta Arenas. Her room was on the ground floor, with 2 entrances. The first entrance was from the hotel lobby, and the second led to the courtyard. Maria Luisa chose this room to be with her beloved dog. She checked in on Saturday, July 18, 2020, and was scheduled to leave the hotel on Monday, July 20th. Everything went as planned. The woman checked into her hotel room on July 18th. The next day, she enjoyed a day at the beach with her dog. Then she walked through the neighborhood and took photos, which she shared with her loved ones. Maria Luisa ordered a bottle of wine, 2 glasses, and water for her room. On Monday, July 20th, she had to eat breakfast and travel to San Jose for work. Nonetheless, she did not attend the scheduled breakfast at 8 a.m. The hotel staff assumed she had simply decided to sleep in and thus did not bother her. After several hours, the staff became concerned when Maria Luisa still did not appear. Around 12 p.m., the maid began knocking on the door, but the woman did not open it. Her dog was barking inside, which was extremely alarming. After all, the dog's constant barking would have woken the woman up. As previously mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had 2 entrances. The maids approached the entrance from the courtyard. They kept calling out the woman's name, but all they could hear was the dog's constant barking. Since no one had locked the door, they decided to go inside. When they entered, they found bloodstains and Maria Luisa's body wrapped in sheets on the bed. One of the maids called the emergency services and requested an ambulance and police. Unfortunately, the woman had died a few hours before the call, so she could not be saved. Even in the early stages of the investigation, This case appeared strange. After all, the hotel was nearly empty as the virus spread across the globe. Nonetheless, there was always someone from the staff present, but none of them witnessed or heard anything. The door to Maria Luisa's room was electronically locked, and security could track every use of the key in their database. It was possible to determine who entered the room, and when the police checked the database, they discovered that only the woman had entered it. The staff had a duplicate key, but nobody used it on the night of the crime. But, as I mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had two entrances. The second entrance to the room was a sliding glass door that could be opened without an electronic key. Thus, the investigators assumed the perpetrator entered the room through this door. Another theory is that Maria Luisa allowed the criminal inside. The police almost immediately ruled out the possibility of theft as the motive for the crime. The valuable jewelry and money in the room remained intact. It indicated that the criminal had other goals. When the criminologist examined Maria Luisa's body, they realized what the criminal intended to get. The woman was naked and fighting for her life. The criminal's DNA remained under her fingernails. She had bite marks on her face and chest finger marks on her ankle. Her face is bruised from heavy blows, and there are traces of strangulation on her neck. According to the reports, she suffered genital and seminal fluid injuries. The police noticed distinct footprints on the floor next to the bed. The woman's phone lay next to her, and there were two glasses, an open bottle of wine and water on the table. Forensic experts determined that head and neck injuries were the cause of death. Experts expected DNA samples from bites on Maria Luisa's body. Even the most experienced people were surprised by the exam results. The bites on the woman's chest and cheek contained saliva. However, a person cannot bite their own cheek. It meant that the perpetrator used the woman's saliva to contaminate the bites on her body, masking their DNA. Surprisingly, the perpetrator washed Maria Luisa's body before wrapping it in a sheet and placing it on the bed. Perhaps this is how the person who killed the woman intended to destroy the evidence left on her body. To some extent, this individual succeeded. Maria Luisa's death presented an unimaginable challenge for her family, particularly her parents, who were over 80. It wasn't only death. Maria Luisa's torture prior to her death exacerbated her family's grief. None of his friends, colleagues, or relatives could believe that this kind, cheerful and sympathetic soul had left them. News of the brutal crime that claimed the life of a well-known anesthesiologist spread quickly throughout Costa Rica. The police wanted to find the person responsible for Maria Luisa's death as soon as possible. The police began their investigation by checking everyone who worked and lived at the hotel during Maria Luisa's time there. Although there were CCTV cameras at the hotel, the police were unable to obtain recordings because the cameras were not working. Due to the global situation, the hotel was almost completely empty. The lack of customers had an impact on the number of employees as well. Maria Luisa mentioned to a friend that the person who served coffee also had other responsibilities at the hotel. Despite this, she said she was having a great time there. The hotel's owner was Harry Bodanen, a Dutch businessman. He was born in The Hague in 1951. In the 1970s, he moved to the United States and began working for Hilton. He eventually became hotel manager. Bodan became the director of the National Press Club in Washington in the early 1980s. Officially, it is a journalists' club, but it is also a gathering place for politicians and presidents from around the world, as well as journalists. Bodan made connections over time and purchased real estate in a variety of countries. His possessions included a hotel in Costa Rica, where he lived with his young husband, Yader. Another hotel guest, Danilo Obando, was 38-year-old Teodoro Herrera Martinez. Martinez had a close relationship with the hotel's owner, Harry Bodanen, whom he met while working as a stripper at one of the bars. About a year later, Bodan invited him to work at his hotel but later fired him due to a lack of business. However, he let Martinez stay in one of the rooms for free. The two men had a friendly relationship. Martinez completed personal assignments for Bodan as well as hotel maintenance work on occasion. An official police dog led investigators to Teodoro Martinez's room door, making him the first suspect. Maria Luisa Sedena was most likely responsible for the scratches on his back and cheeks, while she was fighting for her life. The police discovered traces of blood on his shoes, indicating his involvement in the crime. Martinez was arrested on the first day after the crime and sentenced to 6 months in prison. During this time, the authorities had to complete their investigation, determine all the details of this crime, and take it to court. 5 days after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested another suspect. It turned out to be Luis Carlos Miranda, 36. The man, like Teodoro Martinez, was a close friend of Harry Baudon when the latter business was thriving. Miranda worked as his public relations specialist. He also lived in a hotel but struggled with work. Initially, the police did not provide specific details about the evidence that led to Miranda's arrest. However, it quickly became clear that experts believed Miranda had left one of the bites on the victim's body. He, like Martinez, was imprisoned for 6 months. Initially, the police suspected that Maria Luisa had invited someone to her room. They arrived at this conclusion after learning that the woman had ordered 2 glasses for her room. After interviewing her family and friends, investigators discovered that Maria Luisa frequently drank 2 glasses of wine. She used the second one to hold water. A month after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested the hotel's owner, Harry Baudon. One of the baits on the woman's body matched his dental cast, leading investigators to believe Baudon was one of 3 people involved in the crime. All 3 arrested denied any involvement in the death of the well-known anesthesiologist. Miranda and Martinez received 6 months in prison. Harry Baudon was under house arrest due to health issues. According to reports, he had Parkinson's disease and was undergoing cancer treatment. The police questioned Baudon's husband, Yatter Danilo Obando. He denied that Harry was involved in Maria Luisa's death, detailing the day and night of the crime. That day, as usual, he got up early to assist Baudon with his bathing and dressing. Obando fell asleep at 12 p.m. He woke 8 and went to his office on hotel grounds. His job at the time was to create a website to increase hotel attendance while adhering to government restrictions. After work, he drank rum with Martinez and Miranda by the pool. According to Obando, he and Baudon were sleeping when the latter's phone rang around 1 a.m. Baudon received a call from a hotel security guard named Baudonto, who informed him that Martinez had stolen beer from the hotel bar and was wandering the corridors. Obando assisted Baudon in getting up and led them to Martinez's location. They discovered him in shorts and shirtless, holding a beer in his hand. Baudon snatched the beer from his grasp and tossed it on the floor. He told Martinez to go to bed and think about where he would live next, as he did not want to see him in his hotel anymore. Obando then said he and Baudon went to their room. It was the night of the crime. Despite Maria Luisa's severe injuries and fight for her life, none of the hotel staff or residents heard anything. The authorities suspected Yatter Danilo Obando was involved in the crime but found no evidence. As previously stated, Harry Baudon was under house arrest. He had an ankle monitor and was not permitted to leave the hotel or contact other suspects. Baudon sold his hotel by the end of 2021. His health was deteriorating, and he needed to pay for the services of an attorney. The new hotel owners refused to let him stay, so he had to move. He gave the prosecutor's office his new address, but they identified him as a suspect who could flee the country. As a result, they lifted his house arrest and placed him in a prison hospital in March 2022. He did not like the care he received there. He criticized it and claimed human rights violations. The trial began in September 2022. The case became more detailed with each new court session. The prosecutor's office suspects Teodoro Martinez, who had scratches on his body and DNA found under Maria Luisa's fingernails. Martinez also left traces of seminal fluid at the crime scene. The trial was postponed several times due to the large number of people who wanted to attend and the large number of journalists who covered it. The courtroom couldn't hold this many people. Harry Baudon appeared in court in a wheelchair, accompanied by his lawyer, who filed a petition for his client's transfer to house arrest due to health issues. However, the court denied the request. The prosecutor's office presented its account of what occurred. They believe that between July 19th and July 20th, 2023, suspects entered Maria Luisa's room and attacked her. They entered through a sliding glass door, confident that no one would notice it in the database. Furthermore, there were almost no people in the hotel, as no one heard the woman's screams. Prosecutors determined that she was sleeping when the three of them attacked her. They probably covered her mouth with something so no one could hear her. Harry Baudin, Dawn, and Miranda left teeth marks on her body. These two likely held Maria Luisa, while Martinez fulfilled his sadistic fantasy. The exhausted woman fought for her life, but the forces were unbalanced. They severely beat her before strangling her, eventually breaking her cervical vertebrae. All three men realized they had enough time to cover their tracks. They washed her body, placed it on the bed, and covered it with a sheet. The bite marks on Maria Luisa's body were smeared with her saliva, preventing experts from finding foreign DNA. However, each defendant's lawyer devised a unique strategy. Baudin's defense claimed he had knee surgery prior to Maria Luisa's death and struggled to walk, making it difficult for him to commit the crime. The trial was postponed again because the expert witness who was supposed to testify about the teeth marks on the victim's body had left the country. Miranda's lawyer invited a Spanish orthodontist from Madrid, but the woman claimed the teeth marks on the skin were insufficient evidence. Her testimony was supposed to last 2 days, but she left for Spain a day later because she felt intimidated by the prosecutor's office. The latter questioned her competence and sought to bring her to justice because she was not accredited by a Costa Rican professional association and thus illegally posed as an expert. The Ministry of Justice and Peace concluded that the crime could not have been committed by a single person. As a result, they insisted that all three men were involved in the incident. Miranda's defense challenged the idea that more than one person was involved in the crime. The lawyers criticized the judicial authorities' examination and pointed out inconsistencies that should have resulted in Miranda's acquittal. During one of the trials, the court heard the lead investigator's statement on the case. He stated that it took them over 5 hours to thoroughly inspect the crime scene. They deduced that the criminals washed Maria Luisa's body before moving it to the bed by applying luminol in the bathroom because there were no marks on the hotel floor. However, there were finger marks on the victim's ankles. Experts believed that at least 2 people had carried Maria Luisa's body onto the bed. Teodoro Martinez faced additional evidence that proved his guilt. During the trial, it was revealed that Maria Luisa had blood on both the inside and outside of his shoes. It's possible he was barefoot at the time of the crime and stained his feet with blood before putting on his shoes. They also discovered blood on his phone and watch. Furthermore, his DNA and seminal fluid were found on the victim's body. Martinez, unlike the other 2 defendants, could not deny his involvement in the crime. Martinez admitted they had intimate contact, but denied doing anything else. During the investigation, it was discovered that Harry Baudin underwent knee surgery at the same clinic where Maria Luisa worked. However, she was not the only anesthesiologist at the clinic, and there was no evidence that she and Baudin had ever met. During his testimony, the man denied knowing Maria Luisa. According to him, he discovered she was staying at his hotel after receiving a call about a dead woman in one of the rooms. During one of the interrogations, they asked Baudin why the hotel's security cameras were not working. There were cameras, but they did not function due to funding issues. We had 5 or 6 low-quality cameras that gradually failed, Baudin explained. He also stated that the hotel's electricity was not working properly. However, the maintenance staff dealt with these issues. The only evidence of Harry Baudin and Luis Carlos Miranda's involvement in the crime was bite marks on the victim's body. As a result, the final question was whether dental prints could be considered irrefutable evidence. While hearing Miranda's case, the judge clarified several points, including highlighting the dental evidence. That is, the match between the teeth pattern and the bite marks on the victim's body could not be considered because no one read the accused man's rights before collecting a sample. Although there was some evidence against Baudin, the judge stated that it was impossible to tell whether his dental cast matched the bite mark. Forensic experts said the analysis of the teeth allowed them to rule out everyone who was in the hotel on the night of Maria Luisa's death, except Miranda and Baudin, but there was still a chance that someone else had left the marks on the victim's body. It meant that the judge did not find the evidence convincing on April 20th. Teodoro Martinez was found guilty of murdering Maria Luisa Dino and sentenced to 50 years in prison. The court also acquitted Harry Baudin and Luis Carlos Miranda, citing doubts about their guilt. However, the story did not conclude there. In October 2023, the Costa Rican Court of Appeal ruled that the case against Baudin and his two co-defendants would be reviewed by new judges. The Costa Rican prosecutor's office used the victims' teeth marks, allegedly left by Baudin and Miranda, as evidence. The prosecutor's office sought to persuade other judges of the teeth marks' authenticity as evidence. Given the failure of the prosecutor's office investigation and the numerous inconsistencies in this case, Baudin was not surprised by the Court of Appeal's decision. "I'm not surprised," he replied. He also accused the female prosecutor of bias, claiming she was using the case to advance her career. Baudin, who had already left Costa Rica, currently resides in the Netherlands. Even if the court in Costa Rica decides to detain him, he has nothing to fear because the two countries do not have an extradition treaty, and he's not returning to Costa Rica. Given my negative experience with the Costa Rican legal system, and the fact that I paid a high price in the form of nearly 3 years in prison, here is what he said in an interview with Dutch journalists. "It is not in my interest to return. There are too many policies, and they are driven by public opinion. The country has an out-of-date legal system, corruption, and a banana republic-style mass media. I cannot take any more risks at my age and with my illnesses." As a result, the case is still ongoing. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Envy and insatiable greed are powerful and dark emotions that frequently drive people to commit crimes. When combined with unbridled lust and an obsessive need to control others, these emotions can form a horrifying, lethal intent. It's a terrifying concept, made even more sinister when these emotions fester secretly within a family unit. This story takes place in a Sydney suburb and revolves around the Lyne family, a seemingly harmonious and large household. Their story evolved into one of the most notorious and bloody crimes in Australian history. The investigation's complexity and duration are noteworthy, as the perpetrator group was confident in avoiding justice. His meticulously crafted and brutally executed plan was nearly perfect. However, a minor, overlooked detail eventually provided the police with the necessary breakthrough. Let's start at the beginning of this story, exploring how a combination of greed, envy for others' success, and corrupt passion can drive someone insane, transforming them into a monstrous figure who didn't even spare children in their rampage. The Lyne family story depicts love, ambition, and a tragic ending. Min Lin and Yoon Lin. Lin's love story started in the late 1980s, during their college years at an Australian university. Both were native Chinese. They had each emigrated to further their education. Lily, through an exchange program, and Min, who was 2 years her senior, stayed in the country for a professional internship. After completing his bachelor's degree, their paths crossed in a university corridor, resulting in what they later described as love at first sight. They shared common roots and dreams, and while they felt like outsiders in a foreign land, their desire to start a new life in Australia brought them together. After graduation, the couple married and moved to the picture-scanned, tranquil suburbs of North Epping and Sydney. Their love grew into a large, tight-knit family that was deeply connected and committed to one another. In August 1994, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named June Brenda Lin, who was mostly known by her middle name, Brenda Henry. Their son was born in 1997, and Terry, their youngest child, was born in 2000. As the 2000s began, Min and Lin decided to start a business by opening a small newsstand. Their dedication helped transform this modest beginning into a thriving news agency with a publishing arm on Road Street. The Lin family's business thrived, allowing them to live a comfortable life with a large home, a luxury car, and prestigious private schooling for their kids. Min concentrated on business matters, while Yoon was dedicated to homemaking and raising their children in their community. The Lynes were well known for their hard work, kindness, and generosity. They were known as exemplary, caring parents who never argued. Brenda, their eldest child, was a stunning beauty and an excellent student with a compassionate heart for animals. Henry and Terry were both active and athletic, with a particular fondness for soccer. The siblings had an almost unbreakable bond, moving relatives from China to Australia. As the Line family settled in Australia and their financial situation improved, they began to invite relatives from China to visit, live, or even stay permanently during the early 2000s. Mine's parents were the first to relocate to North Epping, living nearby and caring for the children. Min's father also worked at the newsstand on weekends. A few years later, Min and Yun's parents moved to the Sydney suburb, where they purchased a small house. Irene, the Lin's younger sister, moved in with them and helped with housework and childcare. By this point, the Lin family business was reportedly generating close to $1 million in annual revenue. Their venture was more than just a shop or a publishing house. By the end of 2007, it had evolved into a local hub where people gathered over coffee to read and discuss the news. Min Lin's younger sister, Kathy Lin Nanashi, and her husband, Leon bin Robert Jai, also moved to Australia in search of better opportunities in the bustling city of Sydney. They had previously visited relatives in Australia and spent a short time in Melbourne before returning to China. This time, they were determined to stay in Australia permanently. Robert, a former successful ant doctor in China, decided to change careers and pursue entrepreneurship. The Exies opened their own restaurant in Sydney, investing all of their savings, but the business struggled and eventually closed. Subsequent attempts to open a cafe or snack bar were also unsuccessful. Robert struggled with his new ventures due to a lack of business acumen and financial management skills. Robert and Kathy eventually moved to North Epping to be closer to their family. Kathy found work, but Robert remained in a state of self-discovery, unsure of his next steps. The Lin and Xi families were linked not only by kinship, but also by a deep friendship. They saw each other almost every day, remained in constant contact, and frequently gathered for family meals. Their most recent gathering took place on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, at Kathy and Min's parents' home. Unbeknownst to them, this would be their last reunion. The Lin family home was the scene of a horrific massacre. On the morning of July 18, the Line family's shop was unexpectedly closed, surprising their regular customers. The shop, which had been open 7 days a week for years, showed no signs of opening and no notice or warning on the doors. Customers and neighboring shop owners were concerned about this unusual occurrence. Following several unsuccessful attempts to contact Min, one of them called his sister Kathy to inquire about the situation. Kathy was surprised and alarmed because her brother had never closed the shop without prior notice, frequently having their father or father-in-law cover for him. She tried calling Min and then his wife, Yun, but was unsuccessful. Her calls to their home phone were also unanswered. Kathy and her husband Robert, who were worried, decided to pay a visit to Min's house to ensure everything was fine. Arriving around 9 a.m., they noticed the family car in the driveway and discovered the front door unlocked, but there was no sign of the owners. Inside, the house was strangely quiet, and calls for family members went unanswered. The house appeared to be undisturbed, with no signs of forced entry. Kathy ascended to the second floor, calling out for her brother. She screamed in shock and horror as she opened Min and Yunlin's bedroom door, staggering back to face the gruesome scene in front of her. The room was covered in blood, including the floor, walls, ceiling, furniture, and curtains. The lifeless body of Lin Lane, 43, was found near the bed, mutilated beyond recognition. Irene, 39, slept in the adjacent room with her young sister. The scene was equally horrific. Irene lay lifeless in her bed, her face a bloody pulp in the children's bedrooms. Henry, 12, and Terry, 9, had also been brutally beaten to death, with their bodies found in different corners of the room. Brenda, the 15-year-old daughter, had fortunately been away on a school trip the day before and was not present during the tragic night. The body of the household head, Min Lin, could not be found, raising the possibility that he was still alive, possibly injured, taken hostage, or escaped. Kathy called 911 right away, but she was so shocked that she couldn't explain what had happened. She screamed and cried into the phone, pleading with medics to arrive quickly and save anyone they could. However, first responders could only confirm that all of the victims had died at the scene of the massacre. The morning following a chilling discovery, Following Kathy's frantic call to emergency services, Robert left to pick up the Lynn parents, who lived about 10 kilometers away from the crime scene. The police and paramedics arrived in minutes, and what they found was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Unfortunately, it was too late for any member of the Lynn family. Each had been killed with multiple blows to the head from a heavy, blunt object resembling a hammer. However, the lethal weapon was nowhere to be found, leading investigators to believe that the perpetrator took it with them. Mainland's body was eventually discovered in his own bedroom, wrapped in a blood-soaked blanket, like his family. He had been beaten to death in a similar way. It appeared that he was the first victim, followed by his wife, her sister, and then the two boys. An initial inspection of the crime scene revealed no significant clues or leads. The lack of a lethal weapon, combined with the fact that valuables and money were left undisturbed, indicated that the primary goal was to eliminate the Lynn family rather than robbery. Additionally, multiple assailants were suspected, as it appeared unlikely that one person could single-handedly defeat so many. However, evidence suggested that the children were awake and desperately attempted to flee during the attack, as evidenced by bloodstains and splatters throughout the home. Interestingly, in addition to head injuries, all adult victims displayed signs of strangulation, possibly to reduce resistance during the assault. Each room contained identical bloody shoe prints with a distinct tread pattern, but the shoe brand could not be identified solely based on its size. No foreign fingerprints were found, implying that the killer or killers used gloves. Initially, there were no leads or theories about the identity of the perpetrator. Family, friends, and neighbors all agreed that the Lyns had no known enemies. The motivation for such a heinous massacre of 5 people was unclear. The attack occurred between midnight and 3 a.m. on July 18. Brenda Lynn, the eldest and now sole survivor of the extensive Lynn family, was on a school trip to New Caledonia when the tragedy occurred. She learned about the horrific incident on social media and initially refused to believe it involved her own family, hoping for a mistake. Her Aunt Kathy quickly called, confirming the terrible news with tearful sobs. Brenda was quickly flown back to Sydney, where her new guardians, Kathy and Robert, greeted her at the airport. Brenda moved in with them after the Lynn family's home was sealed as a crime scene. Brenda, who was distraught, was taken to the police station the next day to be questioned. However, she was unable to provide any new information, claiming that her family had no enemies or ill wishes and had noticed nothing unusual prior to her trip. Brenda inherited a large fortune, including property and the family business, after her parents died. However, because she was a minor and still in school, her legal guardians, Kathy and her husband Robert, were in charge of the estate. Brenda's grandparents also offered support, but Kathy and Robert insisted on being her primary caregivers. Robert even threatened legal action if the elderly relative requested custody, claiming they were too old to care for a teen. Eventually, the dispute was resolved amicably, and Brenda stayed with her aunt and uncle. Lynn's shop and publishing business, which had been temporarily closed, reopened shortly after disease control measures were implemented. Brenda hadn't yet taken over the business operations. Robert began actively reviewing the family's bank accounts, savings, real estate, and other assets, as well as conducting investigations and developing theories. Experts examined the crime scene multiple times, meticulously documenting every detail. Despite their efforts, no solid leads emerged. They concluded that the killer acted alone and entered the house quietly, implying that either the door was unlocked or the perpetrator had a key. Tiller wore size 9.5 shoes with a distinctive ornate tread pattern. The lethal weapon, believed to be a hammer, was never discovered in or near the house because the killer used gloves. No fingerprints or foreign DNA were left behind. Only traces from the 5 victims were discovered. A strange and significant detail was that bloodstains were found on the doorknobs of each bedroom where the perpetrators occurred, indicating that the killer's bloodied gloves had touched them. However, there were no bloodstains on Brenda's doorknob, indicating that the killer was aware she was not present. As one of Australia's most high-profile cases, the tragic incident received extensive media coverage. With no substantial evidence or suspects, a variety of unlikely theories emerged. Rumors spread about Lynn's alleged vast fortune, resulting in their demise. There were theories about a botched robbery and the involvement of local Chinese mafia clans. Given the area's history of burglary gangs, such theories were not entirely dismissed. The Lynch shop had been attacked months prior to the tragedy, and Min had witnessed an armored car robbery a week before the fatalities. Though the criminals wore masks and Min was unable to identify them, it was speculated that he had been eliminated as a potential witness. Months passed with the investigation at a standstill. No theories were substantiated, and no suspects were identified. The robbery theory was eventually dismissed because money and valuables were unharmed, and the killer appeared to have a single goal: to eliminate the household members. Furthermore, the power was turned off in the house on the night of the fatal incidents, indicating that the killer knew where the electrical panel was. The assailants' familiarity with the house in complete darkness indicated that they had been there before and knew the layout, possibly even obtaining a key in advance. While reviewing the perplexing case, an investigator listened to Kathy's emergency call for the 100th time, looking for any overlooked clues. Surprisingly, a significant hint was discovered in the recording. The recording captured Kathy's hysterical attempts to explain the situation. Her words were jumbled, punctuated by cries and sobs. When the operator confirmed that emergency services were on their way, Kathy unexpectedly mentioned her husband's name, adding something in Cantonese and addressing him directly. This detail piqued the investigators' interest, so they translated her words. Kathy had pleaded with her husband not to leave her alone in the house. This was significant because Robert had decided to pick up the Lynn parents on his own, leaving Kathy at the grisly crime scene before the cops arrived. Robert's behavior appeared highly suspicious. 5 people had just been brutally removed from the house, and the killer could still be hiding inside, making Kathy a possible target. However, Robert appeared calm and simply left, as if he was confident that nothing bad would happen to his wife, the primary suspect in new evidence. After several unproductive months, the police finally identified Robert Dye as the primary and sole suspect. He was discovered to have a key to his brother-in-law's home, which Min had given him just in case shortly before the tragedy. Curiously, Robert never mentioned this during interrogations, and Kathy had no idea her brother had given her husband a key. Brenda unknowingly revealed this critical information to the investigators. Further investigation revealed that Robert's claim to be a successful ent doctor was a ruse. While he did have a medical degree, he had never held a steady job in the field. Rumors suggest that he fled to Australia to avoid prosecution in China for alleged bribery. In Australia, Robert struggled to establish himself professionally, spending the last of his savings on failed business ventures. After moving to North Epping, he became largely inactive, relying on his wife's income and occasional financial assistance from Kathy's family members. Once Brenda's guardianship papers were finalized, Robert pretended to inherit the Line family estate. His first move was to drive Yun's parents out of the house Min had purchased for them. Despite the fact that it was legally in the deceased's name, Min and Kathy's parents remained in the house purchased for them. Given these facts and circumstances, investigators hypothesized that Robert was motivated by intense envy of his wife's more successful and wealthy relatives, with a long-standing plan to seize their property, money, and profitable business. Brenda and Kathy, despite living under the same roof as the perpetrator of the crime against her family, were not deemed immediate threats. Brenda was unaware of the true nature of her cohabitant, whereas Kathy was required by Robert to maintain control over the family's assets. However, the police were unable to arrest Robert because there was insufficient concrete evidence against him. The investigation team obtained permission to install several hidden cameras in the XEI household through interrogation, surveillance, and arrest, with the goal of gathering evidence to prove Robert's guilt. The breakthrough happened sooner than expected. Kathy made an unexpected revelation during an interrogation, mentioning her husband's preference for a specific brand of shoes. A few years ago, Robert bought 2 pairs of sneakers from a limited edition series that he really liked. He had worn out and discarded one pair, but the other was still neatly stored in its box at home. Notably, Robert wore size 9.5 shoes, which were the same size as the killer's. The key evidence was captured on one of the hidden cameras as Robert meticulously destroyed the box containing the aforementioned shoes. This footage prompted a warrant to search the suspect's home, where a new pair of size 9.5 sneakers was discovered. The tread pattern of the shoes matched the prints discovered at the crime scene. In addition, a small smeared trace of blood was found in his garage. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood stain contained the DNA of all 5 Lynn family victims, linking it to the crime scene. This evidence led to Robert's arrest, which provided the police with the concrete proof they needed to take action. An arrest, a trial, and shocking revelations in May 2011, 2 years after the tragic events, evidence led to Robert X's arrest. He vehemently denied any involvement, claiming that the blood in his garage appeared after they returned from the Lint house. He also dismissed the significance of the sneakers with matching tread patterns discovered in his possession, claiming they were brand new and that he had discarded the previous pair. While awaiting trial in prison for 3 years, Robert unknowingly shared cells with several informants. During one of these conversations, he confessed to meticulously planning the crime and carefully covering his tracks. He described purchasing the lethal weapon from a remote store without surveillance cameras and drugging his wife with sedatives and tea to keep her from waking up and discovering his absence. He disposed of the hammer, sneakers, gloves, and clothing in a way that ensured they would never be discovered. Robert denied everything during the trial, and the only evidence against him was the statements of his cellmates and the previously mentioned indirect evidence. As a result, the jury failed to reach a unanimous decision, and Robert was released on bail in December 2015. The trial resumed in June 2016 with testimony from another informant who claimed Robert admitted to having an obsession with Brenda since she was 13. This prompted a re-examination of Brenda, who tearfully admitted that Robert had coerced her into a sexual relationship shortly after moving in with them. She had remained silent about the abuse for years, fearing retaliation. Robert XE was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to 5 life sentences, 1 for each fatal crime, with no possibility of parole. His subsequent appeals were denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Rachel O'Reilly's case is one of Ireland's most violent crimes. When a person goes missing or dies in mysterious circumstances, the other half is usually one of the primary suspects. Unfortunately, in approximately 80 of cases, suspicions are valid. There is rarely a clear motive in such crimes, and the crime itself is often classified as domestic as if it were ordinary. Rachel O'Reilly's high-profile case in the early 2000s stunned Ireland with its unprecedented cruelty and cold-bloodedness. A young woman and mother of 2 young children was brutally murdered in her own home, and police officers who arrived on the scene admitted that they had never seen such a horrific crime scene before, but they were determined to solve the mystery and put all the pieces of the puzzle together. It took investigators several years of meticulous work. Throughout this time, the criminal remained at large, confident that no one would prove his guilt. Perhaps this would have happened, but the killer was let down by his own arrogance. Let's start the story from the beginning. Who was Rachel O'Reilly? Rachel O'Reilly. Rachel O'Reilly, real name Callie, was born in 1974 on the northern outskirts of County Dublin, Ireland. His biological parents were not aware. Rose and Jim Calloway, her spouses, adopted her when she was very young. She grew up alongside the couple's other 4 adopted children. Rose and Jim, their own heirs, were unable to have children, so all of their parental love was directed toward foster children. Rachel was an active and purposeful child since she was very young. She excelled in school, participated in sports, assisted her parents with household chores, and never caused a problem. The girl grew up to be very sociable, open, and kind. She got along well with everyone and avoided conflicts. Rachel was an avid softball player as a teenager, competing in a variety of competitions and setting several local records. She also had a close relationship with her foster mother, to whom she confided all her secrets and communicated constantly, even after she married and had her own children. After graduating from high school, the girl enrolled at one of the local universities, intending to pursue a degree in marketing. At the same time, she secured a position as a salesperson in a city department store. In her spare time, she continued to participate in sports, most notably for the local Joe O'Reilly team. In fact, public sources contain very little information about Joe O'Reilly's early life. He was notorious for his inhumanity and extreme cruelty to his own wife and the mother of his 2 children. However, the type of person he was as a young man is rarely discussed or remembered. Joe is also known to be a County Dublin native, having been born there in 1972. In a simple family, he was the second common child and was raised alongside his older sister. The O'Reillys' children were not spoiled, and their parents taught them that in life, they should achieve everything on their own through hard work and effort. Boy was tall, athletic, and enjoyed playing softball. After graduating from high school, he decided to pursue a career in advertising through correspondence studies. He got a job as a manager at a department store, the same one where Rachel worked a few months later. Joe was 19 years old when they first met, and Rachel was barely 17. The young man noticed the new employee right away and took the initiative to be the first to meet her miniature smiling blonde, dizzy the guy's head, but only to go on a date with him. For whatever reason, she flatly refused. Joe began to woo Rachel with compliments and small surprises such as flowers or chocolates at her workplace at the start of the day, but Rachel remained cold to him. Desperate attempts to capture the attention of the young saleswoman with interest were observed by almost the entire department store staff, and it even became the subject of jokes. However, Joe refused to give up. He read Rachel's favorite book to give them something in common to talk about, but things didn't really take off until Joe discovered Rachel was a serious softball player. That is when he met her at the stadium, walked onto the field during practice, and joined the game. Riley was long and familiar with softball, so he demonstrated all of his abilities and led the team to victory. This time, the young man impressed Rachel, and she agreed to go on a date with him. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and Joe, by all means and available means, demonstrates that he is prepared for the beloved to literally roll mountains. He unexpectedly organized a trip to Paris, the most romantic city in the world, and proposed to her on top of the Eiffel Tower. Of course, Rachel couldn't resist and agreed with him. The naive girl then believed she had met a real prince from a magical fairy tale, with whom she would spend her life happily. A few years later, the couple married, and they eventually had 2 sons in common. The couple relocated to the tranquil and picturesque Scottish province of Scotland, where they bought their own spacious, cozy home. It was an ideal place to raise their children. Rachel quit her job after the birth of their eldest son to focus on caring for her husband and child. 2 years later, the couple welcomed a second son, and the young mother was completely absorbed by the heirs. Joe, the family's main beneficiary, was hired by an advertising agency as an outdoor advertising specialist. Those who knew the head of the family described him as a confident, purposeful, and charming man. At work, he demonstrated responsibility, qualification, punctuality, and attention to detail. He was always the first to arrive at the office, and he would stay late if necessary. Joe also continued to participate in sports, frequently visiting the gym before the start of the workday, and his wife's home contained several exercise machines and a set of dumbbells. As the boys grew older and started kindergarten, Rachel became a distributor for one of the popular cosmetics companies and also sold household goods to supplement their income. Such work enabled her to communicate more with her neighbors, who described her as an excellent mother and a kind and open person. Joe's chances of returning home dwindled over time. In reality, he only came to sleep, shower, and change clothes. With this behavior, he wrote off his entire employment at work, as well as the upcoming promotion that he had been looking forward to. His wife did her best to support him, but they grew apart over time, and family relations deteriorated significantly. In the summer of 2004, an anonymous person sent a letter to Child Protective Services alleging that Rachel is a bad mother who mistreats her 2- and 4-year-old sons. In this regard, a special commission visited the couple's home and responded to the disturbing report, but nothing suspicious was discovered, and all relatives and neighbors described Mrs. Riley as a loving and caring mother, casting doubt on her reputation. What has happened to Rachel O'Reilly? The morning of Monday, October 4, 2004 began normally. The head of the family left the house at dawn, while his wife and sons were still sleeping, to go to work. Throughout the day, he texted and called his wife several times but received no response. When he called his home phone, the answering machine went off. Joe stated in a shaky voice that he was extremely concerned and asked his wife to call him back as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Joe received a call from the kindergarten teacher informing him that Rachel had not arrived to pick up the boys, which had never happened before. Joe then called his mother-in-law and asked if she knew where Rachel was. When she said no, he asked Rose to go to their house and see if everything was okay. Meanwhile, he went to kindergarten to pick up the children. When Rose arrived at her daughter's house, she noticed her car in the yard and realized Rachel was home. However, the room was dark and quiet, and no one responded to her call. The first thing I noticed was the clutter, as if the house had been searched for something. Cabinets and drawers were open, their contents strewn across the floor. The whole scene resembled a robbery. The landlord was nowhere to be found. However, when her mother entered the bedroom, a terrifying image appeared before her eyes. Rachel was lying on the floor, in a large pool of her own blood. There was blood everywhere, on the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling, as well as in Rachel's bloody tangled hair. In some places, the bare bones of her skull were visible. Rose rushed to her daughter, hoping she was still alive and could be helped. But when she touched her arm, she noticed that it was cold and stiff. Rachel had been dead for hours, and there was no way to save her. Rose, unable to remember herself, began screaming and calling for help before rushing to the phone to call the police. The neighbors, including a doctor, came running in response to her screams. When Joe arrived out of the house, he was the first to examine the body and confirm that Rachel could not be saved. There was already a crowd. When he found out that his spouse had died, he screamed and ran inside, claiming he didn't believe it. He burst into tears in the bedroom next to his wife's body. Riley cried and screamed, vowing to kill whoever had done this to his beloved wife. According to police officers who arrived on the scene, they have never seen a more brutal depiction of the murder of a defenseless woman in their careers. Clearly, the weapon of the crime was a heavy blunt object with which Rachel was beaten with incredible ferocity. There is literally nothing left on her body. It appears that the house's owner was attacked from behind because she did not attempt to resist or fight back. The overall picture resembled a robbery. But professional instinct told the investigators that such a beating would only occur if there were personal reasons or an acute dislike. But who would want to touch a petite young woman and mother of two? The detectives began by interviewing the deceased's family members and neighbors. They all confidently stated that Rachel had no enemies or ill wishes and was on good terms with everyone. On that particular day, neighbors reported no suspicious activity. There were no strange cars or strangers near the victim's home. Joe stated that he had spent the majority of the day at the bus depot on the other side of town for work, and a co-worker confirmed his alibi. Although the co-worker confirmed Joe's words, the police remained skeptical. The situation appeared to be a robbery, but no valuables had been taken. Only scattered items on the bedroom's bedside table, almost in plain sight, valued at €1,000, remained untouched. Another stash was found in a kitchen cupboard, but this tool remained untouched. There was also a jewelry box on the dressing table, but only a pair of chains and earrings were missing, which were stored separately in a drawer. In addition, the homeowner reported that a digital camera, silverware, and one of his dumbbells, which was most likely the weapon of crime, had gone missing. Everything seemed strange. The house was turned upside down. The landlady was brutally murdered over a minor issue. Joe, while answering police questions, was crying, shaking, and feverish. However, one of the investigators later admitted that the guy appeared to be in a state of nervous excitement rather than grief or shock. When asked if his wife had an extramarital affair or really behaved even more strangely, Joe changed his expression, confidently stating that there was no such thing, and then adding that he had never cheated on his wife. But this phrase sounded extremely unconvincing. 2 miles from the crime scene in the bushes was discovered a bag containing items from the house. Inside were a camera, silverware, and a few pieces of jewelry. Joe had compiled a list of stolen items. The robbery theory could now be completely dismissed, and the case reclassified as premeditated murder. Suspicious widower. Despite all of the widowed men's attempts to portray grief and pain, it appeared phony, and he was immediately named the main suspect. Joe had nothing to present yet, but the detectives needed to thoroughly investigate his alibi in order to study the crime scene and learn about his relationship with his wife. Joe stated that he stopped by the gym before work, as he did on a regular basis, and surveillance cameras in the parking lot and inside the gym confirmed this. He then drove to the office before going to a bus station in a remote part of the city to monitor the placement of advertisements on vehicles. His words were confirmed by a colleague he allegedly spoke with at the time. The investigators then went to Joe's workplace and seized his computer for inspection. This is where the most interesting part starts. Because the email contained strange correspondence that Joe had partially deleted, specialists were able to recover the deleted messages, and the police were finally confident that they were on the right track. Joe mostly corresponded with his friend and his sister, to both of whom he constantly complained about his wife. He wrote about Rachel in an insulting and profane tone. He wrote that his wife had not appealed to him as a woman for a long time and had generally disgusted him. Moreover, the computer discovered another curious correspondence between Joe and one of his colleagues, a woman named Nikki Pelly. Their communication made it clear that these two were much more than friends, and both should be questioned. Who is Nikki Pelly? Nikki also worked for an advertising company, and she and Joe had numerous work-related interactions. The woman was 10 years older than Joe, but that did not prevent them from having an affair. It was impossible to say exactly when their workplace romance began. Joe spent his evenings and nights at home, and his wife lied about his work commitments. But this wasn't the strangest thing about the discovered correspondence. It turned out that Joe had promised Nikki in his messages that they would soon be together, she and their sons referring to as children from Rachel. Such messages were more than suspicious because, in the event of a divorce, the boys would be left to live with their mother, Joe, who initially claimed that he had no extramarital affairs but realized that denying it was pointless after irrefutable evidence of his infidelity was discovered. Then he admitted that he had been secretly dating Nikki for a while, but they had apparently broken up. For more than a week, the O'Reilly house was cordoned off as a crime scene, with no one permitted to enter because the police needed to enter because the police needed to examine and document everything. During this time, Joe was staying with his sister, while the boys were with their grandparents. Joe did not appear to be a grieving widower at the funeral. Instead, he acted remarkably calm and, most importantly, as if he were closing the coffin alongside his late wife. When it was his turn to say goodbye, he did so quickly and coldly, and as he left, he casually mentioned that the coffin could be closed and buried. When the family was allowed to return home, everything looked exactly as it had on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the floor. Joe asked his father-in-law and mother-in-law to accompany him, and they agreed, believing he needed the support on the spot. However, the son-in-law began to speculate on how the killer might have dealt with Rachel. He walked around the room where his wife was murdered, describing how she had been attacked by the force with which she was struck, pointing to dried blood spatters each time. Joe then speculated that the perpetrator may have gone to the bathroom to wash the blood from his hands and the crime weapon, which he then carried with him. Joe's account was horrifyingly detailed and full of detail, with him waving his arms around to mimic the blows. However, his bereaved parents dismissed his behavior as an attempt to relieve stress and talk things out. Rose later admitted that she had not let go of the idea that the son-in-law had repeated his previous actions and that he was the one who massacred their daughter. Thirst for fame. Almost immediately after the funeral, O'Reilly began actively communicating with the media, giving interviews left and right. He eagerly welcomed reporters to his home, literally giving them tours of the crime scene and explaining how everything happened. At the same time, Joe addressed the criminal on camera, offering him a voluntary surrender to the police. 3 weeks after the tragedy, the deceased's loved ones agreed to participate in the filming of a television program about the crime. But if Rachel's parents were depressed and literally killed by grief, Joe on set acted like a star. He vividly communicated with the makeup artists, curious about how he would appear in the frame, and then eagerly nibbled on the proposed treats while drinking their coffee. The police, who were still looking for Joe, decided to follow him and discovered that he went straight from the set to his mistress Nikki, where he spent the night. By that point, all doubts about his guilt had been dispelled, leaving only the task of gathering irrefutable evidence for the court. Gathering evidence was a lengthy, complicated, and laborious process because the most important item, the instrument of the crime, was not discovered. Nevertheless, there was sufficient other evidence. They were both facing jail time for perjury, so they chose not to jeopardize their freedom. Nikki admitted that she and Joe had not broken up, as they had previously claimed, but instead continued their relationship. Furthermore, I learned about Rachel through their connection, which caused a major scandal on the eve of the tragedy. However, the colleague stated that he was unsure whether Joe was present when his wife was murdered at the bus station on the other side of the city. The guy simply confirmed his friend's words at his request, unaware that O'Reilly was a suspect in the crime. He discovered correspondence on Joe's computer in which he insulted his wife and planned his future with his mistress and children, which was also linked to the case. The police also investigated numerous interviews with Joe and TV program footage, concluding that he described the crime in detail that only a criminal could know. The widower's careless remarks helped reconstruct the full picture of the crime. He went to the gym in the morning and purposefully got into all of the camera's lenses. Then he informed his colleagues that he would be absent from the office because he was leaving for work in another part of the city and his phone might not be available. Then, instead of going to the bus station, he went home, armed himself with a dumbbell, and hid in the marital bedroom, waiting for his wife, who had left to take the children to kindergarten. He suddenly attacked her from behind, leaving no room for escape. After the massacre, Joe admitted to washing the blood from himself and the murder weapon in the bathroom next to the bedroom. The perpetrator then changed clothes, dispersed his belongings throughout the house to simulate a robbery, and went to work. On the way, he discarded the items and disposed of the soiled clothes and dumbbells so they would not be discovered. He also called his murdered wife's cell phone several times, sent her a few messages, and left voicemails on the answering machine, requesting that she call him back. In the office, he was acting strangely and appeared overly excited, with his hands slightly shaking. Some of his coworkers noticed this and inquired whether he was okay. But Joe was perplexed, so instead of responding, he dashed to his office, where he quickly received a call from the daycare center, informing him that the boys had not been picked up. He did not hurry home, instead sending his mother-in-law to be the first to discover his daughter's disfigured body. He believed he had considered all possibilities and that proving his guilt would be impossible, but his desire for fame and public attention worked against him. Joe was not arrested until 2 years after he committed the crime. Despite the fact that the majority of the evidence was circumstantial, Joe's guilt was established by reconstructing the entire route of his movements that day using the signal of a cell phone that he did not abandon. It is worth noting that at the time of Rachel's murder, Joe's cell phone signal came from the family home. This was later confirmed using billing data. In addition, at trial, it was revealed that Joe's mother wrote the anonymous letter to Child Protective Services at her son's request. Joe was aware that he would not have sole custody of the boys in the event of a divorce, so he tried to smear his wife by portraying her as a bad and abusive mother. However, social services officials found no evidence to support the anonymous message's claims. So O'Reilly decided to take decisive action. He had no remorse. He smiled in court, chatted animatedly with his defense attorneys, and even tried to joke, convinced that he would be released regardless. But in the summer of 2007, the court found Joe guilty and sentenced him to life in prison. The lawyers attempted to challenge the decision, but all of their complaints and appeals were rejected. It is worth noting that Joe and Nikki's relationship continued even after the man was imprisoned. His mistress paid him visits on a regular basis for many years before they stopped communicating in 2022, for unknown reasons. Joe Riley never pleaded guilty in prison. He has become a model inmate, never causing trouble, and hopes to be eligible for parole one day. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman who worked at a jewelry store disappeared without a trace during her lunch break. When investigators began to unravel this mystery, they were only able to find a few unusual clues and witnesses. Only several decades later, the truth finally became known, and it was a big surprise for the detectives. Linda Reed was born in 1962 in the Australian city of Gold Coast. She grew up in a loving family, was a cheerful and energetic child, and had many friends in her school years. Linda met a guy named Robert. The couple began dating, and at 19 years old, the young woman married him. They dreamed of creating a large and friendly family as well as building the house of their dreams. The newlyweds started working on this. Almost immediately after the wedding, they bought a plot of land and began saving a significant portion of their income for construction in order to have the house ready as soon as possible. The couple decided not to spend money on rent and lived in a trailer on Robert's parents' backyard. Linda got a job as a salesperson at a jewelry store located in a large shopping center. She immediately liked this job and found common ground with the team, and the decent income allowed her to save up for her dream home even faster. December 1983 was a tense month, as there was a frenzy in the store due to the approaching holidays. Linda, who was 21 years old at the time, had to work in an intensified mode. December 13th was no exception. From the beginning of her shift, Linda worked diligently, and only at 12 p.m. did she have the opportunity to take a break. Usually she had lunch in the same shopping center and returned earlier than the allotted time, but on that day, it didn't happen. Linda's colleagues were very surprised that she did not return from her break at the appointed time, as the young woman had never been late before the workday went on and Linda still did not show up. Everything looked as if she had simply decided to leave her ship without informing her colleagues, but they doubted that the young woman could do such a thing as she approached her job with the utmost responsibility. Her husband was also surprised when Linda did not return home after her shift. He waited for some time and then contacted her colleagues. They told the man that his wife did not return from her break, and Robert started to seriously worry. He went to the shopping center and started walking around in search of Linda. After that, he visited several other places that the young woman regularly frequented, but she was nowhere to be found. With each passing minute of searching, he became increasingly concerned that something bad had happened to Linda. So by 7 p.m. that evening, the man decided to call the police. The operator told him that a report of a missing adult would only be accepted after 24 hours had passed since the disappearance. Linda's mother also tried to contact them but received the same response. In the end, the relatives had to wait until the next day before the report was accepted. The police began investigating and tried to find out what Linda was doing during her break. They learned that the young woman went shopping for New Year's in several stores located in the same building. After that, she visited her bank branch and received a check to pay bills. The last person to see her was the shopping center security guard, who noticed Linda leaving the parking lot in her car. The police could not find any other information. The young woman's relatives had no idea why Linda left in the middle of her shift, and most importantly, where she was headed. The police sent out alerts for the young woman and her car and began keeping an eye on Robert. According to statistics, husbands are more likely to commit crimes against their wives, but in this case, Robert had a reliable alibi. No other suspects were found. According to everyone who knew Linda, she never had enemies and was generally a very positive person. As investigators tried to find new leads, several days had passed since Linda's disappearance. On the third day, the police received a report about an abandoned car that matched the description of the young woman's car. It was located in a suburban area 20 kilometers from the shopping center. Arriving at the scene, the police realized that it was indeed Linda's car. The vehicle was parked on the side of the road next to bushes. In the 1980s, this area was almost undeveloped, with most of it covered in bushes and trees. Inside the car, the police found Christmas presents that Linda had bought before her disappearance. The doors were unlocked and the ignition key was inside. In the salon, the police found an unusual clue. An empty menthol cigarette pack was lying next to the front passenger seat. Linda and Robert never smoked. So investigators came to the most obvious conclusion: the pack could belong to the kidnapper. The police immediately began to search for evidence, and soon they made a sad discovery. About 40 meters from the car, in the stream bed of a small creek, they found Linda's body. Her hands were tied with a bikini and eyeglass cord. The victim's relatives said that she never owned either of these items. Medical experts determined that the cause of death was asphyxiation, and the young woman was also subjected to violence, but at that time specialists could not extract a DNA sample from the criminal. Thus, the investigators presented an approximate chronology of events. In their opinion, an unknown criminal attacked Linda in the parking lot of a shopping center. When she came to put the gifts she bought in the car, he forced her to sit behind the wheel and drive to the place where they later found her body. After that, he subjected her to violence and killed her. There were no leads that could lead the investigators to a suspect. Then they decided to try to interview all the visitors of the shopping center who were there during Linda's lunch break. Of course, this was an extremely difficult task to attract people's attention. The police took the victim's car and placed it in the shopping center, attaching a photo of the young woman and information about her disappearance to it. Investigators hoped that such a visual installation would help visitors who saw Linda that day remember some details. Several witnesses told the police that they saw a teenager with light hair in the shopping center parking lot, but investigators could not identify him. Other witnesses told something more interesting. On the day of Linda's disappearance, they saw a man who was trying to catch a ride on the highway less than a kilometer from where the victim's body was found. Soon, the driver of the van turned to the police and reported that on the same day he had picked up a man who was hitchhiking on the road in the same location where other witnesses had seen him. Here's where things got interesting. The driver recounted that the man was smoking menthol cigarettes, but he was holding them all in his hand without a pack, since an empty pack of menthol cigarettes was found in the victim's car. This became the first significant lead for investigators. Forensic specialists examined the driver's van and found a fingerprint on the glass near the passenger seat that did not match the owner's prints. Unfortunately, a comparison with existing databases did not yield any results. The suspect's description that the driver provided was also superficial and did not help the authorities find the man. No other evidence was found, and the investigation into this case came to a standstill for many months. A new lead only appeared just over a year later, in 1985, when a prisoner in one of the state's prisons who was a police informant gave investigators an interesting tip. His cellmate Craig Andrew McConnell had confessed to him about Linda Reed's murder. According to Craig, he and another man were trying to steal a car from the parking lot of a shopping center when Linda noticed them. Fearing that she would remember their faces and report them to the police, the criminals abducted and killed her. Detectives had come across this name before. Craig had received 2 life sentences for murders committed in 1984, and he was considered a suspect in Linda's case, but the police could not find any connection at the time. After the tip from the informant, they talked to Craig in prison, but he claimed that he had nothing to do with the murder. He added that his cellmate had made it all up, and they never talked about the case, but the police were not quick to believe him. Craig committed 2 brutal murders just a few months after Linda's death, and the story told by the informant could very well be true. Forensic experts compared the suspect's fingerprints to those found on the van's glass, but they did not match. Despite this, the detectives continued to consider Craig a possible killer, and in 1986 they decided to bring the case to trial. The only arguments against him were the words of an informant. However, he himself did not live to see the start of the trial. The man died shortly before from an overdose of illegal substances. Nevertheless, the prosecution had his entire story. According to the informant, Craig drew him a rough map of the place where he left Linda's body. Experts concluded that it matched the terrain fairly accurately, right down to the location of the trees. In addition, Craig said that Linda told the kidnappers that Rob would seek revenge. The young woman really did often call her husband by his incomplete name. The suspect also told the informant that he ate a cheese and vegetable sandwich that belonged to Linda after her car was found. Experts did find traces of cheese in her purse. Despite such precise details, all of this with circumstantial evidence, and did not provide sufficient grounds for a guilty verdict. For this reason, Craig was not found guilty of Linda's murder. Investigators continued to believe that he was involved in the crime and tried to find additional evidence that would allow them to secure a guilty verdict, but other attempts led to a dead end, and ultimately the case stalled for many years. In 2014, 30 years after the murder, detectives reopened the investigation and decided to review the existing evidence. They handed samples of fingerprints from the van's glass to experts who tried to reconstruct them using modern technology, and when they finally succeeded and loaded the data into the database, the police finally had a match. The fingerprints belonged to Troy James O'Hara, who was already serving a life sentence. 1.5 years after Linda's death, he killed a 22-year-old young woman, and the details of this crime were very similar. His victim was returning from a shopping center with purchases for her upcoming wedding. When she approached her car, James forced her to sit in the car and drove her to a remote area where he subjected her to violence and killed her, tying her hands beforehand. Despite this similarity, James was never a suspect in Linda's case and was not even on the police's radar. The detectives remembered another fact. During the early stages of the investigation, several witnesses reported seeing a fair-haired teenager in the parking lot of the shopping center, and given that James was only 17 years old at the time, he fit the description. Despite this, the police wanted to find as much evidence as possible, and an interesting turn of events awaited them. It turned out that a DNA sample of the person who assaulted Linda had been stored at the warehouse all this time. Although it was no longer listed as evidence in the documents, the investigators discovered it almost by chance. But here was one problem: the sample was very small and had already begun to degrade, so local experts were unable to extract the perpetrator's profile from it. Then the investigators sent it to a modern laboratory located in New Zealand. The experts managed to extract the profile, and it fully matched James's DNA. All of this took several years for the investigators, considering that the criminal was already serving a life sentence. They could take their time and properly prepare the case for trial. In the end, James was only arrested on August 26, 2018, almost 35 years after the murder. At that time, the man was 51 years old. He had spent more than half his life in prison and had earned several more charges during that time. James twice attacked guards and even managed to escape from prison once, but he was caught the next day after his arrest for Linda's murder. He denied his guilt and preparation for trial began. The process lasted for several years, but in March 2021, the criminal decided to confess. He said he A-dubbed Linda in the parking lot. The young woman was sitting in her car eating a sandwich. He got into her car and threatened her to drive to a remote location where he assaulted and killed her when the judge asked him about his motives. James noted that he simply wanted to kill a random young woman that day. As a result, James was sentenced to 30 years in prison for Linda's murder, although he was given the right to apply for early release in July 2022 since he had already served more than 30 years in prison. At the moment, he continues to serve a sentence, although he may be released in the next few years. Unfortunately, Linda's father did not live to see the police find her killer. He had spent decades wanting to know what happened to his daughter, but he passed away after a long battle with cancer. After his wife's death, Robert vowed to never marry again, as his heart belongs to Linda forever. At the trial, after the verdict was given, he thanked the investigators and declared that James had forever deprived him of his family. As for Craig and the informant's story, things are quite ambiguous. It should be noted that the informant was a hardened criminal himself and could have received significant benefits from helping to solve the case. It is possible that he lied to the police, and all the key facts about the case could have been gathered from the newspapers. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared from her apartment, which she rented with her sister. The police couldn't find a single clue, and the case went cold for decades. It wasn't until 53 years later that they were able to uncover the gruesome truth, and it happened in a very unusual way. Pamela Dorrington was born on November 23, 1948, in the small American town of Helena, Montana. She grew up in a close-knit family and had many friends. Her acquaintances noted that the girl from an early age was responsible and could always come to their aid. Pamela also loved animals, and her parents bought her a black Labrador. She did well in the local school, and in high school, she was passionate about learning the Russian language. After high school, the young woman took a job as a surgical nurse at St. Peter's Hospital in her hometown. Although her parents' home was relatively close to work, Pamela sought to establish an independent life. For this reason, she moved out of her parents' house and moved into a rented apartment. With her cousin Mary, who worked at the same hospital, the young women rented a 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an apartment complex. Early in the morning on February 17, 1968, Mary went to work at the hospital. Pamela was still asleep since she had to go out for the evening shift that day. The Labrador also slept in her room. A few hours after Mary left for work, Pamela's father drove by their apartment complex near the building. He noticed his daughter's Labrador running around without a leash the week before. The dog had broken loose and run away from its owner, and Pamela had to pick it up from the local shelter, so what he saw didn't surprise the man. He knocked on the door of their apartment, but there was no answer. Thinking his daughter had gone to work, he took the dog and left at 3 p.m. Pamela was supposed to go to work, but she never showed up at the hospital. Her cousin tried to call the home phone at their apartment, but there was no answer. When she got home, Pamela wasn't there, and Mary and her parents began to get seriously worried. Pamela was a very responsible person and would never miss her shift without a good reason, especially without notifying management. Besides, if the young woman was going somewhere, she would certainly tell her parents and sister. Another cause for concern was the fact that Pamela's car was parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. This fact also made it less likely that the young woman had gone somewhere on foot all day. The relatives waited until the next morning and contacted the police. They took a missing persons report but were in no hurry to start a search. Pamela was 19 years old, and investigators did not rule out that she left home of her own free will. After inspecting her apartment, detectives found no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Everything looked routine. They asked her sister to look through Pamela's things and tell her if everything was there. Mary noticed that her coat, terry cloth, robe, purse, and winter boots were missing from their apartment 2 days after Pamela's disappearance. Police organized a search operation within a 30-kilometer radius of her home. They searched fields, forests, and bodies of water while volunteers and the young woman's relatives handed out flyers on the city streets. A patrolman interviewed Pamela's neighbors, co-workers, and acquaintances. None of them had seen the young woman the day she disappeared and had no idea where she might have gone. Her supervisor at the hospital said Pamela was supposed to pick up a check for $200 that day but never showed up. This further indicated that the young woman was unlikely to have run off somewhere, leaving behind the money she had earned in the first days of the search. The police interviewed more than 100 people who had anything to do with Pamela. Some of them were interrogated by polygraph, but it yielded no results. Investigators were also unable to find any evidence that the young woman might have left town with no leads in their hands. The police concentrated all their efforts on the search operation. They expanded the area to about 50 kilometers around the city and brought in additional forces because many parts of the area were not easily accessible to pedestrians and cars. The search involved many officers on horseback speaking. To reporters, the sheriff said that this was the most effective as a person on horseback could see better and an animal could smell a dead body and demonstrate this behavior. The search continued for a month, but was inconclusive, and eventually the sheriff decided to suspend the search operation since. Then the case has essentially come to a standstill as the detectives have had no leads on their hands. In April, 2 months after Pamela disappeared, something unusual happened. A patrolman in Great Falls, a town about 140 kilometers from Helena, stopped a car for speeding. He issued a warning to the woman behind the wheel and let her go. Later, as he was writing the report at the station, his colleagues noticed one odd thing. The driver's license the woman showed the officer was issued in the name of Pamela Dorrington. The Helena detectives asked for a description of the woman's appearance, and from what he said, it looked very much like she was the one behind the wheel. This news gave new hope to the relatives of the missing young woman, except that investigators never managed to find the car and its driver. On June 13th of that year, nearly 4 months after Pamela's disappearance, the sheriff's office received a call from a national park ranger just a few miles from Helena. Helena was walking near the docks of the lake and noticed a human body in the water. Police officers arrived on the scene and extracted a human torso about waist and knee from the water. It was turned over to experts, who proceeded to examine it and determined that it belonged to a woman about 17 to 23 years old. Detectives almost immediately made the assumption that the deceased was Pamela Dorrington. Along with it, they found several items of clothing that were similar to items from Pamela's closet. They showed them to her sister and parents, and they confirmed that Pamela did have something similar. Medical examiners found several stab wounds on it and signs that the young woman had been abused, but the torso alone could not be identified. All of this was before DNA testing was available. The only thing the experts could surmise was the approximate time the body had been in the water. In their opinion, it could have been there for about 4 months, which coincided with the time of Pamela's disappearance and the weeks that followed. Investigators, along with divers, searched the lake and the adjacent Missouri River, trying to find missing body parts, but it was inconclusive. Despite failing to identify the deceased, the sheriff told reporters that the body was very likely Pamela's, so police were no longer investigating a missing person but a murder. However, this discovery did not bring them any closer to the perpetrator himself, as there were still no leads. Since then, there has been no progress in the case. Police told reporters and Pamela's family that they'd had several suspects, but it was impossible to determine their involvement without any evidence. A year after the murder, the sheriff contacted a psychologist in Detroit who specialized in particularly violent crimes. From the information available, he concluded that the perpetrator was a psychopath with twisted desires, which was the motive for the murder. Given this, it is unlikely that he could have stopped at one murder, and detectives should expect more similar episodes. At the same time, the experts suggested that this man was capable of easily hiding his true face and leading an ordinary lifestyle. The man gave the psychologist the names of his suspects and asked him to assess which of them could commit such a crime, but the expert could not draw such conclusions without additional evidence. Pamela was not buried until 7 years after the murder on June 14, 1975. In all that time, investigators never found her other remains, nor did they come any closer to catching the perpetrator. Nevertheless, they continued to consider all sorts of possibilities once the detectives even turned to clairvoyance. but the result was quite expected. 15 years after the 1983 murder, something interesting happened. The landlord of the apartment Pamela and Mary had rented was found guilty of murdering his wife. In 1968, a man named Brooke Atlas lived on the first floor directly below their apartment. He had been on the list of possible suspects since the early days, but a complete lack of evidence prevented any conclusions about his involvement. He later married and moved into a private home with his wife. In 1983, their home burned down and experts were quick to determine that it was arson. Moreover, the body of Ellis's wife was found in the house, but the cause of her death was not fire. The pathologist determined that she had been killed by strangulation. Investigators assumed that the man decided to get rid of his wife and house because of financial problems shortly before he declared bankruptcy, and the loss of his insured home could have resulted in a hefty payout from the insurance company. But instead, he received a life sentence for murder without parole and an additional 20 years for arson. Investigators in Pamela's case were interested in this episode. The man could have used a spare key, and over the months of living near the young woman, he may have well learned their work schedules. Detectives talked to Atlas, but he denied all allegations. Given that there was not a single piece of evidence against him, the cops had no choice but to accept it and hope that sooner or later new leads would emerge in the case. In the 38 years that followed, no progress was made. Pamela's parents passed away without learning the truth, and of her closest relatives, she had only a younger brother. He had given up hope of finding out what had happened to his sister. But in 2021, the case was given another chance. It was turned over to the Unsolved Homicide Squad, and the new detectives decided to reopen the investigation. Pamela's murder was not typical of such units. They usually reopened old cases where the perpetrator left his DNA behind. But because of the lack of analytical tools in those years, it was impossible to use that to catch the killer. In Pamela's case, there was no evidence at all, and the detectives could only hope for luck. They studied all the materials left by their predecessors, including a list of possible suspects. The man was 79 years old at the time and was still serving his sentence. Investigators realized that proving his guilt after 53 years would be very difficult, and the man was unlikely to live the C sentencing. Not only could the trial drag on for years without a single piece of evidence, but no judge would even consider such a case, so the detectives decided to take a very unusual approach to the matter. They went to Atlas in prison and offered him a confession to Pamela's murder. In exchange, they guaranteed him that he would receive no additional punishment for it. Such moves on the part of law enforcement are quite rare, especially when it comes to a brutal murder. But in this particular case, they knew they had only two options: wait until they got their hands on some new evidence, which was highly unlikely, or get a confession, and given Alice's age, the second option could disappear at any moment. Besides, Pamela's only living close relative was her brother, who was also of advanced age. The detectives wanted him to know the truth and told him about the possibility of such a deal, and the man agreed. The investigators brought their offer to Atlas and waited to their surprise. The perpetrator said he was ready to confess, but the detectives were in no hurry to confess. They needed to make sure that the man was really involved in the murder, rather than taking the blame for someone else's crime. They spent many hours questioning him about the details of the murder. Atlas confessing that he had planned Pamela's murder in advance. After waiting for her sister to go to work, he went up to their apartment and rang the bell. When Pamela opened the door, he told her there was a leak in one of the pipes in her apartment and urgent repairs needed to be made. Pamela let the man in without a shadow of a doubt once. In the apartment, he attacked her and strangled her, then took her body back to his apartment and abused her. This was the main motive for what he did. Atlas then placed her in a barrel and took her to the warehouse of the small airport where he worked as a flight instructor that very day. A few hours after the murder, the man was quietly conducting a few lessons with his students. The barrel stood in the warehouse for several days, after which Atlas took it to the banks of the Missouri River, separated the body, and dumped it in the water. In addition, the man told police several facts and were never divulged, so only the killer could know them. With all this information in hand, the detectives said no doubt that Atlas was telling the truth. 53 years later, they finally succeeded in solving the case. Though they had to guarantee the murderer full immunity, remarkably, the murderer decided to accept the deal for a reason. He said that during his imprisonment he believed in God, began to feel remorse, and apologized to Pamela's relatives for what he had done. The Detroit psychologist's analysis turned out to be quite accurate. Atlas really seemed like a decent man for a long time. He had worked as a heavy equipment operator, then he began teaching flight lessons and started a family. Only after the murder of his wife did his true nature become clear. The victim's brother thanked the investigators for bringing the case to an end. The man understood that a conviction and an additional life sentence for Atlas wouldn't have changed anything, and thanks to the detectives, the case was over. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A wedding is one of the most anticipated and emotionally charged events in a woman's life. However, not all happy endings are fairy tales. Some people live happily ever after and die on the same day. Today we find ourselves in Somerset, England. This region of southwest England is known for its well-preserved medieval castles, ancient towns, and King Arthur legends. However, these are not the only legends that surround the modern country. On the morning of September 12, 2012, a local resident named Orlando was rushing home from a late-night shift at a gas station. He had promised his wife that he would take their young daughter Maria to daycare. Loud music was playing in the car to keep him awake as trees along the road passed by one after another. Coming out of a sharp turn, he noticed black smoke. Orlando slowed down. Smoke billowed from a nearby parking lot, where a car had caught fire. Orlando came to a halt and ran to get a better look, but the fire prevented him from getting any closer. When firefighters arrived 4 minutes later, the car had completely burned out. The arriving police cordoned off the area with safety tape to keep the gathering at a safe distance. The area was deserted so early in the morning, and there were no witnesses nearby to describe the incident at its exact moment. A charred body was discovered while examining the scene. The police had to identify the victim and determine the cause of his tragic death. There were no signs of a car accident or skid marks anywhere nearby. Likewise, no tire tread marks from another vehicle were discovered. The police initially believed that a car would self-ignite or spontaneously combust due to malfunctions. A lengthy investigation and several expert analyses lay ahead. The remains were taken to a forensic laboratory to determine the deceased's identity and the cause of death. Fragments of the burned vehicle were also delivered to the forensic laboratory to determine any malfunctions and the cause of the fire. The police began their investigation by searching the missing persons database and reviewing recent reports of disappearances. Forensic experts were quick to identify the deceased. Catherine Wells Burr, 23, is a local resident. Rafal Nowak filed a missing person report on the same day in connection with the young woman's disappearance. Rafal Nowak reported that he left for work at 5:30 a.m., while his girlfriend Catherine slept soundly at home. Despite working for the same company, his shift began 2 hours earlier. Catherine did not show up for work after that, and Rafal could not locate her among any of her relatives. He contacted the police. The investigation began. The police questioned the victim's parents and sister, as well as Rafal Nowak, who reported her missing, and all of her co-workers and friends. They were able to reconstruct a sequence of events that led to the young woman's tragic death by gradually piecing together information about her final days and, eventually, years of life. Phil and Jane Wells gave birth to Catherine Wells Burr in the United Kingdom in 1989. In the summer of 2010, she was the second child in her family, following an older sister named Lynn. During a university break, Catherine met one of the employees, Rafal Nowak, 31, on a new vacuum cleaner production line. Catherine was immediately drawn to the tall, ruggedly handsome blonde. He was a Polish immigrant who had a former wife and son back home. He had moved to England 4 years ago in search of a better life. Catherine and Rafal soon began dating. They began by meeting for lunch at the production site cafe, but these lunches quickly evolved into romantic dinners. Rafal courted Catherine admirably, giving her lovely bouquets, taking her to the movies, and going on walks. Rafal opened up to Catherine about his past and reasons for moving to the UK. Catherine's trusting heart, the blonde man's relationship progressed so quickly that within a few months, Catherine introduced Raphael to her parents, who were overjoyed with their daughter's choice and hopeful for the couple's future happiness. Soon, the lovers were planning their wedding for 2011. Catherine graduated with honors from Bath Spa University and secured a promising position as a business analyst at Pneumatic International. the manufacturer of Henry vacuum cleaners. She quickly advanced in her career, creating job opportunities for her parents and sister. Catherine was intelligent and well-educated. She always knew how to approach people, was concerned about her colleagues' problems, and was very aware of those around her. Her kind gaze and radiant smile won over those who admired the young leader. Catherine Wells Burr's career was rapidly progressing. Her substantial earnings, combined with those of her partner Rafael Nowak, enabled them to buy a large home with a terrace in Willow Way. Regardless of their financial situation, the house was purchased with a mortgage, for which the young couple obtained insurance coverage in accordance with their agreement with the bank, demonstrating their youth, successful careers, and love. It appeared that they had everything necessary for happiness. However, the fateful day of September 12, 2012, marked a turning point in their lives, transforming everything from before to after. The investigation continued, revealing new and previously unknown details about Catherine and Rafael's lives. Over time, the veil of deception that had hung over their relationship from the beginning began to lift. Rafael Nowak, 29, left behind his wife and child in Poland, fleeing to avoid large debts. He moved to the UK, where he met Anna Lagwinowicz. They have been close since 2008. Then Catherine entered the picture for a while. Rafael considered both women, but ultimately chose Catherine Wells Burr because she was a better fit for a family and financial stability. While Catherine genuinely desired a happy marriage with the man she loved and the start of a family, Nowak was plotting a scheme to end her life, intending to leave the life insurance payout and the large house to himself and his mistress, Anna Lagwinowicz, for which Catherine had contributed a sizable portion. The plot for this crime was meticulously planned and carried out with even more cruelty and cold-bloodedness. After a few hours, Rafael approached Catherine's boss to inquire about her whereabouts. In front of Catherine's colleagues and relatives, he pretended to be terrified and devastated. Catherine was not found at either her parents' or her own home, and her car was also missing. Rafael recalled receiving threatening letters from a mentally unstable admirer for quite some time. Following this, her family called the police. The family was in the living room of the young couple's home, waiting for her return, when they learned that a burning car with a body inside had been discovered. Rafael stated that the evening before her disappearance was completely normal. The couple had gone for a walk after work, stopped at a store for groceries, ate dinner, and then went to bed together after watching TV. Catherine didn't seem scared or disturbed. However, a more thorough investigation reveals that her death happened earlier. Catherine was strangled around 2 a.m., most likely in her own bed, while sleeping. Her lifeless body was then placed in a car, driven a short distance from the house, and set on fire in an attempt to destroy evidence. However, Rafael Nowak had a solid alibi. He was at work since 5:30 a.m., and Catherine was asleep in bed when he left. The burning car was found between 6 and 7 a.m., however. Rafael was still at home at 1:30 a.m., which significantly shifted the case's trajectory. Rafael Nowak became the primary suspect in Catherine Wells Burr's murder. Evidence allowed Nowak to be detained pending further investigation. Rafael claimed Catherine was being stalked by someone who had repeatedly written to her, driving her insane. During the investigation, it was discovered that Catherine did have accounts on several adult websites, indicating a hidden side of her life that her close friends were unaware of. Intimate photos and flirtatious interactions with men were discovered, along with a letter from a secret admirer. However, no matter how long you try to hide the truth, it eventually comes to light. In an attempt to mislead the investigation and lead it down a false trail, Rafael forgot to destroy the evidence that showed his direct involvement in Catherine's death. Importantly, this provided the prosecution with a motive. When investigators examined Nowak's phone, they discovered that he had never stopped communicating or meeting with Anna Lagwinowicz, whom they had met frequently in recent months. In addition, it was discovered that the man had a financial interest. Shortly before Catherine's death, they both insured their lives for £123,000. Catherine and Rafael were the sole beneficiaries of the insurance contracts and received the payouts for each other. The receipt of substantial life insurance emerged as the primary motive in Catherine's death, while the arson of her car complicated the investigation. On the day of her disappearance, Catherine texted Anna Lagwinowicz. In addition, surveillance cameras revealed that a few days before the crime, Anna and a relative, her uncle, filled a full canister of gasoline at a gas station. As a result, A third party became involved in the case. Anna Lagwinowicz, 32, and her 38-year-old uncle Tadeusz Dimitrysyn were arrested on suspicion of committing an intentional crime and setting fire to hide evidence. The trio planned the crime meticulously over several months. They meticulously planned the act, creating accounts on pornographic websites, uploading photoshopped images of Catherine, and fabricating and saving exchanges with various men, all to derail the investigation with a false trail. They couldn't ignore the indisputable evidence for long. When Rafał and Anna realized that continuing to deny was futile, they began blaming each other. The man insisted that Anna devised and carried out the plan to eliminate a rival because she was jealous. In contrast, she accused Nowak of committing the crime out of greed, hoping to secure the insurance payout in the house. In order to avoid detection, the conspirators spin a web of heartless lies around an honest and joyful young woman. They posted her fake profiles on websites where people look for casual, intimate encounters. The conspirators went to great lengths to conceal their crime, not only setting her body on fire but also creating a completely false backstory for her. They intend to portray Catherine as a promiscuous woman filled with secrets and desires. They convincingly portrayed a mysterious lover who could have taken her life. At 5:17 a.m., one of the conspirators sent a text message from the Wells Bar phone. On the day of her demise to this fictitious man, she stated that she was on her way to meet him. However, forensic experts determined that when the fire started in the car, Catherine was dressed only in her favorite nightgown, not in an outfit suitable for a meeting with a man. They discovered a missing pillow on her bed, and the only pillowcase was washed and hanging on a clothesline, leading the police to believe she had been suffocated. Detectives discovered a SIM card in Anna Lagwinowicz's car that was linked to the number Catherine was supposed to text that morning. Anna Lagwinowicz discovered notes she had written while seeking inspiration for messages allegedly sent by the mysterious person in his apartment trash bin. When Nowak fell in love with Anna Lagwinowicz, she realized the game was over. They both claimed Catherine's death was the work of a hired criminal. A week before the trial began, Anna Lagwinowicz asked a fellow inmate to secretly pass on a fake confession from an imaginary hitman who claimed Nowak paid him £20,000 to kill Catherine. Anna Lagwinowicz's story may have provided chilling insight into what happened to their victim. According to this fictitious hitman, Catherine's body was found in the car's trunk. Nowak was ecstatic that he had ended Catherine's life. Hitman wrote, "I helped him put her in the driver's seat. Nowak removed the tape from her mouth, and she put on her shoes. He buckled her seatbelt and kissed her goodbye. At 6 a.m. I approached Catherine's car and set it on fire, per Nowak's instructions. Rafał Nowak played the role of a loving boyfriend admirably in the days preceding Catherine's death, holding hands and kissing her in front of family members. He told her mother, Jane, 'I have lost my world, I have lost my future.' Rafał Nowak refused to admit his role in the young woman's death and went on to tell her mother, Jane Wells, that her daughter was receiving emails and text messages from an ex-boyfriend who said that if he couldn't have her, no one could finish the story. He even claimed she discussed taking her own life. We are still Nowak." Allowed the distraught Wells Bar parents to console him, who assumed he was also mourning the young woman he loved. Rafał's acting was so convincing that Catherine's mother, Jane, hugged him after her death and gave him permission to call her. She stated that after the police informed her in the early stages of the investigation that he was viewed as a witness rather than a suspect, she made the decision to provide him with every possible support. "I figured if Catherine loved him so much and he was a member of our family, he deserved to come back." The lengthy trial began under the chairmanship of Justice Sharp. During the trial, the jury learned that the three defendants hoped to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and half ownership of a two-bedroom home in Mangold, Somerset, worth £137,000, following Catherine Wells Burr's death. According to the court, Rafał Nowak showed no emotion when police discovered the woman's body in burned car on September 12th. Anna Lagwinowicz, who frequently shook her head and laughed on the defendant's bench when Nowak suggested she was responsible for the crime, refused to testify. Tadeusz Dimitrysyn also did not testify in his defense during the trial. Sharp told the defendants that the murder was a terrible, merciless crime, cold-bloodedly committed with a gross breach of trust. Neither of the three expressed any emotion during the sentencing. Judge Justice Sharp sentenced the three Polish nationals to mandatory life sentences with a minimum of 32 years in prison and no possibility of early release. You took the life of a beautiful young woman who had everything she needed to live. All for money," Sharp said Rafal Nowak. "The photos of you holding Catherine's hand the night before her death, buying groceries for what you knew would be her last dinner is incredibly chilling. Your emotions were directed solely at yourself. Anna Lagwinowitz, your actions were deceitful, manipulative, and cruel. You played a full role in this heinous crime. And your meeting with Tricia today was a profit-motivated murder. There were significant aggravating circumstances, but no mitigating circumstances." The judge went on to say that many tears have been shed in this court, but the only ones that should be shed are for Catherine and her family. Her mother, Jane, father Philip, and sister Lynn. The judge expressed heartfelt sympathy to Catherine's parents. They had no idea that Rafal Nowak's facade concealed a person devoid of remorse and decency. It was all about money. The judge stated that Nowak and Catherine had no ties that bound them together. They weren't married and didn't have children. Money, selfishness, and greed drove the crime against Catherine. In the case of Anna Lagwinowitz, it came from jealousy and a desire for vengeance. At the parents' request, Judge Justice Sharp read statements from Catherine's mother and sister. Her mother wept in court as her statement was read. It stated that Catherine was a caring, loving, genuine, generous, loyal, thoughtful, exceptional, and amazing young woman. She had a bright and promising future, full of potential. Phil and I, her parents, were extremely proud of the young woman she had become. Catherine's death was a cruel, calculated act of villainy, and the hatred directed toward her will haunt us for the rest of our lives. I never got to say goodbye, tell her I loved her, or hear Catherine say, "I love you, Mommy." She now considers Nowak to be an evil person who should spend the rest of his life in prison. Catherine's father, Philip, added, "We took him into our home. He became like a son and betrayed us all." Rafal Nowak, who was covered in tattoos, wept in the witness box during the trial, insisting he had nothing to do with his true love's death. A father of one with a wife and a teenage son in Poland told the jurors that everyone is blaming me for something I did not do. The court heard that Nowak was emotionless when police discovered Catherine Wells Burr's body in her burned car on September 12th. Last year, her mother, Jane Wells Barr, told jurors that after his initial release from police custody, he did not mention Catherine and instead requested a steak dinner. Mrs. Wells stated that as soon as they purchased a home together and obtained life insurance, her daughter's fate was sealed. "I told the cops there was a bounty on her life. Indeed, she had signed her own death warrant when she signed the mortgage. It was over." Thus, Rafal Nowak, a 31-year-old factory worker, was found guilty of the crime against his girlfriend, suffocated her with a pillow while she was sleeping. Afterward, he plotted with his secret lover and her uncle to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and a share of the house. His secret lover, Anna Lagwinowitz, 32, and her uncle, 38-year-old Ty Devotion Nutrition, drove Wells Burr's body to a remote location and set it on fire. It is believed that, like Anna Lagwinowitz and her uncle, 38-year-old Tadevzez Dimitrizin, who also lived in Taunton, Wells' body was transported in her Ford Focus to a remote location 7 miles from the city. They set fire to the car at 6 a.m. when Nowak had already arrived at work, giving him a solid alibi. The Royal Court of Bristol jury found Rafal Nowak, Anna Lagwinowitz, and Todd of Tadevzez Dimitrizin, all of whom are originally from Poland, guilty of the crime. The crime was the result of months of secret meetings and phone calls between Rafal Nowak and his Polish lover Anna Lagwinowitz, with Catherine completely unaware of her involvement in what turned out to be a love triangle. After the verdict, the accused spent months leading detectives on a false trail, creating fake profiles for the girl on adult websites and sending her messages from a supposed mysterious lover. Catherine Wells Burr's parents advocated for stricter immigration controls following her tragic death. Philip and Jane Wells, who separated after their daughter's tragic death, stated that Rafal Nowak, who was convicted of assaulting his wife in Poland, would not have been allowed to enter the UK if immigration rules were as stringent as those in the United States of America. They blamed the European Union and argued that the UK should tighten its entry requirements for foreign nationals. Jane Wells, 46, stated that people entering this country are not checked. "We had no idea Rafal had been charged with assault while he was in Poland. I am absolutely certain that our government must wake up and stop allowing such negative elements as Rafal Nowak to roam freely throughout the country. Catherine Wells Burr's family wept in court as the sentence was announced. The three perpetrators displayed no emotion. The criminal trio received life sentences with no possibility of parole. They now have their entire lives ahead of them to plan criminal schemes, but they will have no opportunity to put them into action. Thus, through their own efforts, the Polish immigrants exchanged their dreams of a successful and prosperous life for free prison cells. After the verdict was announced, the victim's mother gave her final words about her daughter. She was a lovely girl. Absolutely stunning. We were overjoyed when she received her first-class degree from the University of Bath Spa. She was determined, hardworking, and beautiful. We don't know how to live without her. She had a lot to live for. She had so much potential. She had so much hope for a happy life, but she was robbed of it. We got robbed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in England. On Sunday, November 14, 2020, one surveillance cameras caught 34-year-old Alexandra Morgan at a gas station near Cranbrook, Kent. Nobody has seen her since. 4 days later, her parents reported her missing to the police. The investigation revealed many secrets that were hoped to remain hidden. The truth turned out to be far more terrifying than anyone could have anticipated. Alexandra Morgan, as she was known to her friends and family, was a single mother with 2 children ages 4 and 11. They lived in Wellesley, Cranbrook in Kent. She did not maintain relationships with her children's fathers. It wasn't easy for her to raise them alone. According to some sources, Alexandra was a dog groomer. People described her as a dynamic and ambitious woman who wanted her children to have everything they required. She wanted a better life for them and took several steps to make it happen. Alexandra arranged a meeting with her parents on November 13, 2021. She left her 2 children with them, claiming she was going on a spa vacation with friends. She said she'd be back in 3 days. Alexandra's parents became concerned on November 17 when she failed to pick up her children. She did not respond to any calls or texts. It was not like her. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate their missing daughter, the parents were forced to contact the police. Kent police said Alexandra Morgan's disappearance was suspicious, so they investigated it as a possible crime. At the start of the investigation, the police attempted to determine which spa Alexandra planned to visit. She told her parents she was going with friends, and the police wanted to know who they were. At the time, the investigators had no idea what they would face while searching for Alexandra. While searching for the woman, police obtained video footage from a gas station in Cranbrook. That was the last place anyone saw her. Her white Mini Cooper was the key to determining her location. On November 14, she refueled her car, purchased some items, and left. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about this video. Rose McCauley, the gas station manager who has been friendly with Alexandra for 17 years, was present when she purchased 10 pounds of gas and ordered a coffee and snack on the morning of her disappearance. Rose believes no one knows what happened to her or where she went. Her car hasn't been seen since then, which is a complete mystery. My friend and I looked around Hastings for it, but couldn't find anything. Alex never feels embarrassed. So I don't think she's afraid to come home. I'm just hoping nothing bad has happened to her. I just hope she is okay and shows up. It's very worrying. Alex arrived that Sunday looking very well, dressed, with a full face of makeup, her hair done, and nice clothes on. She was more dressed up than I had ever seen her before. And she arrived unusually early in the morning. Alex appeared to be in a good mood, smiling as he interviewed Alexandra's friends. The detectives discovered that in 2018, she posted information on social media about a stalker who followed her every move. In another post from 2019, she shared an image with the words, "Hello, stalker." Alexandra wrote, "Stop stalking my page. Lovelies." It's rather sad. Not only that, but you're making it clearer by the day, as we're not even friends on Facebook. There is nothing to see here, pal, unless you continue. Oh, please share your antics for all to see. Have a beautiful day. Investigators were now looking into whether these messages had anything to do with her disappearance. According to a police spokesman, Alexandra's failure to contact her family is completely out of character, and the case is now being investigated as a possible murder. While we conduct our investigation, I urge anyone who has seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to contact us. If you think you saw Alexandria or something suspicious but are unsure, please call and let us know. Alexandra was described as a slim woman with brown shoulder-length hair and a height of about 5 feet, 6 inches. She was last seen wearing a green knee-length quilted coat, a black top, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. People can disappear without leaving any traces or clues for the police. Many missing person cases remain unsolved. But this time, things were different. Alexandra Morgan left a digital trail that eventually led the police to discover what happened to her. Furthermore, it revealed some shocking information. Alexandra hoped to improve her financial situation. To accomplish this, she began working as an escort and advertised her services on the internet. However, her family and friends were unaware of it. Women working as escorts are among the most vulnerable groups of people. Everyone, including the police, is aware of this. They never know who their next client will be. An ordinary person who, for whatever reason, has decided to pay for such services, or a maniac looking for a target. The investigators discovered that Alexandra had scheduled a meeting with her regular client prior to her disappearance. They arrested this man. At the same time, the police representative's statement made it clear that Alexandra had died. According to a Kent police spokesperson, detectives from the Kent and Essex Serious Crime Directorate are investigating the disappearance of a woman from Sissinghurst and arrested a man on Thursday, November 25, 2021. A 40-year-old man from East Leonards-on-Sea has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Kent police officers with assistance from Sussex Police are conducting searches in 3 locations in Hastings and East Leonards-on-Sea as part of their efforts to locate Alexandria. Residents can expect a heightened police presence in the area as investigations continue. They arrested Mark Brown. He was a construction worker who married and had a son. His family was unaware that he was leading a double life. Before she disappeared, Alexandra had met him several times. According to Sussex Police, he intends to buy her a Mini Cooper. Their first meeting occurred on June 8, 2021, after Brown discovered her on an adult website. It happened at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. Everything went well at the time, and they saw each other occasionally on June 21. Almost 2 weeks later, they met again. Alexandra went to a small bridge farm near Hastings, Kent, that Brown rented for meetings with women and other purposes. Throughout August and September, they met 7 more times, and Alexandra had no idea she was falling deeper into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Brown texted her to see if she was interested in a risk-free business transaction he was offering. The proposal was for £100,000 for 3 to 5 days at a hotel, where he would guard a new ID, a straight car, and shopping money. All he needed her to do was go out for a cigarette, grab some cash, and buy some things. This is a testament to her character. Alexandria's online searches following this proposal demonstrated her desire to improve her children's lives. One of the searches was for the minimum deposit on a house in 2021. A variety of other searches revealed Alexandra's desire to start new businesses with the money she would make. Among the internet searches were, how much can you make running a sunbed shop in the UK? How much tax would I pay on $100,000? Alexandra told her parents she was going to the spa with her friends, but she was actually going to meet Mark Brown on the farm. She left the house on November 14, and CCTV footage showed her buying gas in Cranbrook at 7:20 a.m. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm at about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Brown relocated Alexandra's car to her home on Hurst Lane in St. Leonards, having previously replaced her license plate with a fake one. Alexandra's mother contacted the police on November 18 after her daughter failed to pick up the children and stopped answering calls and texts. On November 23, the police discovered CCTV footage that showed Alexandra's car following Brown's Jaguar on the road to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police blocked access to the farm and began questioning Brown. He admitted he had met with Alexandra. However, he stated that she left after 45 minutes. He stated that the police could take his fingerprints and a DNA sample 2 days later, on November 25. They arrested Brown, the primary suspect in the Alexandra Morgan case. But before we go any further, and before I tell you what happened to her, let us go back to when Alexandra had no idea Mark Brown existed. Lee was 33 years old and a mother of 3, but she didn't have custody of her children. Leah was an animal lover who cared for a horse, 3 goats, 2 dogs, a mastiff named Duke, and a Pomeranian named Lady. On March 25, 2018, Mark Brown contacted Leah through an escort website where she advertised her services. Brown and Alexandra Morgan met on the same website. A few years later, at the end of 2018, Brown and Ware had begun dating and renting an apartment together. When her lease expired 6 months later, she moved into Brown's yard at Little Bridge Farm and lived in a shipping container. Brown compared their relationship to a roller coaster. As it turned out, Leah led a chaotic lifestyle. She was a benefit claimant who received weekly payments into her account, which Brown frequently withdrew for her. She had a history of illegal drug use and mental health issues. However, many people claimed she was working hard to obtain custody of her children. While describing her daughter, Leah's mother claimed she was an angel. She added that, while Leah had never enjoyed school, she had always preferred her animals. Brown and Ware had a 3-year relationship before she vanished without a trace in May 2020. 1. Leah spent the evening of May 5th. In the early hours of May 6, I was with a friend and convicted drug dealer Jack Tyler. They took the substances together. That evening, they had an intimate relationship. This was the last time anyone saw Leah. Her last outgoing call was on May 7 at 8:55 a.m. The police believed she died that day. 2 weeks later, Mark Brown returned to the website and met Leah on June 8, 2021. A month later, she vanished without trace. Alexandria met Brown for the first time in her home. The meeting went well. She regarded Brown as a reasonable and generous man, but Alexandria had no idea that just a month before, another woman in a relationship with Brown vanished without a trace. During the investigation, detectives discovered extremely revealing messages sent by Brown. He sent them to his high school girlfriend 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the messages were not about Alexandria. They were discussing Lee. This is what they said. "I'll be very careful how I word this. It happened again not long ago, while disposing of something. It's an extremely unpleasant task. An old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and there's not much left. It gets extremely hot and glows almost white. My heart, mind, and soul are heavy with the consequences of my actions. I'm a psychopath with a conscience." It's a joke, actually. Thus, investigators began to suspect Alexandra Morgan's death, and more frighteningly, that she was not Mark Brown's only victim. A spokesperson for the Sussex Police Major Crime Team stated that despite extensive investigations, "We have not found Leah or her body and are asking for the public's assistance in locating her or anything related to her disappearance." After Brown was arrested on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm. They discovered a barrel inside which someone had recently burned something. Experts examined its contents and discovered bone and tooth remains. The laboratory examination confirmed that these were Alexandra Morgan's remains. In a joint statement, Neil Kimber of Kent Police and Andy Wolstenholme of Sussex Police said, "Our thoughts are with the families of Alexandra and Leah during this difficult time. While we have located Alexandra's remains, we have yet to find Leah, and our investigations are ongoing. We urge anyone with information about Leah or Alexandra to contact us immediately." Leah is described by police as a slim white female standing 5 feet 6 inches tall with very long black hair and blue eyes. They suspected she had tattoos of a dragon on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower above the name Ryan on her right leg. The search at Brown's farm lasted approximately a month, concluding on January 7, 2022. The police discovered the bones of a Pomeranian in the pond, along with a weight tied to its collar. Investigators believed it was Leah's dog, which Brown cruelly abandoned following Leah's death. Although police were unable to locate Leah Ware's remains, Brown was charged with her death on February 1, 2022. They had previously charged him with the murder of Alexandra Morgan. Throughout the interrogation, Brown denied the charges against him. However, when they informed him of the evidence that showed he had burned Alexandra Morgan's body, he admitted her death. Yet, Brown insisted that Alexandria had died as a result of an accident. The trial of Mark Brown started on October 17, 2022. During the court proceedings, new details about these two cases emerged. The jury discovered that Brown withdrew money from Leah Ware's bank account on a regular basis following her disappearance. Following Leah's disappearance on May 7, 2021, Brown collected her prescription medication and withdrew money from a cash machine every week using her new bank card. They delivered the card to his sister Cheryl's address. He would then place the cachet and medication in a horse box belonging to their pet. Birdie's prosecution lawyer, Duncan Atkinson, detailed several times in the weeks following Leah Ware's disappearance how Brown took £200 from her account, the maximum allowed in a transaction. This resulted in Leah's balance dropping from over £2,000 to £45. In July 2021, jurors were informed that Brown withdrew £200 from Leah's account, twice shortly after transferring £200 to his own account. When asked why he did this, he explained that he probably used her £200 and then replaced it. At the time, someone owed me £430, so they most likely paid me back. Atkinson stated that the withdrawals from Leah's account had nothing to do with her and everything to do with you. Is this a coincidence? She died after receiving her new bank card. Brown responded, I'm not sure what you're getting at because as far as I know, she is not dead. Atkinson asks if we're running away. Ms. Where's the money? Were you? You knew Leah was in a situation where money wouldn't help her, Brown responded. I'm not sure what planet you live on. Leah wished Brown would leave his wife for her. This was stated by one of her friends during testimony at the trial. Perhaps it influenced Brown's decision to commit the crime. During the trial for Alexandra Morgan's death, Brown stated that her death was accidental. He claimed Alexandra slipped and fell on a tool, injuring her head in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Farm. He claimed he ran over to her and discovered there was a lot of blood. As a result, he grabbed a towel and attempted to stop the bleeding from her head. When he moved her head to place the towel underneath, there was more blood. Prosecutor Duncan Atkinson objected, claiming that when you first saw her, she had collapsed on her back. There is already a lot of blood on her head. So before you do anything else, it's clear that she's hurt, needs assistance, and requires a doctor. That is absolutely obvious. Brown responded, Yes, but I was panicked, and the first thing I did was grab a towel to help stop the bleeding. She had already left by that point, and I made it a priority to perform CPR because I couldn't find a pulse. I did not call an ambulance because my first priority was to stop the bleeding and then check for a pulse. There is no point in calling an ambulance. If it is not going to arrive on time, the first priority is to stop the bleeding. Brown stated that he was certain Alexandra Morgan had died after performing CPR and holding a mirror to her mouth and nose to check for breathing. In the 5 minutes that followed, he used jumpers to keep blood from flowing out from under the workshop door, went outside to vomit, and grabbed his phone from either his car or jacket pocket to call the emergency services. He then decided to cover it up, saying, I wrapped Alex in a sleeping bag and wrapped a towel around her head to keep more blood from coming out. I had a death escort on my workshop floor. How would it look like? How would I prove she had an accident? It was a foolish thing to do. It was the worst mistake I'd ever made in my life. Brown then decided to dispose of Alexandra's body with an incinerator he had built out of an old oil drum earlier that year and used on a regular basis to burn waste. He said, I'd heard urban legends about people burning bodies, and I didn't want anyone to find a body dumped somewhere. Thus, Brown claimed that he had nothing to do with Lee's disappearance and believed she was still alive. Alexandra's death was allegedly accidental. However, during the trial, the court heard testimony from Brown's boss, Alan Downs. The man claimed Brown warned him that the police might come for him and arrest him. The conversation took place on November 24. When Downs asked what the police might arrest him for, Brown said it was a double murder, and this was a critical point. With this response, Brown implied that Lee had died and that Alexandra Morgan had not died in an accident. However, Brown denied using such language. He responded, No, I said I was going away for 25 years. I'm not sure where he got the double. I stated that I would be arrested for one murder. I did not say double. When asked who he had killed, Atkinson responded, "Who?" The answer should have been no one. Brown responded, "The answer should have been yes." But that was not what I expected to happen. I can't prove I didn't kill Alex, and I didn't expect anyone to believe me. This is why I did what I did. They were both mothers and daughters, among other things, to their families and friends, and they died in the most tragic of circumstances. Both fell into the clutches of an evil maniac. They abandoned children and devastated families. Throughout the murder trial in Hove Crown Court, the jurors learned about Leah Ware and Alex Morgan's lives, including their upbringing, children and relationships, work and passions. Jurors also heard attempts to change their names from Brown to, as the prosecutor put it, black, creating a false picture of the women. People should remember Lee and Alex Morgan for smiling and enjoying life. Both deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for their many qualities. On December 1, 2022, a jury of 10 men and 2 women convicted 41-year-old Brown on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard stated that this is clearly a serious case with devastating consequences for the victims' families. He stated that the court would sentence Brown to life in prison, and he would have to decide on the minimum prison term or whether he would ever be eligible for parole. The judge also stated that if Brown decided to reveal what he did with Leah Ware's body, he would consider it during sentencing. However, Brown passed up this opportunity. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Rebecca Martin, Leah Ware's mother, delivered a victim impact statement. She claimed Brown is continuing his sadistic torture of our family's lives by refusing to tell us what happened to her. She died because Mark Brown sought to satisfy his depraved desires. He dominated and manipulated every aspect of her existence. When he'd had enough, he discarded her like a piece of dirt. The court also heard from Alex Morgan's parents, who described her as bright, energetic, and determined to succeed. She faced challenges, but she was overcoming them and looking forward to the future with her 2 children, whom she adored. On January 13, 2023, the court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life sentences. He will be eligible for parole in 49 years. Judge Hilliard, who sentenced Brown in his absence after he refused to appear in court, stated, "No sentence I pass is any measure of the lives lost. Nothing can correct what the defendant has done. That's not possible. His conscience is unaffected by what he has done." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in the Scottish city of Glasgow in 2015. Karen Buckley, 24, went to a nightclub with her friends on April 11th, 2015, and has never returned home. Karen was born in 1991 in Cork, Ireland, to John and Marion Buckley. Her family had 4 children, and she was the youngest and only daughter. Karen graduated from St. Mary's Secondary School in Mallow, where she was described as a kind and caring individual who was always eager to help others. Her desire to help others played a significant role in her career choice. Karen enrolled in the University of Limerick's nursing program after finishing secondary school. Her interest in occupational therapy led her to Glasgow, Scotland, where she enrolled in Caledonian University's master's program. Karen arrived in Glasgow in January 2015 and shared an apartment with 3 other female students who were also newcomers. On April 11, 2015, she and her flatmates visited a nightclub about 2 kilometers from their home. They arrived at approximately 11:45 p.m. and had a good time. Around 1 a.m., Karen informed her friends that she was going to the restroom and we'd be back shortly. She took her leave, leaving her jacket on the table where the group was seated. Her friends continued to have fun while she was away. They eventually realized Karen had been gone for a while and should have returned by then. But she didn't. Her friends looked for Karen in the club, but she was nowhere to be found. Attempts to contact her by phone also failed. Karen's friends suspected she had gone home, although it was odd that she didn't tell anyone and left her jacket behind. When they got home, the friends realized their assumptions were incorrect. Karen wasn't present either. Karen's friends' only thought at the time was that she could meet someone at the club and leave with them. With this thought, the girls went to bed. When Karen's neighbors awoke around noon, they were surprised to discover that she had not returned home. Attempts to call her again produced no results. Karen did not respond to social media messages or log into any of them. Karen's friends had only known her for a few months, but they knew her behavior was out of character. They did not invent another version to reassure themselves, but instead went to the police and reported her disappearance, as well as informing the Buckley family of what had happened. The Scottish police deserve credit for launching an immediate search for Karen. Her disappearance was covered in the media and on television. Karen's parents asked anyone with information about their daughter's whereabouts to contact the police. Meanwhile, detectives obtained footage from cameras at the club where Karen was last seen. While reviewing them, police discovered that she had communicated with an unknown man 36 hours after her disappearance on April 13th. The man's identity was established, and he was brought in for questioning. Alexander Pacteau was 21 years old. He admitted that he did meet Karen that night and that they had returned to his apartment on Dorchester Avenue, which was about 3 kilometers from the club. He also revealed that they had been intimate with one another. Karen left around 4 a.m., despite his offer to stay until the morning. Alexander also stated that during their intimacy, Karen hit her head on the corner of the bed, causing a wound and leaving marks on the sheets. The police had a mixed reaction to this information. On the one hand, Pacteau appeared to want to be candid. On the other hand, he appeared to be anticipating the events and attempting to explain what the police might discover if they searched his apartment. On the same day, April 13th, a man called the police to say he had found a woman's purse. Upon investigation, it turned out that he had discovered it in the park near Alexander Pacteau's home, and it was Karen's purse. It held her phone and documents. This discovery gave those versions of events more credibility. Something may have happened to Karen after she left his apartment. Meanwhile, the search for Karen remained active. Hundreds of police officers searched parks, forests, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings for any clues that could aid the investigation. At this point, Alexander Pacteau was the only suspect in the eyes of the police. He was the last person to see Karen. Investigators did not reveal any details about their suspect and kept his name a secret. However, 2 days after Karen's disappearance, police searched his apartment and the surrounding area. Journalists learned about it. Reporters from one of the newspapers speak with other residents of the building. Alexander Pacteau's name has since become public knowledge. This is important, but we will return to it later. So the police obtained a search warrant for Pacteau's apartment. The first thing they noticed when they walked in was the strong bleach odor. They also noticed that his mattress did not fit the size of the bed. Small, dark red spots were discovered on the bed, and in the bathroom samples were sent for testing. The apartment also contained a toolbox and an abundance of cleaning supplies. A police dog was trained to look for body signals near Pacteau's car, while awaiting a search warrant for the vehicle. Detectives discovered that Alexander Pacteau had taken his car to a salon for cleaning the day before, but the service was reportedly of poor quality. During the search, the same small, dark red spots were discovered on the interior of the passenger door, and samples were sent to the laboratory. Karen's death became increasingly likely with each new discovery, but the search for her continued. As previously stated, journalists were able to obtain the suspect's name, and the following day, a photograph of Alexander Pacteau appeared on the front page of one of the newspapers. Surprisingly, this step by the press proved beneficial to the investigation. A man who saw Pacteau's photo in the newspaper contacted the police and provided some interesting information. He explained that he had previously worked with Alexander and was aware that he rents a warehouse on a farm outside Glasgow. The farm's address is approximately 9 kilometers from Pacteau's apartment. Any leads were valuable, and the information gathered was investigated. The farm's owner confirmed that Pacteau rents a storage space from him for £10 per week. This is the location in the storage area. Inside, they discovered a 200-liter drum containing Karen's body, which had been dissolved in caustic soda. Caustic soda is an extremely reactive alkaline substance that can dissolve organic compounds. They also discovered a bonfire containing remnants of a mattress that Pacto had attempted to burn. On the same day, April 15th, he was arrested as a suspect in Karen Barkley's case, despite the fact that he was aware of the substantial evidence against him. Pacto confessed to being the one who killed Karen. However, he claimed that he did it in self-defense, citing the evidence discovered by the police and the suspect's testimony. An approximate timeline of events was created for the days Pacto murdered Karen and attempted to cover his tracks. Karen left the club around 1 a.m. on April 11th, but the reason for her departure was unknown. Her friends claimed there was no argument between them, and Karen stated that she would go to the bathroom and return. Even if we assume she decided to go home for some reason, it remains unclear why she left her jacket behind. Officers investigating the case examined a total of 1,900 hours of surveillance camera footage. In one of the recordings, Karen was seen crossing paths with Pacto after leaving the club. After a brief conversation, they walked together toward his car. It is believed that he offered to drive Karen to her apartment, but when they got in the car, he attacked her. Pacto died in his car after striking Karen 14 times with a large wrench. The dark red stains discovered in the car, as well as those in the bathroom and on Pacto's bed, were dry drops of Karen's blood. After disposing of the girl, he began to plan his next move. First, he disposed of Karen's purse, which was later discovered and turned over to police. He arrived home around 2 a.m. What he did next astounded the detectives greatly. He took the body from the car to his apartment. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he used his phone to search the internet for information about caustic soda. He then went to a shopping center, and at 942 he purchased 6 liters of caustic soda, a respirator, and gloves. He thought 6 liters wasn't enough, so on his way home, he stopped at another store and purchased more caustic soda. When he returned to his apartment, he placed Karen's body in the bathtub and attempted to dispose of it. Pacto did not live alone. His apartment neighbor was expected to return home around 8 p.m. He realized he wouldn't have enough time to finish his plan. He removed the body from the bathtub, wrapped it in a blanket, and hid it in his bedroom. The next day is April 13th. He threw a wrench into the Clyde River, and divers discovered it. After that, he went to a shopping center about 1.5 miles from home and asked a consultant for assistance. He requested a recommendation for a product that could remove blood stains from mattresses. He also purchased 2 padlocks. On the same day, he took Karen's mattress, bedding, and clothes to a farm and burned everything along the way. He went home and bought a 2-liter barrel to store the body in. Around 2 p.m., he took the barrel to a rented warehouse, poured in the remaining caustic soda, secured the gate with the 2 padlocks he purchased, and returned home. At 6 p.m., the police arrived at his home and took him in for questioning. You know what happened next? Pacto confessed to his guilt, but his motive was unclear. He claimed he killed Karen in self-defense after an argument broke out in the car. However, investigators did not believe this version, which appeared to be an attempt to justify his actions. Police assumed Pacto was attempting to cover up another crime by killing Karen and then disposing of her body. However, due to the extent of decomposition, experts were unable to determine whether Karen had been subjected to violence before her death. Alexander Pacto was found guilty in September 2015 and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 23 years. He apologized to the Buckley family via his lawyer, claiming remorse. Pacto told his defense attorney that he was too intoxicated on the night of the incident to remember anything while he was taking care of himself. It's worth noting that if he hadn't pleaded guilty, he would have been eligible for parole after 25 years, not 23. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Pike County carnage. The crime committed against 8 Roden family members became one of Ohio's most notorious and complex cases. Overnight, the motto "all for one, one for all" proved fatal for each family member. Only minor children were spared from the widespread violence. The investigation spanned 10 states in the United States, and detectives conducted over 600 interviews, resulting in approximately 700 witness statements. Several theories were proposed, including self-harm retaliation by illegal drug dealers and cult sacrifices. Attorney General Mike DeWine suspected local residents of withholding critical information. The investigation appeared to have reached a dead end until a solution appeared on the surface. As it turns out, the most complex situations are frequently rooted in simplicity. This story shows how familial bonds turned into a bloodbath. In Pike County, Ohio, USA, it all started with a crush. Hannah Mae Roden was 13 when she met Edward Jake Wagner, who was 18 years old. The young man asked her to the prom. They became inseparable after that evening, and their relationship elicited mixed feelings. Unquestionably, the love that grew between them was visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the age gap raised numerous questions and concerns. However, the young couple's parents did not interfere with their relationship. After all, everybody was young once. Over time, the Roden and Wagner families began spending weekends and parties together. Love was passionate and carefree. Hannah announced her pregnancy at the age of 15. Jake was overjoyed when he heard the news. He anticipated how excited his family would be about the new addition. Wagner highly valued traditions and lineage, which is why he adored his children, who represented the continuation of their lineage. Even ancestral names were passed down through generations. Jake's father was named George Wagner III, and his brother George Wagner, for the Rodens, had a more straightforward, less ostentatious approach to children. However, this did not diminish their family values. Hannah's parents, Christopher and Dana Roden, remained close and united after their divorce. They adored their 3 children and worked tirelessly to ensure their well-being. Unlike Wagner, the Rodens had a modest income. Christopher, 40, worked as a handyman at the Big Bear Lake Family Complex. Dana was 37 years old and worked as a nurse's aide at a youth rehabilitation center. Nonetheless, they instilled humanity and diligence in Christopher Jr. Hannah and Clarence Frankie were overjoyed with the arrival of little Sophie. To commemorate her birthday, a large party was planned. Soon after, Jake suggested that Hannah move in with him and his family, claiming that it would make their lives more comfortable. Living in a trailer makes it difficult to argue this point. His logic appeared sound, but Hannah declined. By then, she had a better understanding of her partner and saw the invitation as an attempt to limit her independence. Furthermore, the caring and attentive young man had developed suspicion and aggression. Jake had used physical aggression on several occasions, and his rough behavior soured Hannah's feelings for him. Her refusal became a source of contention for Wagner. Now, both Sophie's parents were determined to gain full custody of the girl. The families started advocating for their own interests. Driven by his desire, Jake threatened his beloved after she refused to sign a document transferring custody rights to him and his brother. In a fit of rage, he intended to message her, stating that if necessary, he would take the daughter by force. If you truly loved her, you would not be able to resist. He claimed that you would have given her up long ago to be raised in a safe environment. For some reason, he thought the Rodens were a danger to Sophie. Such conversations continued for 2 years, during which Jake became increasingly tyrannical. Hannah grew tired of being in complete control and ended the relationship in March 2015. Furthermore, she had learned something alarming. Jake's brother, George IV, had taken custody of a son by threatening the boy's mother with a weapon. This confirmed that the Wagners saw moral and physical coercion as acceptable ways to protect themselves and their daughter from this unscrupulous family, and the young Roden decided to distance herself. She intended to raise her daughter alone while working as a nurse's assistant and finishing school. The situation deteriorated when everyone learned of Hannah's second pregnancy. Jake questioned her claim that the child was from another man. He attempted to find out if she was seeing anyone else. So in December 2015, he hacked her social media accounts but discovered nothing incriminating. At the end of his search, he discovered that the woman was communicating with Georgia about her former mother-in-law, which piqued his interest. A court case was soon to follow, during which the Wagners had numerous interactions with the woman. "They'll have to kill me before they can take custody of my daughter," Hannah stated in her message. Jake infuriated his family when he revealed the details of the correspondence. Then his maternal grandmother, Rita Newcomb, 65, forged an important custody document. Furthermore, during a court hearing to determine the granddaughter's residence, Christopher Roden and George Wagner, III, had a heated argument. The family's relationship eventually deteriorated completely. The Wagner family soon came up with a terrible idea. Hannah was so uncooperative that they felt compelled to eliminate her, as well as the entire Roden family, who could potentially claim custody of Sophie. This insane thought evolved into a monstrous plan that was finalized by Christmas 2016. People's thoughts during the holiday season are typically focused on love and creation, which is not true for the Wagner couple who organized the vote. It was decided whether they would carry out their plan, and all family members agreed. The only thing left to do was assign roles and prepare. 5 months were spent investigating the Roden homes and surveillance cameras. They pay special attention to their daily routines and work schedules. Everyone involved in the criminal plot was accountable for something. For example, Angela Wagner purchased sneakers for all family members to wear at a specific time, to keep victims from seeking help. She purchased a special communication blocking device and intended to secretly install it on the Roden TS phones, to minimize noise. George III suggested creating homemade silencers. He also handled the transportation on the night of the crime, attempting to secure a van that would not attract attention. Sophie was to remain safe at home with Angela because the court had granted Hannah and Jake joint custody. The Wagners chose a time when it was their turn to care for the girl, meticulously planning every detail to ensure a perfect execution. On the night of April 21st, 2016, George Wagner, I decided to pay Christopher Roden a visit, allegedly to offer him a job opportunity that would improve his financial situation. The job offer was simply a ruse to gain unwitting access to the house. Roden Sr. opened the door in the morning of April 22nd, 2016. At approximately 8 p.m., Bobby Joe Manley's sister, Dana Roden, entered Christopher's trailer. She has done this every day since he offered her a job. Bobby cared for the Roden family's animals. She noticed someone inside, which was unusual for the time when everyone was going about their business. Christopher and his cousin Gary, 38, lay in a pool of blood inside the trailer. The men lived together in horror. She picked up the phone and called emergency services, reporting what she had seen and requesting assistance at 4077 Union Hill Road. Barbie, shocked, went to the homes of her other relatives. She gave a loud knock on one of their doors. Soon, a 3-year-old boy named Clarence Roden appeared. She asked where his parents were, but he did not respond, instead pointing to the bed. Entering the house, she screamed at the sight of Clarence, 20, and his wife, Hannah Hazel. The couple had died, and their 6-month-old baby was alive but splattered with his parents' blood. Following Bobby's 911 call, the police went straight to the given address. As they approached the road and property, a neighbor stopped them. Sensing trouble, he requested that the officers check additional addresses of the family members. He was correct. In the third trailer, police discovered bloody bodies. The victims were identified as Dana. Hannah is 19 years old and Christopher is 16. The attackers spared Hannah's youngest child, a baby girl who was only a few days old. Another victim was discovered later, Kenneth, the elder Roden's brother, aged 44, who lived a 15-minute walk away from the others. By 2 p.m., 8 victims had been identified: Christopher, Dana, Clarence, Hannah Hazel, Christopher Jr., Hannah Mae, Kenneth, and Gary. The only survivors were small children, a 3-year-old, a 6-month-old baby, and a newborn only 4 days old, as well as 2-year-old Sophie, who was at the Wagners' home at the time of the incident. After examining the bodies, police concluded that all of the victims had died in their sleep from gunshot wounds. Detectives eventually pieced together the events of that night. The patriarch of the family was awake when the attackers broke into the house, as evidenced by a wound on his right arm. Christopher attempted to defend himself but received 9 shots to the head, torso, and limbs. Dana Roden had 5 bullets removed from her neck and head. The remaining members of the family were killed by gunshot wounds to the head. Gary was shot 5 times. Christopher Jr. was shot 4 times. Clarence and his wife Hannah were shot 3 times each. Hannah Mae was shot twice and Kenneth was shot once. The assailants fired 32 shots in total, including some posthumously. In addition, bruises were discovered on some of the bodies, indicating physical abuse. Because no one in the vicinity heard anything, investigators concluded that the perpetrators used silencers, indicating a well-planned and executed act. The victims were clearly not at random. Someone sought vengeance on the entire family. During the search, police discovered 5 different types of Remington shell casings, as well as an unused bullet from another gun model. Furthermore, the scattered nature of the trailers suggested that more than one person committed the crime. Leonard Manley, Dana's father, claimed the criminals were aware of the rodents well, or the dogs would have been barking all over the pike. The question of who would dare to commit such an act kept police officers busy. The Attorney General's office contributed more than $20,000 to the Road and family's funeral. The deceased were interred in multiple stages. Gary was the first victim, buried on April 28, 2016, in South Shore, Kentucky. Hannah Hazel followed him, and her farewell was held on May 1st in the village of Otway, Scioto County, Ohio. The other victims were buried on May 3rd in West Portsmouth, the same county. Many locals came to bid the family farewell and pay their respects. The surviving children were placed in the custody of relatives. A wave of panic swept through the neighborhood. The police urged the Rodens' relatives to exercise caution and advised all Pike residents to stay away from their homes at night. The cold-blooded mass murderer enraged residents across the state, who demanded that the investigation's findings be made public and the perpetrators apprehended as soon as possible. Jeff Ruby, a Cincinnati businessman, offered $25,000 for information that could help arrest and convict those responsible for the murder, but he later declined the offer. The investigative task force working on the Roden case included over 100 people. Following the funerals, as part of the investigation, 3 trailers belonging to the deceased family were towed away. The next day, several more vehicles met the same fate and were transported to a secure facility. This was done to protect the deceased's personal belongings while also preserving evidence. Following the investigation, the family's cars and farm equipment were scheduled to be returned to the victims' relatives. Forensic experts joined the investigation. Trailers were meticulously inspected. However, no DNA from the suspects was discovered in any of them. Cameras were installed in the mobile homes, but they too provided no information because they had been disabled. The perpetrators meticulously planned every detail of the crime. It appeared that there were no significant leads until detectives discovered one. 3 crime scenes in one location yielded approximately 200 cannabis plants. Officers suspected the cannabis was grown for sale rather than personal use, prompting speculation about the involvement of Mexican drug traffickers. However, the amount of cannabis discovered was insufficient to support an attack by an entire cartel. In January 2017, a close relative of the Roden family was arrested for drug trafficking, which was deemed an unrelated incident. Leonard Manley claimed that his daughter had no involvement in the cannabis operations. "They're trying to drag Dana through the mud, which I don't like," he asserted. Some family members confirmed that Christopher and Kenneth Roden, the older brothers, grew marijuana, but they were unaware of any large-scale production. The theory of a family feud over illegally obtained funds was also refuted. Along with the prohibited substances, specialized equipment for breeding chickens for cockfighting and cages with fighting cocks were discovered at the Roden TE. It quickly became clear that illegal cockfighting was not the cause of the homicides. Months passed without uncovering the true motive for the crime. On April 13, 2017, local authorities announced that there was insufficient evidence to make any arrests. Nonetheless, prosecutor Rob Young stated that the investigation was ongoing, implying that they had some leads they were not yet ready to share. Another year passed, and the second anniversary of the mass murder received little attention, with no coverage in the local press and no sheriff or prosecutor attending the memorial service. The community concluded that the investigation had unexpectedly stalled. On May 12, 2017, a SWAT team raided a home in Pike County, about 10 miles from the crime scene, initially looking for suspects but later revealing that they were gathering evidence. Detectives also searched a house in Adams County that Jake Wagner once owned, but had sold by June 20, 2017. The investigation shifted the spotlight to the Wagner family: 26-year-old Jake, 27-year-old Georgia, the third, 47-year-old Georgia, the fourth, and 48-year-old Angela, who lived 15 miles away from the victims. The Wagners relocated to Kenai, Alaska, citing difficulties in settling in the area. They claimed to have loved the road and their family, and that their deaths caused them great grief. Rob Young's words from a year ago proved correct, as the investigation had made a breakthrough and was now looking for information from the public on the Wagners' discussions about firearms, ammunition, vehicles, and so on, 2 years earlier. It wasn't long before the suspects, desperate for money, returned to Ohio, where detectives had gathered enough evidence to make arrests, including proof Jake had hacked Hannah's account. During the examination of the Wagner family's devices, search queries for guardianship were discovered. It was also discovered that Angela had bought sneakers for the entire family just a few weeks before the crime. The tread pattern on one of these matched that of one of the trailers. The officers believed Angela was the mastermind of the horrific scheme, with Jake serving as the primary executor. According to the investigation, all family members were involved in the criminal act. On November 13, 2018, the Attorney General announced the arrest of the Wagner couple and their sons. They were charged with planning and carrying out life-ending procedures. Angela's mother, Rita Newcomb, is 65 years old, as is Frederick Wagner. George III's mother was also arrested. They were charged with perjury and obstructing justice. Rita Newcomb underwent handwriting analysis in 2019, proving her involvement in the forgery of Sophie's guardianship document. Later, to avoid imprisonment, she agreed to a plea deal. The charges against Federica Wagner were dropped in June 2019. The other Wagner has remained incarcerated after refusing to cooperate with the investigation. They denied any involvement in the Rodins' deaths and expressed sorrow for their loss, hoping that the true perpetrators would be apprehended. However, on April 22, 2021, 5 years after the tragic incident, Jake decided to reach an agreement with the prosecution. The agreement stated that he would reveal details of the crime in exchange for all family members receiving life sentences rather than the death penalty. Wagner Jr. admitted to killing 5 out of 8 people. He pleaded guilty to 23 criminal charges, including 8 counts of aggravated crime. The remaining charges were burglary, conspiracy, illegal possession of dangerous ammunition, and forgery of evidence and documents, interception of telegrams and oral communications, unauthorized use of property, obstructing justice, participating in corrupt activities, and engaging in unlawful intimate relations with a young woman. He stated that eliminating the mother was the only way to ensure custody of his daughter. By killing Hannah, he felt compelled to do the same to the other Rodins, fearing they would seek vengeance and refuse to give up the girl. Angela was the next person to stand trial. On September 10th, she pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit aggravated felony, robbery, and evidence tampering. She also agreed to testify against the remaining defendants. In exchange, the charge of killing a person was dropped. Angela was sentenced to 30 years in prison. The trial of George Wagner started on August 28, 2022. The man denied any involvement in the crimes and claimed he was completely unaware. In contrast, the prosecution argued that he was involved in the planning, execution, and concealment of the crimes. Georgia IV was ultimately found guilty of 22 counts and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The trial of George III is scheduled for February 2024. Despite the fact that his entire family has been convicted, he maintains his innocence and will most likely face the same fate as his older son. This person's harmonious relationship ended in tragedy. Wagner's collective madness is beyond comprehension and forgiveness. Their actions rendered 3 children orphaned. What happens to Sophie when she grows up and realizes what happened during their struggle for custody and a false sense of security? Wagner deprived the young girl of loving parents, relatives, and a peaceful existence. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occur in the year 2021. Bobby Ann McLeod, 18 of Great Britain, informed her parents that she was leaving home to meet her boyfriend, but hours later, it was clear she had vanished. Her family contacted the police, and the following day, a massive search began, culminating in the gruesome discovery. Bobby, Anne, her parents, Donna and Adrienne, and brother Lee lived in Plymouth. Plymouth is a lively coastal town in southwest England. It has a rich history and maritime heritage that dates back centuries. Plymouth, with its stunning waterfront and vibrant downtown, is a popular destination for both tourists and locals. On November 20, 2021, at around 5:45 p.m., Bobby Ann walked out of her Plymouth home and went to the nearest bus stop on Sheepstore Road. As she left, she told her father how much she loved him and that she was going downtown to meet her boyfriend and mutual friends. Bobby Ann only needed a few minutes to get to the bus stop. She was familiar with the route because she had traveled it numerous times. It had been an hour and a half since Bobby Ann left the house. Her mother, Donna, texted her to see if she was okay. If she had arrived at her destination without receiving an answer, a concerned Donna attempted to contact her daughter, but Bobby Ann was also not answering her phone, and that was completely useless. It took another hour or so before Bobby Ann's boyfriend called her parents to see if their daughter was home. He was concerned because Bobby Ann had not shown up for her date, and all of his phone calls had been unsuccessful. Bobby Ann's parents became concerned when they called all of their daughter's known friends and discovered that no one knew where she was. They immediately contacted the police and reported her missing. It was already past 9 p.m. The next day is November 21. Police initiated a search of the area, which included McLeod's family and volunteers. Leaflets featuring Bobby Ann were distributed throughout the city. Her disappearance was covered on social media and in the mainstream media. Her brother, Lee McLeod, posted on his social media page, "I'm begging every single person in Plymouth to help me search everywhere, searching for everything. Please, everyone. If you hear or see anything, please let me know." Police quickly discovered that Bobby Ann had not boarded any of the buses scheduled for downtown. However, while interviewing people, the officers discovered that a local resident had driven by the bus stop the previous evening and seen Bobby Ann there. The implication was that she had definitely arrived at the bus stop, but had not boarded for some reason. The evidence that she was at the bus stop was quickly corroborated. The bus stop area was cordoned off after they discovered wireless headphones in the walkway behind it that were identified as Bobby's. Police officers were literally on their knees, searching the entire area for potential evidence. Evidence was also searched along the girl's route from home to the bus stop, as well as all nearby streets. Given that Bobby Ann was at the bus stop but never boarded the bus, that her headphones were discovered near the bus stop, and a number of other details that police did not reveal, authorities began to suspect that the girl had been abducted. The police encouraged anyone with information relevant to the investigation to come forward. A large number of officers participated in the search, doing everything they could to locate Bobby Ann as soon as possible. Investigators attempted to track down the location of her cell phone, which revealed that it was within city limits, but they were unable to determine exactly where all calls to Bobby and Ann's number were routed to voicemail. The police confiscated the girl's phone that same day. It was given to the police by the bus driver who was on the route where Bobby Ann went missing. As it turned out, a local resident arrived at the same bus stop at 7:15 p.m. the previous evening and discovered the phone and an AirPod case there. At 7:23 p.m., a bus arrived and the man handed the items he discovered to the driver, assuming the owner would look for them. The next day, the bus driver noticed Bobby Ann was missing and last seen standing at the bus stop. He contacted the police and handed over the phone and AirPods case. The next day is November 22. Police, families, and volunteers searched the woodlands and roads surrounding Bobby Ann's home, but no clues were found. The following evening, November 23, police announced that a woman's body had been discovered at Bovston Beach, approximately 8 miles from the bus stop. It was discovered in a forested area, about a half-mile from the beach. During the McLeod family's identification process, the worst was confirmed. Bobby Ann's body was discovered, and her death devastated family and friends. The family thanked everyone who attended Bobby Ann's memorial vigil, which was held near the bus stop where she was last seen. Donna McLeod, Barbie's mother, sobbed as she paid tribute to her daughter and thanked friends, family, and the community for their support. Surrounded by other family members, her voice trembled as she finished a prepared statement. She stated, "I would like to thank everyone for coming on behalf of the family. It's nice that everyone is banding together in these circumstances. Unfortunately, our beloved Bobby Ann has been taken from us, but she will never be forgotten. I would like everyone to hold their candles up. This is for Bobby Ann." This was followed by a moment of silence as the entire audience raised their candles in unison. Lee McLeod, Bobby Ann's brother, shared a heartbreaking childhood photo of the two of them to pay tribute to his beautiful and talented sister. The image depicted the two siblings smiling in their primary school uniforms. Mr. MacLeod wrote in a message alongside the picture, "Until we meet again, sis, I love you. You did not deserve to be such a beautiful and talented girl, let alone to be my little sister. The adventures and journeys we took will always be remembered." Now you can rest easy. When the police discovered the body, it was naked. However, the medical examiner concluded that there was no evidence that Bobby Ann had been raped before her death. She suffered serious injuries to her head and face, including 14 lacerations. It is unclear how long the police would have searched for Bobby Ann's body if not for one event. On November 23, the exact day the body was discovered, a man entered the downtown police station. This occurred at 1:17 p.m. Upon entering, he asked to speak with someone and informed them that he had information about the missing girl and wanted to assist the police and her family. When a detective arrived, the man admitted to having done it. He confessed to kidnapping and killing Bobby Ann and provided some details about the crime after indicating the location of the body on a map. Police officers who hoped Bobby immediately. Unfortunately, their hopes were not fulfilled. When the inspectors made their way through the dense undergrowth, they discovered the body, which was naked and face down. There was no doubt the girl had died. The man who confessed to the horrific crime was a 24-year-old Kodiak Island resident. He was the son of an ex-military man who remained with his mother following his parents' divorce. In fact, he lived just a few miles from the bus stop where Bobby Ann was last seen. Kodiak Island was detained as a suspect. A lawyer spoke on his behalf, saying, "I accept full responsibility for Bobby Ann's death." Ackland also stated in the statement that he had never met the victim before that fateful evening and confirmed that he was the one who kidnapped her from the bus stop. Police seized his car, phone, computer, and several other items from anyone familiar with Kodiak Island. He was a nice guy, guitarist and songwriter for the local indie rock band Recruiter. No one knew Ackland was interested in serial killers from all over the world, in addition to music. His personal idols included Joseph D'Angelo Jr., Andre Gicatilo, Ivan Milat, Fred West, and Tommy Sells. Ted Bundy, however, was number one in Ackland's personal ranking, with an unknown number of victims but at least 30. Ackland focused on Ted Bundy and his atrocities. Investigators discovered 3,216 images on Ackland's phone, many of which were disturbing, dark, and reminiscent of horror films. In the days and weeks prior to Bobby Ann's death, Ackland searched the internet for information on serial killer crimes. He also looked for remote areas on Dartmoor and potential weapons. On the day of Bobby Ann's abduction, Ackland was browsing the website of an online sports store, looking at baseball bats, ski masks, and waterproof clothing. It is important to note that, despite his clandestine hobbies, Kodiak Island had never drawn the attention of the police, nor had he ever been in trouble with the law. Apparently, he became so obsessed with his secret hobby that he committed a serious crime. It has been discovered that Bobby Ann was an unintentional victim who, by a cruel coincidence, found herself in the path of Ackland, who, like a vicious beast, went hunting for prey that evening. The events of that evening went as follows. Bobby Ann arrived at the bus stop around 6:15 p.m. Ackland, who was driving his Ford Fiesta around the neighborhood, told detectives he saw her at the stop. Bobby Ann resembled his ex-girlfriend in appearance, but Cody claims that was not the emotional trigger that drove him to attack. He was simply looking for a victim to carry out his long-term plans. The police concluded that even if Ackland had not met Bobby Ann, he would have carried out his plan. The victim could have been any gender. That is what the police believed. When Ackland saw Bobby Ann, he stopped his car on the road behind the bus stop. After watching her for a few minutes and ensuring that no one else was present, Ackland took his pre-purchased hammer, crept up to Bobby Ann, and struck her twice in the head. Then I assumed she was dead. Ackland returned to his car and prepared to leave the scene. Unfortunately, as he drove away, he noticed Bobby Ann was still alive and trying to get up, so he returned to the bus stop, moved her semi-conscious body into his car, and drove her 20 miles to the Belver Forest parking lot and Dartmoor at 7:45 p.m. He came to a halt in this parking lot, which is nestled in the heart of a forest. He intended to leave the body there but discovered Bobby Ann was still alive and conscious. Unfortunately, Ackland did not think twice. He did not seek help or transport Bobby Ann to the hospital. Instead, he helped her get out of the car. Miss McLeod told him I was scared, and he responded, "So am I. I've never done this before." Struck her 12 times on the head in an attempt to destroy evidence. Ackland burned Bobby's purse. After pounding Bobby Ann McLeod with a claw hammer a dozen times, Cody Ackland was amazed that the 18-year-old could still make noise. Later, when he told the police, he thought, "Wow, hats off to you." He had one final chance to save Bobby Ann's life. However, once again, Ackland declined. Instead, he claimed he had put an end to the girl's suffering. He then loaded the body into his car's trunk and drove almost 30 miles to Bovis. He hid his body after taking off his shoes, clothes, and jewelry. Around 10 p.m., Ackland arrived home and went to bed. The next day, he drove to Tamerton Foliot, north of Plymouth, and threw the hammer into the Tamar, as well as a carrier bag containing his and her blood-stained clothing, into nearby allotments on Coombe Lane. The hammer was never found, despite a thorough police search. On the same day, November 21, Ackland went to a pizza place with friends, attended his band's rehearsal, and spent the majority of the night at the pub. Everyone who saw Cody that day commented on his unusually upbeat mood. He was enjoying joking and hugging his friends, which was unusual for him. The next day, November 22, Ackland continued to have fun by buying popcorn and going to the movies. While he watched the movie, the police, family, and volunteers searched for Bobby Ann, and Ackland used his phone to keep up with the latest news. On November 23, Cody was at his non-music job. According to the English papers, he worked for a car service company. After leaving for lunch, Ackland sent a message to a chat room where members of the music group recruited a word he'd written: "I love you both." At the same time, he texted his mother telling her how much he loved her, and then went to the police station to confess to the crime. Ackland's bandmates issued a statement on Facebook stating that they would disband the group immediately as a show of respect to the late teenager. It also stated that the remaining members of recruiter Josh Ross, Josh, and Mike are all shocked and in complete disbelief at the tragic events of the last few days. Our thoughts and prayers are with Bobby Ann McLeod's family and friends, who must be devastated by her passing. As a mark of respect, we have decided not to continue as a band and will disband with immediate effect. We will not make any additional comments at this time. In addition to Ackland's confession, the police had a plethora of physical evidence, including Bobby Ann's DNA discovered in his car and sneakers recovered from his home. As for motive, Detective Mike West, who led the investigation, stated that Ackland refused to elaborate on his motive and avoided answering the question of why he killed Bobby Ann. At the same time, the detective did not rule out the possibility that, after reflecting on his actions, Ackland might become more forthcoming and provide more information in the future. He would later tell a psychiatrist that the feelings of depression he had experienced prior to murdering Miss McLeod had vanished, and he was no longer filled with resentment, as if this violent act was a manifestation of these feelings. The trial took place in May 2022. Ray Tolley, Ackland's attorney, stated that psychiatrists determined his client was not suffering from mental illness, but rather had struggled during childhood. Ackland was diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, depression, and anxiety, and by the age of 19, he had suffered from depression for 7 years. Mr. Tolley stated that Ackland had received little comfort from his home or school life, and that his father and other male role models had not offered much succor or support. On sentencing, Judge Robert Linford informed Ackland that his act was determined savagery and that he was satisfied with the evidence that he intended to kill. This poor person endured a long and terrible ordeal. She had her entire life ahead of her until you brutally and savagely ended it, he said. You were clearly planning murder, and you committed murder. Cody Ackland, 24, has been sentenced to life in prison. He will serve 31 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in England on Christmas Eve 2020, when 26-year-old L.A. Edwards was with her friends at the Lighthouse pub in Wallasey Village on the Wirral. Rather than a Christmas miracle, Ella had to confront real evil. Unfortunately, that evening marked the end of the beautiful young woman's life. Ella Edwards was 26 years old in 2019. She was a dental nurse as well as a cosmetologist at Nova Studio Beauty Salon. Her colleagues and many clients adored her. Here's how Tim Edwards, Ella's father, described her. "How can I describe her to people who don't know her? She was wonderful, beautiful, kind, generous, always looking out for others, particularly her family, bubbly, and always had a good laugh. She set her own goals and was achieving them with a positive attitude." On the evening of December 24, 2022, Ella and her sister went to the Lighthouse pub after flying from Dubai to spend Christmas and New Year's with her family. She was supposed to meet her friends, and their surveillance cameras caught Ali's evening activities. She was in a good mood, hugging her friends and smiling. They danced, sang, and had a great time. However, someone who valued themselves above all decided to ruin this evening. Someone who did not value human life. Police received multiple reports of a shooting shortly after 11:50 p.m. Soon, police officers surrounded the area. Someone had fired at least 12 shots at the patrons of the pub, where Elle was meeting friends. Sue Coombs, detective superintendent, told a news conference on Christmas Day. Tragically, the victim, a 26-year-old woman, sustained a serious gunshot wound to the head. She was taken to Aero Park Hospital, but unfortunately died shortly after. Her family has been notified, and they are dealing with this tragic loss on a day that should have been spent celebrating with friends. It is still very early in the investigation. However, we do not believe that the victim in this case has been targeted. She was out enjoying Christmas with her sister and friends, which should have been a relaxing time. What her family is currently going through is incomprehensible. Witnesses described a gunman firing shots into the pub's front entrance before fleeing in a dark vehicle. Ella Edwards was the victim of the shooting. The police did not believe Ella was the intended target of the attack, which also injured 4 men. A 28-year-old man from a nearby Beechwood was treated for serious injuries, while the other men, aged 22 and 33, sustained non-life-threatening injuries. Elle's tragic death presented an unimaginable and heartbreaking challenge for her family. Tim Edwards awoke early on Christmas morning to the worst news any parent could ever hear. It didn't make sense to Tim. After all, he just spoke to his daughter a few hours ago. They discussed the meeting and decided to wrap Christmas presents together. Now the bereaved father sought answers, attempting to figure out how to go on. Meanwhile, the police were working tirelessly to apprehend and prosecute the criminal. They needed CCTV footage and witnesses who could share important information on Facebook. Merseyside Police Detective Superintendent David McCarran stated that we have a number of officers at Wallasey Village who are conducting extensive investigations to determine what happened and take immediate action. I would urge anyone who was in the lighthouse in Wallasey Village last night and witnessed the incident or has mobile or CCTV footage of what happened to contact us immediately, as they may have vital information for our investigation. We believe the gunman left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored vehicle, possibly a dark-colored Mercedes, shortly after the shooting, and we would like to hear from anyone who witnessed this to contact us right away. The police knew the criminal had fled the scene in a dark Mercedes. They discovered this information after reviewing CCTV footage. You can see Mercedes pulling into the parking lot next to the pub where Elle was with her friends. The driver parks the car to see who is inside the establishment and leave as soon as possible. The man observed everyone for a while. He then got out of the car and approached from the side to remain invisible. Moments later, he fired 12 shots, dashed to his Mercedes, and fled the crime scene. As a result, the police had to answer a few questions. Who was this man? Who was the target of the attack? What was the motivation? They began patrolling the streets near where the shooting occurred. Officers went from one door to the next, interviewing residents. 2 days later, police announced the arrest of 2 suspects but did not reveal their names. They were a 30-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman who were eventually released. According to the authorities' statement, the arrested man did not fire the shots. The police spokesman stated unequivocally, "We will not rest until the offenders are brought to justice." And by that I mean the person who pulled the trigger of the gun in the most indiscriminate manner, anyone who was responsible for arranging, facilitating, or harboring this individual, and anyone who continues to withhold information on who did this or where the weapon is. We will work tirelessly to find justice for LA and her family. The shooting was reportedly the result of a feud between two local rival gangs. It confirmed Ellie was a random victim and asked if he could directly link the shooting to a gang feud in Whirl. Critchley stated that there has been some escalation in this area over the last few months. The detectives determined that Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld were the intended targets of this attack, but we'll discuss them later, on December 29. The police arrested a third suspect in this case, but he was not the one who fired shots at the Lighthouse pub's patrons. The man whose name was kept public was charged with conspiracy to commit a crime. The police were also able to locate the criminal's dark Mercedes, which he used to flee the crime scene, but the vehicle had some issues. Let's look at the CCTV footage from the evening of December 31. A week following LA's death, the bright, flashing light you see now is fire. The criminal knew that the police were only a few steps away from apprehending him, so he burned the Mercedes to destroy any evidence that the police might find there during a search. The Mercedes had become a pile of burned metal, but the police were able to identify it. It turned out that the criminals stole this car, most likely to use it to commit a crime. Almost 2 weeks later, on January 11, police announced the arrest of 2 additional suspects. They arrested a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman in Central Wales. The man was named Connor Chapman, and he had a lengthy criminal record. These 5 photos show him at various times. In a matter of years, Chapman went from petty criminal to the main suspect in Lee Edwards' death. Here are a few of the offenses for which he has previously been arrested: aggravated carjacking, threatening behavior, burglary, disorderly conduct, and a high-speed chase that ended with him hiding in the bushes and telling officers he was waiting for his mate. Growing up in the woods, he spent most of his time in Birkenhead with his grandparents. Chapman went to Woodchurch High School, but left before taking his exams. He first appeared in court in 2014 when he was around 14 years old for shoplifting. In 2016, the young man faced criminal charges for being on enclosed property and driving a stolen car. Next, he violated his conditional discharge by driving without a license or insurance. Then, in 2017, he was charged with car theft, illegal substance possession, and violating a criminal behavior order, which barred him from traveling to certain parts of the world. In 2018, the police detained him again for possessing a prohibited substance and carrying a cold weapon in public. During the same year, the general public became aware of Chapman's name after he first appeared strangely on the pages of local newspapers. After an unsuccessful attempt to flee a police chase, officers noticed the stolen Audi and attempted to stop it, but the driver disobeyed. Chapman, who was 18 at the time, was speeding at 60 mph in a 30 mph zone while attempting to escape. He flew into oncoming traffic and then crashed into a curb, forcing him to abandon the car and flee. When the police discovered him hiding in the nearby bushes, he stated, "I'm waiting for my mate." Chapman's lawyer claims he is influenced by older peers and has struggled with his own health issues, such as ADHD and other medical diagnoses. Chapman admitted to reckless driving, aggravated vehicle theft, driving while disqualified, and violating a criminal behavior order. The court sentenced him to 8 months in a Young Offenders Institute and a 2-year and 4-month driving ban, passing the sentence. Recorder Mary Lauren told him poignantly, "You have a bad record despite your youth, and you have been given every opportunity. You show no regard at all. Other people with this diagnosis do not behave in the same way that you do. They do not cause a nuisance to the public in the same way that you do." By the age of 18, he had 14 convictions for 30 offenses. As a result, it is reasonable to assume that this man had no intention of improving his situation. Unfortunately, there were no legal grounds to keep him isolated from society for a long time. In January 2020, the court sentenced him to 10 months in prison for possessing stolen goods and carrying a cold weapon in public. According to records, Merseyside police issued public appeals for information on his whereabouts on 5 separate occasions while he was a wanted man. Chapman once claimed that he was in custody more than he was out. By the age of 20, Chapman had 19 convictions for 43 offenses. In summer 2022, he got out of prison. Edwards passed away after about 6 months. His first child was born while he was still in prison, and a second daughter was on her way. He told the jury that he wanted to start over and become a better person, but these were empty words. Chapman turned out to be a member of a local gang. He sold illegal drugs, robbed another home, and stole 2 electric motorcycles. But his most heinous and devastating crime was yet to occur. On December 24, 2022, during a dispute between organized crime groups based on the Wood Church and Beechwood Estates, Chapman armed himself with a Scorpion submachine gun. He waited for Kieran Salkeld and Jake Duffy, members of the rival gang outside Wallasey's Lighthouse pub, for 3 hours. Chapman fired 12 shots just before midnight. Both Salkeld and Duffy were seriously injured, but they survived. Unfortunately, when Chapman fired the gun, Lee Edwards, who was enjoying the evening with close friends, was next to Sol when 2 bullets struck her in the head. She didn't know Salkeld or Duffy. She just happened to be present during an attack on them. On January 25, 2023, family, friends, and hundreds of others attended Lee Edwards' funeral. Locals lined the streets in the rain as mourners arrived for the 12:30 p.m. service. The funeral procession was led by a hearse with a floral tribute stating that Ella's coffin was transported in a carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Pallbearers, including her heartbroken father Tim, carried it into the church, topped with a floral display. Her grandfather George delivered a message to the mourners, encouraging them to leave the church with hope. The Lighthouse pub was closed that day as a mark of respect. According to a statement posted on the pub's Facebook page, Ellie and her family have been on our minds for several weeks. This is especially true right now. May she rest peacefully. Tim stated that he hoped to establish a foundation in his daughter's name to help reduce gun violence. He stated that there are no winners in gun crime. If you pick up a gun, your future and the futures of those around you are over. It's dead simple. It's completely pointless and solves nothing. I want to see a positive outcome from this. Ellie's name will be used for positive purposes in the future. She cannot be forgotten. Connor Chapman was charged with numerous offenses, including causing the death of Lee Edwards, but he had an accomplice. Police charged 20-year-old Thomas with possessing a prohibited weapon and assisting an offender. The detectives discovered that after shooting at the Lighthouse pub's guests, Chapman drove the stolen Mercedes to Barnston, Merseyside, where his longtime friend wearing it lived. The surveillance camera there captured Chapman walking down the road and picking up the crime scene weapon after it had fallen to the ground. Although the crime weapon was never found, police discovered Chapman's DNA in a mixed sample on a bullet casing discovered at the scene and a red glove recovered from Waring's home, which matched one worn by the gunman in a taxi ordered under a false name. Around 5 a.m., Chapman returned home to Woodchurch, Merseyside via a vague pickup point. On Christmas morning, to cover up their heinous crime, the men drove to a remote location on New Year's Eve and set fire to a stolen Mercedes. Thomas Waring was found guilty on all charges. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. Now I'd like to say a few words about Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld, who were the targets of the attack. They were both wounded but survived. In this case, they were the victims. However, a closer look at their way of life reveals that they were on a dangerous path. They were part of the Beechwood gang on December 23, 2023. Chapman had injured them the day before at the Lighthouse pub. Duffy and Saul killed and beat up another criminal affiliated with a group that included Connor Chapman. While Chapman was awaiting sentencing in the shooting case, the two were already imprisoned for their crimes. Salkeld received a 27-month sentence for assault and 9 months for being afraid to run concurrently. Duffy was sentenced to 2 years for assault and 9 months for a fray that would run concurrently. The court has also issued injunctions against them, the full list of which is displayed on your screen. Commenting on the injunctions, Chief Inspector Tom Welch stated that gang-related activity has a profoundly negative impact on those who live or work in areas where these criminals conduct their business, often recklessly and with complete disregard for others. The gang injunctions served on Duffy and Salkeld are part of our ongoing and relentless efforts to combat serious and organized crime in Birkenhead. Our local officers are well aware of the prohibitions detailed in these injunctions, and they will strictly enforce them. If either man violates the law, we can act quickly to arrest him and return him to court, where he may face prison time. We are using all available powers and legislation to disrupt and deter gang activity, but we can't do it alone. We need communities to report any criminal activity in their area so that we can get criminals off the streets. Together, we are always stronger. However, Before the story of the shooting began, the court prohibited Chapman from entering the area surrounding the Lighthouse pub. Nonetheless, he chose precisely this location to commit the crime that resulted in the death of the innocent young woman. Perhaps many countries around the world should have stricter laws and more effective methods for influencing people who pose a threat to society. This is my subjective opinion. However, you can express your personal opinion in the comments section. Connor Chapman denied everything. He claimed that the camera at the Lighthouse pub captured another man, not him. He claimed he was at home wrapping Christmas presents, but the evidence suggests otherwise. During the 3.5-week trial, the jury heard about events leading up to the incident, including a feud between Chapman's Wood Church, a state-based gang, and a rival group centered on the Beechwood estate, which is home to Saul and Duffy. Investigators discovered that after committing the crime, Chapman planned to flee to Spain by car ferry. Before he could do that, the police searched his grandparents' home, and the man knew they were close to catching him. As a result, he chose to flee to Wales, rather than risk his life on a car ferry. That is where the plainclothes officers later arrested him. During the trial, Chapman admitted to having access to the Mercedes seen on CCTV footage, but stated that it was primarily used by him and other gang members to trade illegal drugs. He claimed other people had access to the Mercedes and that he wasn't driving it that evening. He admitted to burning the car, but said he did so after realizing someone from his gang had used it in the shootout. Outside court, LA's father, Tim, expressed his hope that his daughter's killer would never see Christmas again. "If I'm lucky enough to be around for a long time, I'll do everything I can to ensure that he never leaves jail." He stated that the jury of 7 women and 5 men reached a unanimous decision. Following 3 hours and 48 minutes of deliberation and 3.5 weeks of trial at Liverpool Crown Court, they found Chapman guilty, passing sentence. Mr. Justice Goose informed him about what you did. Connor Chapman was both wicked and shocking. You murdered Ellie Edwards, ending her young life. You spent the days following the incident removing or destroying evidence that could identify you as the gunman. It's absolutely shocking. You meticulously planned a revenge attack in a gang rivalry. You had no regard for anyone else. The risks of what you did were both obvious and high. On July 7, 2023, the court sentenced Connor Chapman to life in prison with a minimum of 48 years before he could seek parole. During the verdict announcement, Ellie's family breathed a sigh of relief and whispered yes. Her father, Tim Edwards, also went on air to answer questions from journalists. Tim said some crucial words. "I believe Elle's legacy will hopefully inspire people to be more positive. She was a caring person who would devote more of her time to others than to herself. If she can be remembered for that, as well as her warmth and the happy-go-lucky life she was leading at the age of 26, she would not want you to sit around moping and going downhill. She would not want that. She would not want that. She wants you to live your best life." That was how she approached or interacted with others. She would uplift your spirits. I was lucky to be her father, but we were also close friends. So there are a lot of good memories of laughing and doing stupid things together that you can't print. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events described in this video occurred 6 years ago. On May 15, 2017, around 1 a.m., the Florida Coast Guard received a distress signal. According to the report, a yacht traveling from Cuba's Varadero resort to Florida collided with something and began to sink. There were originally 2 people on board the vessel, and when rescuers discovered only one of them, many began to wonder where things really were. Lewis Bennett and Isabella Hellman met online in 2015. Lewis was born in 1977 in England. He moved to Australia with his family at a young age, and by 2017 he held dual British and Australian citizenship. Isabella Rodriguez was born in 1975 in Colombia. Her family relocated to Florida in the 1990s, eventually obtaining residency and then US citizenship in 2002. Isabella married William Hellman at the age of 27. However, the couple divorced after 10 years. She met Lewis Bennett online in 2015, and their online communication quickly evolved into a real-life romantic relationship. In July 2016, Louis and Isabella welcomed a daughter named Amelia. 6 months after the baby's birth, the couple bought an apartment in Delray Beach, on Florida's Atlantic coast. The following month, in February 2017, Isabella married Louis. On April 30, 2017, Isabella worked as a real estate agent, while Louis owned a small solar panel company. After leaving her 9-month-old daughter with family, Isabella flew to St. Maarten, a small Caribbean island where she met Louis. They planned a honeymoon, returning to Florida on a sailing catamaran Louis had purchased prior to meeting Isabella. On April 30, the couple departed St. Maarten. They were in the British Virgin Islands on May 1 and off the coast of Puerto Rico on May 2nd. The next stop on their itinerary was Cuba, where they spent the majority of their time and planned to return from. On May 14, around 5:30 p.m., the catamaran set sail from Varadero, Cuba. 3 hours later, Isabella called her sister on her cell phone to say she'd be home tomorrow, but Louis had already signaled a distress call around 1 a.m. He contacted the U.S. Coast Guard and reported that the ship had begun to sink due to a collision with an unknown object and that his wife had gone missing. Around 4 a.m., a Coast Guard helicopter crew found the Bennett life raft. A catamaran was also discovered floating upside down at dawn, but it had not yet sunk. Bennett was taken to Key West Island, the southernmost point of Florida. During his interview with investigators, Louis stated that he and his wife took turns on duty and that the accident occurred when Isabella's turn came up. He was sleeping in his stateroom when he awoke to find that the ship had collided with something on deck and that he had not seen his wife. He started calling her name but never received a response. According to him, the mast was loose and could have thrown Isabella overboard. He also mentioned that when he last saw his wife, she was wearing a life jacket. Bennett was rescued by the Coast Guard, and a rescue swimmer reported that his backpack was unusually heavy. While inspecting the items he had loaded onto the life raft, the officers discovered 225 collectible coins whose origins had yet to be determined. The same day, May 15, Isabella Hellman was reported missing. A search and rescue operation took place in both the water and the air. However, on May 18, after 4 days of searching and no sign of the missing woman, the Coast Guard officially ended the rescue operation. Authorities suspected something was wrong when, less than 24 hours after the search for Isabella concluded, Louis Bennett requested a letter from the Coast Guard stating that his wife was presumed dead. His request was denied because issuing such a certificate is not within the Coast Guard's jurisdiction. Bennett told a television station on May 24 that he was leaving for Cuba, where he planned to rent a boat and continue his search for his wife alone. 3 days later, on May 27, he met Isabella's sister and informed her that he had just returned from Cuba. He stated that I met with authorities there and checked every hospital, but there was no sign of her. She has now been missing for 2 weeks, so I'm not holding out much hope for seeing her, so I have to accept that. This is completely devastating to me. She's my soulmate. I thought we would be together forever. The next day, May 28, Louis and the police arrived at the house where his wife's family lived to pick up their daughter, but Isabella's family refused to give her up. With scandal and the assistance of the police, Bennett took his daughter after all. Throughout the argument, Isabella's sister Elizabeth insisted that Louis was to blame for Isabella's death. Bennett's quiet demeanor and behavior following his wife's disappearance piqued the interest of Isabella's family and the police. Detectives repeatedly heard during interviews with the missing woman's family and friends that quarrels between Isabella and Louis had become more frequent since the child was born. The couple's neighbors also testified. Isabella told loved ones that Louis insisted on moving to Australia, despite her desire to remain in the United States. Bennett denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance during an interview on May 30. He claimed that he and Isabella had planned a wonderful life together, but now he was alone, and their daughter would grow up without a mother. In parallel with the investigation into Isabella Hellman's disappearance, police began to investigate the origin of the gold and silver coins discovered among Bennett's possessions. Bennett had served as first mate on a yacht a year prior, and the captain had a stash of 617 collectible silver and gold coins worth approximately $100,000. Someone broke into the yacht while it was docked in the Caribbean and no one was on board, and stole all of the coins. The person who committed the theft could not be located at the time. However, now that the FBI has begun to investigate the origins of the coins, the captain of the yacht has identified the coins discovered on Louis Bennett as part of those stolen from him. Based on this information, the FBI obtained a search warrant for Bennett's apartment. Remember that when the man was rescued, 225 coins were discovered in his belongings. On June 16, 2017, a search of the apartment revealed an additional 162 gold coins hidden in a closet. Bennett had successfully left our territory and relocated his daughter to England, where his parents lived. The man's financial situation was not ideal, and he was apparently forced to return to the United States because there remained an apartment worth $125,000 and other personal belongings. He was also eligible for insurance payments in the United States for a lost catamaran. On August 28, 2017, Louis Bennett was arrested in Florida. He was accused of stealing coins and pleaded not guilty. A few days later, a federal judge set Bennett's bail at $250,000. He was unable to pay $250,000, so he remained in custody. While awaiting trial, Louis attempted to have his wife declared dead. This would have allowed him to dispose of his and Isabella's property, as well as the funds in her bank account. However, the judge twice refused to declare Isabella dead while the investigation into her disappearance was still ongoing. Bennett pleaded guilty in November 2017 to both stealing the coins and knowingly transporting them to the United States. Bennett's parents wrote a letter to the judge in the case, pleading for leniency and sentencing because his young daughter had already lost her mother. Bennett received a 7-month prison sentence on February 20, 2018, followed by 3 years of probation. On the same day, the verdict in the stolen coin case was announced. Bennett was charged with second-degree murder. Authorities claimed he intentionally caused the catamaran in which he and Isabella were traveling to crash. The prosecutor planned to base the charge on the staged wreck, claiming that Bennett orchestrated it to conceal evidence of the crime. Bennett, according to investigators, wanted to inherit his wife's fortune in order to pay off his own debts before moving to Australia with their young daughter, Amelia. Isabella confessed to being afraid of her husband via text message a few months before she died. Her text messages revealed that she felt Bennett no longer respected her, and when she returned home, she discovered an angry person. Isabella also stated that she was afraid to return home months before Miss Hellman disappeared. "If you no longer like or love me, please let us work it out as soon as possible, because the way you treat me all the time is pathetic." An inspection of the catamaran prior to its sinking revealed that the portholes below the waterline were open, and the damage to the twin hulls appeared to be caused from within. The waterline is the point of contact between the calm surface of the water and the hole in a floating vessel. An expert hired by the FBI to assist with the high seas mystery determined Bennett's story could not be true after reviewing photos and video taken by the U.S. Coast Guard of the catamaran before it sank. According to the analysis, it does not appear that the vessel sank due to accidental damage. According to court records, an associate professor of nautical architecture and ocean engineering at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy believes the vessel was intentionally scuttled. Coast Guard officers who discovered the sinking catamaran found no evidence of a collision with divers inspecting the vessel. They were hesitant to enter because it could have collapsed at any moment. Eventually it did. The catamaran sank at a depth of over 4,000 feet, and no thorough inspection was conducted. 2 years after her disappearance, Isabella Hellman was declared dead. In a series of orders, the judge confirmed what most people believe happened almost immediately after Isabella Hellman was reported missing at sea. According to Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Scott Scour, Hellman is presumed dead on May 14, 2017. Ms. Hellman has yet to be found and has not been in contact with any of her family members. Ms. Hellman is undoubtedly deceased, according to all available evidence. The statement was issued in January 2019. U.S. District Judge Federico Moreno rescheduled Bennett's February sentencing hearing in Miami for May 28, saying he would not act until Isabella Hellman's family could visit her daughter Amelia, who turned 3 in July 2019. Bennett was charged with manslaughter as part of a plea deal, and the second-degree murder charge was dropped. While he could have received a life sentence for second-degree murder, the plea agreement now limits his sentence to 8 years in prison. Isabella's family described the deal as bizarre, but acknowledged that authorities had consulted with them when making the decision. According to a document signed by Bennett and filed with the court by the prosecutor, he was unsure whether he was looking for or calling for his wife. When he discovered she was missing, he did not send out flares or search for her on the catamaran or in the water. Bennett did not immediately ask for assistance. Instead, he loaded everything he needed onto a life raft then attempted to stage a collision that caused the catamaran to flood before abandoning the vessel on the raft himself. According to the prosecutor's office, he called for help 45 minutes after coming to a stop and discovering that his wife was nowhere to be found. It is also worth noting that, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Bennett has extensive experience sailing in open water, including emergency training, and has previously traveled from St. Martin to Australia. He was aware of the emergency procedures, but for some reason he failed to apply them. The prosecutor stated that he did not require Isabella to wear a life jacket harness or a personal locator. In essence, Bennett admitted to negligence, specifically handing over control of the catamaran to his wife, who lacked the necessary experience, causing her to fall overboard and drown. Bennett is an experienced sailor who's been certified as a coastal skipper by the Royal Yachting Association of the United Kingdom. This training covered emergency procedures such as overboard protocols, and nighttime sailing safety. The Department of Justice issued a statement confirming this. In contrast to Bennett, his wife had not received emergency sailing training, did not hold a sailing certification, and had significantly less sailing experience. Only Bennett knows what really happened that night on the catamaran, and he is unlikely to reveal it. Following Bennett's guilty plea, Isabella Hellman's family issued a desperate statement through her lawyer, pleading with him to show remorse. Specifically, this statement states that the pain he has caused them is unbearable and will never go away. Lewis can do nothing to alleviate the pain he has caused by removing Isabella from them. However, he has caused additional pain by denying them contact with his and Isabella's daughter Amelia. She was as much theirs as anyone else's, and they adore and miss her. They've only had 3 FaceTime chats with Amelia, and they haven't seen or hugged her in a long time. They want to hug, love, and be with her. She, after all, is an equal member of their family as he is. According to the statement, they want Bennett to do the right thing. On May 28, 2019, Lewis Bennett, 42, was sentenced to 8 years in prison after pleading guilty to manslaughter in the death of his wife, Isabella Hellman. Bennett apologized to Isabella's family at the hearing. I would like to extend my heartfelt apologies to Isabella's family. I know they have endured unimaginable pain as a result of my actions, and for that, I deeply apologize. I made poor decisions that exacerbated a tragedy of such magnitude that I hope no one else ever has to go through it. Bennett stated this in federal court in Miami. He agreed to waive his right to appeal as part of the plea bargain. Bennett requested that he be released from prison early in order to continue raising his daughter. Bennett asked if he could be with his daughter as soon as possible. He wants to raise her in a way that respects his wife's wishes. However, Judge Moreno sided with the prosecutors and sentenced the defendant to 8 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. After the verdict was announced, members of Isabella Hellman's family stated that they intend to visit Amelia, who lives with Bennett's parents in England. At this point, I think all we can do is hope that the visits continue. There will be more of these so that Amelia grows up knowing she has 2 loving families, according to Michael Quatros, the attorney representing Hellman's family. She has lost her mother, but not her mother's family. I believe that the ideal scenario would be for both families to be involved in her life as she grows up, so that she has as many people supporting her as possible. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.